Test, test, test. Okay. Testing the, okay. Hey Zidane, welcome, and Fairy as well. We'll be starting soon. I don't have a highlights clip for you all this week because I was a bit busy. 4th of July and all that. Hope everyone had a good holiday. At the very least, had some food or something, if you're in the US at least. So I pull this music down a little bit as we go into the end of the countdown. We are about to start up. Like I said, usually I start these streams with some kind of video, but I did not have time this week to cut together highlights from last stream. But I have something else that would be pretty fun to share with you all. If it loads up on my end here. Let me just... Came right directly from the video on YouTube. Hey, welcome. I'm just setting up Surprise that does not seemingly want to load the way that it's supposed to. It's not the survey, no. Why isn't this loading the way it's supposed to? It worked last night. Yeah, gotta love technology. I tested all this last night and it was working beautifully. And then it just wants to be a pain. Specific window. It's because the window isn't technically active. Why is it not showing? I'm going to Why isn't this working? Why isn't this working? You heard why isn't this working? Oh, so you hear me now, but I don't hear myself. Okay. Now you should be able to hear me. Can you hear me now? Okay, so you guys can hear me again. I can't hear myself, which is a little frustrating. I'm going to say the word chocobo. If you hear chocobo in chat, type chocobo. Okay, great. So weirdly enough, so usually I have, so my audio is usually monitoring, and by monitoring, it means that I can hear myself in my headset, when, while I'm chatting with you guys, which is actually really helpful, to be able to hear yourself. Well, let me try something real quick. The audio might go haywire again, so I'm just testing something. Testing something. No, not good. Not good. Okay. I don't know why I can't hear myself, but I'm going to trust that it's all working. You guys wrote Chocobo, so we are just going to rock with it. We are going to ride with how things are. So, hello everybody. Welcome. Surprisingly decent amount of stuff to talk about this week. Type 1 in the chat if you can still hear me. So I was testing something. As you can see, it's the original Final Fantasy VII. I talked about potentially, well, I'm definitely going to do a stream at some point. So you see, you know, we're here outside of Calm, which is kind of what you expect. Oh, that is very loud. That is very, very loud. Hold on. That affected nothing in the audio. Okay. Turn it down this way, maybe? Did that turn that down at all? Because it doesn't sound like it went that much down in my head. Okay. So here outside of Calm, as you can see, the FX went down. Is the music still blasting, or is it much less loud? I'm just waiting to hear on audio real quick. It's good enough. Okay. Okay. So outside of Calm here, as I haven't really played this. What I did was I was playing around with mods for my eventual playthrough. So I technically didn't even play up to this point. This is from an old, well, this isn't from an old save. This is from a save that I downloaded so that we can have some fun to start stream. Because this isn't just outside of Calm, right after leaving Midgar. No. This is outside of Calm, toward the end of the game, when Meteor is already in the air and when we already have the high wind, as you can see over in the distance. And then, so obviously there's the visual, you know, improvements that you can see, right? We can run into Calm for a little bit of a second. You can see it's a little bit nicer, with a bit of like upscaling and some like hands done touch-ups. But the mod I've been most excited to try out is this one. The Cosmos Gaia mod, where you could see, hey, Fat Music, where you could see the world from an all-new vantage point, completely rotatable camera. It does a little bit of a globe effect on the world itself, which just makes it really, really cool. And we're gonna see if I can get into a battle real quick before I jump in the high winds. There's one other fun thing. I don't think I'll have her look this way during, oh dang, miss. But I have the AC outfit. I didn't realize that they had these for the Chibi models, but they do have the AC outfit and other outfits. They have AC outfits for pretty much every character in Chibi form, which is pretty sick. I don't know if I'll keep it or if I'll use it. I'm kind of a stickler for that kind of stuff, especially, you know, if I record this playthrough and I have it as potentially footage. I kind of like to stick to canon stuff. But let's take a little lap around the world. How awesome is this? At it again, that makes me so happy. Yeah, what's up, Fat Music? Yeah, this is cool. I don't know if you're familiar with the writer. So yeah, I do know Ride Zashupuff. I haven't really interacted with her too much, but I know her through some people. Like I saw her do an interview on one of those like Final Fantasy podcasts. I forget which one exactly, but you can see we're just doing an entire loop around the world. You can zoom in. So she did a playthrough with this camera mod. Yeah, it's super cool. Obviously you can see everything in the world. It's so awesome. I really, really love it. Old Man Sakaki, hey, yeah, this mod is incredible. I'm so excited to play the game this way. I'm thinking of doing OG playthroughs. So, chat, I have a little bit of a challenge, in that I would love to start playing the original, right? Not necessarily in the Sunday streams. I want to keep Sunday streams to focus more on Rebirth. But I want to do the OG streams during the week. I was thinking about doing it this week, but I just kind of, interestingly enough, I had a week off of work because my company is doing something where rather than Summer Fridays, which truthfully, like some departments can't really do very often because of like client obligations. So it was kind of ending up being this sort of like unequal thing where like some people could take Summer Fridays, a lot of people couldn't take Summer Fridays. So what they decided to do was give us a summer week in the middle of summer, so the week of 4th of July. So we all had off this week, which was amazing. And so I decided, you know what, I'm not gonna do a stream or do highlights. I'm gonna enjoy my week off. So that's why I didn't do an OG stream this week. But the sort of challenge that I have is ideally I would like to do summer streams, OG streams this week, maybe starting Wednesday. But I'm going to be out of town next week during the week, so I won't be able to do, let me pop out. This is really we can do it just chatting now. I just wanted to show this off real quick. But how cool is this? How cool is this mod? These mods, like, it's so freaking cool. So I can't wait to play the game. It's just very like aggressive music. for for this more like little chit chat, and very loud too. So let me switch back to just chatting. So hello everyone. And so yeah, so I was thinking of doing OG streams this week, but I'm out of town next week, so I won't be able to kind of keep up the OG stream. So I would at most get like one stream where we play a little bit of the OG, and then I'll be off for a week. And so I'm thinking of waiting until after I'm done with the work travel, so that we can do these, have like a bit of a regular cadence on the OG playthrough. So really excited to start that. That was also the Shouldn't Archaeology cut, which, you know, had the updated translation and all of that. So I have everything working, which is I'm really excited for. But for today, we have a whole lot of other stuff to chat about. So I got to replace these topics of the show. I just realized I had these wrong. Did I create my new topics of the show visual though? I think I did. Where is that? Let me just switch this out. Oh, I did not redo it. Shoots. I should have done that before starting stream, but I forgot. I thought I'd already done it. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let's pull this up. So how's everyone's week been? How's everyone's holiday, if they did anything? It was pretty low key for me, to be completely honest. I didn't do too much. I went to a friend's barbecue. And that was pretty much it. Didn't really do too much. Obviously, like, I had the week off to just, like, you know, I just went for walks and kind of went and did some fun stuff. Nothing too major, just like, you know, walk in the park on a random weekday because I can. You know, went to the movies, like that kind of thing. Did watch Squid Game season 3, which was not good in my opinion. I did watch a defense of it, like a more positive review, and I got what they were going for. Like, I got what the person was saying about it. I'm not going to spoil anything, don't worry. But it just, you know, I think there was a lot of things, like season 1 of Squid Game, if you saw it, I think had a lot to say about society, in addition to like just how interesting it was as a concept. And I just felt like, topic July 6th. I felt like they retreaded some of that territory thematically in season 3, without really sort of adding anything interesting to it. So it didn't really feel like we really progressed in sort of like what the show had to say about the world in a way, which is fine to some extent, but you also didn't feel like, you just felt like you were just, like I said, retreading territory, but in my opinion, with less interesting characters. And there were a couple plot choices that I won't spoil or say anything specific, but there were a couple plot choices that I just really thought were kind of silly. And so I just really struggled with the season. You know, I as you can tell, even from my video for FF7, like, I hate to be incredibly harsh or like super harsh. So I could say, oh, I thought it was shit. But like, I kind of understood what they were going for, especially seeing that one defense of the show that I mentioned. But it still doesn't change the fact that it just really didn't particularly like, even the way that they sort of executed that idea. So wasn't really a big fan of it, which is, you know, fine. So I have the topics of the show done this time, and in place. Let me catch up and chat real quick. Loki here too. Pool this weekend. That was really all. Yeah. I got a ton of rest. Yeah. I've been trying to read and write more, so I've read 2 short books and a couple poems. Nice. Any particularly good books in that group? It's a bummer I haven't heard one review say it was great. Yeah, I was like, damn. Yeah, I mean, I you know, there's definitely reviews out there on YouTube, or there was at least one that I actually sent to Gene Park because he was curious about it. But so if you search in my Twitter replies, you'll find that YouTube video. I get what the person was bringing up. Like I said, I just don't think it was particularly interesting or really much of an evolution from what the show said in season 1. So it just felt like retreading, nothing new to say, and with less interesting characters. And there was, weirdly enough, the YouTube channel that I think had a really good review. So I thought Moist Critical, his review, I really agreed with it a lot. So Charlie's review definitely agreed with it. There was this other channel though, where it's the title of the channel is No One Asked, and it had a review of the season that I really agreed with. It even brought up some of the defenses of the season that and kind of like responded to those defenses, and I agree with how he responded to that. But he also had a second video that was like how Squid Game season 3 should have ended. And I'm usually not a big fan of those types of videos, actually. But this one was actually really good. Like the proposed rewrite for the season that the person put up was actually really interesting. Another thing that this season didn't do was, it's kind of related to FF7, the FF7 trilogy, because one of the big reasons a lot of people aren't super satisfied with it is, especially in season 2, they were building up what seemed to be a lot of setup to things, right? Like there was essentially, you could tell it was like, oh, these 2 characters are going to meet, they're going to have a conversation about things, we're going to get a new perspective on stuff, we're going to get like either some answers or at least some perspective from these characters. And that didn't really happen. So there were a lot of things that were seemingly, there were like moments that seemed like the show was building to, and then it just didn't pay off those things. So yeah, all roads lead to FF7, as I said, because, you know, I think that's one of the fears that we all have of the re-trilogy, right? Is like, we're building up all these things, we're seemingly setting up all these moments, and then we, you know, and there's a fear of what happens in Squid Game season 3, where those things didn't really come through. So, you know, I'm hopeful that, you know, we will get payoffs to all of these things, but, you know, that's an example of not getting payoff to those things. So anyway, all that to say, you know, did a whole lot of like relaxing, watching TV. I also beat Guardians of the Galaxy, which I started before Expedition 33 came out, and then Expedition 33 kind of took over my life. And then I started Death Stranding and Lies of P, and I was like playing other stuff, obviously, and then doing streams and all that. And so I was like, man, I left Guardians of the Galaxy like halfway through back in like April, and I was really enjoying it, actually. Like, people say it's pretty underrated, and I do think it is pretty underrated. I had a great time with it. It's like not the most revolutionary combat or like action or any of that. The story is like solid, you know, it's not like amazing or anything. But really what carries that game are the characters, and actually the writing of the characters. There's really great moments with the entire crew, with like all the Guardians and like side characters that join in. It's just a very, to Sephiroth's point, it's like this is a very charming game. It has like a decent amount of heart that you didn't pick up from the trailers at all. Again, Square Enix just completely fumbling with the marketing of the game. You know, I do think the whole Avengers thing that happened right before it really hurt that game also, because that was another Marvel property handled by Square Enix. So everyone assumed Guardians would be just like Avengers, and it really, really wasn't. And like I said, I had a lot of fun with it. So if you ever find it on a deep sale, which is common now, that game is always on sale now, and you haven't picked it up, I suggest it. I think it's really fun. I said feelings. I really enjoyed Guardians. Yeah, I'm not a Marvel person, but I liked it. Yeah, I'm tired of Marvel stuff, to be honest. Hey, Red Sarge, welcome in. So let me catch up on a couple things here in chat. That's a bummer. I haven't heard. Yeah. Why do you think people are cynical about the remake project? So that was a question by Zidane. So I think people are cynical about the remake project because, you know, it's a beloved game, right? Like FF7 is incredibly beloved, and a lot of people, including myself, just kind of wanted it to be remade for a really long time. Hey, Red Starch, thanks for the follow. You know, a lot of people, oh, I had another follow 6 minutes ago that I missed. Hold on. Hello, Shredley Medleys, if you're still in chat, welcome in. And then Gunblade XP, hey, what's going on? So if you're just joining, somebody in chat, Zidane, had asked, why do you think people are cynical about the remake project? I think a lot of it comes down to, hey, old man Sakaki, what's up? I think you're already in chat already, but I think the reason why people, yeah, if you're in chat and you haven't followed yet, then go ahead and hit the follow, to sort of get notified whenever I'm streaming. But, the reason why I think people are, cynical about the remake project is because, like I said, FF7 is really beloved. Everyone really wanted FF7 to be remade for a really long time, including myself. I wanted FF7 to be remade back when FF10 came out, because I was like, holy crap, games can look like this. I want FF7 to look like that. And so, you know, for a lot of people, what really triggered the want for the desire for a remake was that PS3 tech demo. But for me, it was Final Fantasy X. So I've really wanted it for a really long time. And I mentioned this on the very first stream, but, you know, when they announced the remake, when they first announced it, I was hopeful for just like a big visual upgrade, but I wanted turn-based combat. I wanted the story that I wanted, even though we should have all kind of gotten some kind of hint that it might be a little different. Just the vibe of that first trailer, right? With like in the dark, with the rain and the soldiers coming up, like it didn't really look like FF7 too much until you got some shots that kind of looked like Midgar. And then obviously once you saw the Buster Sword and Cloud, like there was definitely like a little bit of a different vibe to it than what I would usually associate with like FF7, just like a way darker tone to it. Granted, that was a different dev team behind it at that time, so the art direction, everything may have been a little bit different. But so all that to say, like I was afraid even when the first trailers came out that showed the whispers, and it was like, ooh, what are they doing? Because in my head, I was getting like compilation PTSD, because I'm not the biggest fan of the compilation. I do think there are like good things to it, but I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of it. So, you know, and then you actually get into the game and you have these crazy whisper things, and it's like, we're changing FF7, and it's like, oof, right? Like that in and of itself is frightening. And it feels like, you know, it could just, you could lose, you know, like the core themes of the game, especially if like Aerith is revived, for example. Like, would that sort of, as much as a lot of people want that, would that also go against sort of like the themes of the original FF7 around like loss and, you know, life and death, acceptance? So all those things, I think are just, people are just very understandably, I think, nervous about losing. I was very nervous about like losing the Zack and Cloud reveal moment because they showed Zack so early. And there are people, like I found a playthrough literally yesterday of someone who had played Crisis Core, and they were playing Rebirth, and it was like her playing the beginning of Rebirth. And she was immediately like, wait, why is Cloud in the place of Zack? Like, why is he saying Zack lines? Why is he squatting like Zack? Oh my God, he thinks he's Zack. He's so messed up. So there are people that are like, you know, that reveal has been spoiled for some people because of things like the release of Crisis Core Reunion. So there's just like a lot of defensiveness, I think, around that original journey, and being protective of like, I just wanted that experience again. Hi, Roland, what's up? So I think there's just a lot of that. Plus, there's just a fear of like, is Square just milking this? You know, are they, you know, I read a comment, I think it was yesterday, but even I've thought of it sometimes, right? Where it's like, does all the changing fate thing lead to a scenario where the what's it called? Where like they build up to, say, undoing the original ending, undoing Advent Children, and not just undoing it to tell a better story, but undoing it to set up a new story, right? Like, what if they want to? Oh, did the music stop? Oh, it just looped. Did they just do this so they could reset things so that they could do a new FF7 series to sort of like milk FF7 more? So we reach the end of part 3, things get reset, whole new ending, the world is sort of like fixed in some way, and then we get Final Fantasy VII 2, and Zack is the lead because he's alive now, or like do they do things like that? Are they motivated by that, or are they motivated to tell a good story and to do justice to the original FF7? I think that's what's kind of behind a lot of the fears around it. So we catch up with some things in chat here. I can't destroy it more than the compilation. Agreed. I was extremely excited and terrified at the same time it was announced. People are very precious about it. Yeah, I think after the PS2, PS3 promises, I didn't really tune back in until I actually tried the demo. Interesting, Red Sarge. So when you tried the demo, do you mean remakes demo? And then I'm curious, Sarge, on like what do you think of the first 2 games so far? Fairy Kate, I hope I don't eat my words, but I just feel the developers get the story and understand how much the fans love the story and will do justice to it by the end of part 3, and there is intention behind their choices thus far. Yeah, that's really where I landed in my video, Fairy Kate, which I don't know if you've seen or not, but that's definitely like where my mind sort of like landed. I still have moments where I waver, I definitely still have moments where like I waver, but I do think there was a lot of intention to it, and I think my video may have landed on some of those intentions pretty accurately, especially because I did finally finish watching that latest chapter of Sephiroth's first soldier story in Ever Crisis, which is a topic that's not listed here, but is something that I want to watch, which is why I said we have a lot to cover today. And we're already 42 minutes into stream. Asking creative minds to do the same thing again is not realistic at all. Yeah, I agree, Sedan. It's just like you want to do. I think they've done a really good job of like tackling how do we be creative with something that's existing. But I do think they're trying to walk that balance, right? Of like one of the dev interviews, I think it was Katase, had said there was that quote that I mentioned in my video of like, we don't want to betray fans of FF7 OG. And I think a lot of that comes down to themes. I think they want to honor what the game was originally about. And I think things like the inclusion of the Guy storyline, which really focus so heavily on like life and death, and how important death is in the whole loop. So much so that not dying could be, actually a tremendous like burden. Like living forever could be hell. Whether they apply it in the same way that I talked about in my video in terms of like to Aerith's, sort of returning to the planet, I don't know. But I do think there is something there to that they're doubling down on elements of life and death all throughout this series so far. Let me catch up with the latest interview I read. I don't think they'll change the story that much. They might present it in a new way though. And the other thing that I mentioned, and I mentioned it before in past streams at this point, but they could take it all the way through to the ending that we know and then go beyond that, right? So if we wiped out Advent Children, maybe they go up to Meteor and defeating Sephiroth in the way that we sort of know currently, but then the final ending is a moment beyond that. Either we replay an altered version of Advent Children, or some whole new scenario plays out. They're not going left or right, but in the middle, which scares me because you can end up losing both fans at the end. If you pick one side, you can at least keep a portion of fans happy. That's where they're sitting right now, I think, Free Some Liberty. I talked about that in my video too, in terms of like, it just felt like they didn't want to make a choice and they wanted to make both sides happy in a way, you know? So on the one hand, at the end of Rebirth, they still killed Aerith, but then there was sort of like hope that she might be, you know, still be alive, and we actually see a depiction of her being saved. We see her, you know, after her death, sort of like alive in some kind of form or fashion, or maybe just around, as Aerith talked about in Calm. So, but yeah, I think they're not going to please everyone, and I hope that they don't have that thought in their mind that they can, because I really don't think it's possible. So Sarge is saying remakes demo, so about remake late. Fairy Kate, I did, insane. Red Sarge, oh, I hope I didn't say anything that spoiled Sarge. It's cool. Okay, he finished Rebirth. Okay. I want to comment on the phrase the developers get the story. It's not, this is Dunrick. It's not that they get the story, it's that they own the story. The story is not the fans, it's theirs, and they have the freedom and the obligation to tell the story they want to tell, not just kowtow to what a loud fandom wants. Yeah, I mean, I think I was really relieved by those statements from Nomura and Hamaguchi that came out like last September, where they were like, where they said, you know, where Nomura was like, you know, fan feedback is really interesting and I take a lot of interesting things from it, but I don't think it's important to sort of, like, I don't think you should take that into your work at all. I was like, ooh, okay, don't take it into your work at all. Okay, those are strong words. Okay, I'm very relieved to hear him say it that way. And then Hamaguchi saying like, you know, we were expecting both positive and negative responses to the ending of Rebirth. And it's like, man, you guys were aware, which is good. You were aware that that ending could rub people wrong because it's so confusing, it rips the emotion out. So that was a very considered risk. And honestly, with the way games are developed, they probably even tested it with gamers. They probably had some play tests where people came in and tried and probably played through the game, saw that ending and gave some feedback, and still they chose to do what they did. Fury Kate, I wonder if this version of the game is how they envisioned it from the beginning, and just didn't have the capabilities when first released, you know. I don't know. You know, I think there are definitely a lot of elements, and when I do the OG playthrough that has the Shinra archaeology cut, which is a bit more of an accurate translation of the original game, I do think we're going to see things that are more linked to remake that seem kind of new. For example, there's like, I was watching an OG playthrough yesterday, and I forget where it was, but there was like a mention of like dreams. It may have even been in the live stream sequence, but there was like mentions of dreams that like sounded a lot like it could be pulled right out of Remake and Rebirth. So it was kind of always there, but we didn't really like define it the way that we do now with how Rebirth has been talking about it. Shreddly Medley Part 3 has a lot to cover. Yeah, we talked about that, I think, last stream, Shreddly Medley, in terms of they have the Whirlwind Maze, where Cloud sort of loses his mind, gives the Black Materia to Sephiroth, and he's gone, and then, you know, the party is sort of without him, and then they have to go find him, and then they have to, you know, Tifa has to bring him back from, you know, in the live stream sequence, and then they have to chase the huge materia, and then they have to, you know, return to the Forgotten Capital, and they have to do Return to Midgar, then they have to do the finale, and then all in between that somewhere is probably the trip to space, which might still be part of the huge materia thing, or not, because now huge materia is actually a huge, like, orb attached to a weapon. There's the new Wutai stuff. There's all the, you know, sort of worlds stuff with Zack and Sephiroth and Aerith. They have so much to cover in Part 3. I started to play Remake again, and I noticed something that shows you really need to pay attention to details. Cloud often has head glitches, green-gray static, then headaches. I noticed that when he remembers his promise to Tifa, none of these happen. No glitch, no headache. So yeah, so I actually did notice that in a replay where a lot of times he'll glitch out. But when I pointed it out in one of my videos, I forget which one, but you know, when he looks up and he has the memory of the sitting at the water tower, there's no glitching. It goes straight from him looking at that like fan above Biggs, and then it smoothly transitioned into the memory of the water tower scene. So it's like a reconfirmation that is real. But then there's even more, Rollin, than just the green static and whatnot, because there are also the memories that are sepia shaded now in Rebirth that seem to be accurate memories. And you'll see they use a similar coloring in Ever Crisis, where there are memories that are sepia shaded, and those seem to be very, very accurate versions of them. Let me see if I could find it. I'll go back to that in a second. Let me just catch up a chat, and then maybe we can get back to that point, and I can show an example of that. I'm really not sure where we are guaranteed to see what we expect in the third. I think that's a whole Radcliffe high. I think that's the whole point of the no promises await at Journey's End, is like, we're not guaranteed, you know, what we think. In some aspects, this is the game they wanted to tell. In others, I believe it's more to make sense of the entire compilation, like no more debates. That's how the story is, and that's what canon. I've thought of that, but I also think, personally for me, I don't think that's enough. You know, I don't think it's enough to sort of like settle some potential debates around things that happen in like Crisis Core or Advent Children. I think they've taken it too far, right? They've like looked at the future and said, this cannot be our future. And if it were just people who were ignorant, like the main party, that's one thing. But then having Aerith, who seemingly knows that future and still chooses to change it, I think that takes it to a level where you then do have to change it. If somebody who was like very actively like conscious of it, who's like afraid to change it at one point, like on the highway, she grabs Cloud's arm and she's like, you know, she has a fear of crossing the threshold and sort of changing fate, but still decides to do it. I think it shows such a conscious choice to break fate that you then have to break fate in some way, because if it just kind of resolves and makes sense of the compilation, I don't think that pays that off enough. But again, as I talked about with Squid Game Season 3, there are things that you think are set up and then they don't pay off. So it's possible that they don't pay it off the way that it seems like they should. So Dane, the only thing guaranteed for part 3 is a live stream sequence. Everything else is up in the air. Yeah, I would say Returns of Forgotten Capital is also like pretty guaranteed. I think they're just, and then obviously Whirlwind Maze, I think, I don't like the events at the Whirlwind Maze could be different. But I think that breaking of Cloud has to happen. Read Nomura and fan feedback. Absolutely. It was really nice to hear. I just see people who are very passionate about a fandom get angry when a story doesn't go the way they want, just like Squid Game. And they end up saying stuff about how the creators ruined it or didn't get it. And no, it's fans who didn't get it what the story was that they were telling in those cases. It's fine to not like when a story makes choices you don't like, and it's still not theirs to claim what's right or wrong. Yeah. Pretty much almost caught up with chat. I'm open to what they do for part 3. I just really want everything to tie together and make sense. I want their choices to be intentional and not feel like they just pulled out answers out of thin air or left answers to things that they hinted to over the course of the games. I say this all the time, writers are not under the obligation to fans' desires. It's a courtesy, 100%. So earlier, I think it was because of something Rollin mentioned in terms of this like green static and whatnot. I wanted to show something from Ever Crisis. If I could find it. Let's see. boom, 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 boom. My God, this remix is so sick. Let's see if I can find. Damn, would it be faster to find it in VLC, maybe? OBS is weird with VLC player though. Like it doesn't like to show it. I have to use Windows Media Player weirdly. Not my favorite. See if I can find a sepia memory. That's right. So that's okay. So I'll show you this coloring thing using this example in Ever Crisis. Hold on, let me pull this up. Open with Media Player. Go to watching. Shoot. Don't need that anymore. Media Player. So let me show this. I assume you can all see the video, right? So in Ever Crisis, we're gonna do some Ever Crisis chatting today. So there are these sort of like dreams that characters experience. And as you can see, they're sort of like this one is purple colored. So it's influenced by Genova, essentially. And at a certain point, like he calls out like, oh yeah, this is not real. Like you never say something like that. You can see the purple shades sort of like all over this whole scene. But then Sephiroth has a memory of like events that happened earlier in Ever Crisis back in First Soldier. And you can see it has this more like sepia shade, where it doesn't have that sort of like Genova purple. And this has become a coding for what I think is like real memories versus like other Sephiroth memories that happen. I think there's one toward the end where you can see this sort of like purple hue around the border, right? You can see the sort of like influence of Genova around the scene. But then they also show it later in this other chapter where, again, more of like a sepia color over these moments that he's remembering of, you know, when he was talking to Glenn and crew. So these are memories that like are almost like verifiable also because we literally played a lot of them. So like, you know, that these are essentially like real memories. This actually relates to Rebirth in a way, because it uses this color coding at a couple different moments, but the one that really stands out to me is in chapter 14, where if you go to where was it? The water burial. Open that. So when Cloud has his flash, right? So he has his flash that seems very Genova coded, right? Where he like glitches out. Very Genova. I guess there's maybe a bit of more of a purple coloring to that, maybe, now that I really look at it again. I thought this was more sepia. It is a little bit more sepia, but there's a little bit of a tint to it. Hi, Key Machine, is that right? Hey, SubTXT in chat, glad to be catching this live. Hope you're well. Thank you. Yeah, so we're talking about this. It's almost a pinky Q. Yeah. Huh. It's a bit of a new color now that I really look at it. It's not really sepia. And if it is between sepia and purple, does that mean it's again sort of like thrown in, and it can either be in between both, or both can be true? I really don't know. Let me catch up on chat. There's a few things while we're stewing on this. What does it mean? Yeah, I don't know, Fairy Katie. Let me catch up. Shoot, where was I? Okay, I was up to here. I will say, I say this all the time, writers, and oh yeah, under the obligation, yeah. If they're not going to change anything, I'd be very underwhelmed. This is Final Fantasy Files. Developers and writers are not infallible just because they intended a certain emotion. Like having some people like the ending of Rebirth and others not, doesn't make it the right choice. A lot is riding on part 3. If they whiff, it'll be a huge disappointment. Yeah, I completely agree. Like I give the grace, especially like as a creative person myself, of like trying to find the intention. That's why I even heard out that defense of Squid Game season 3, where I didn't agree with the person, but I think they did pretty accurately identify like what the creative intention was. I just still didn't like the creative choice, you know? And I think there's some of that with Rebirth too. Like I get a lot of their intentions in certain places, but I do think they missed a little bit in the actual execution. For example, on a smaller scale, because we could talk obviously chapter 14 and all of its insanity, but there's also the moment in Cosmo Canyon where they have that moment where, you know, what's it called, where Red is like, you know, having his moment with Setzo, and then suddenly Gina Tak shows up, and sort of like it immediately goes from big sad over dad, and then boom, immediately into Gina Tak showing up and be like, hey Seto, we had a deal. Hey guys, we gotta deal with this shit. I'm gonna show you the real, the truth of everything. And it's a little jarring in terms of like its placement. I get the intention of it. I even had like, I think Prof Noctis has talked about this in terms of like, there's almost like an intentionality to them not giving you time after dying, after the Setzo moment. They just jump straight to other things. Like they almost don't want to let you stew in like grief or emotions. It's a little more realistic potentially in terms of like how life just sort of like hits you. You'll have a moment of grief, but then you have like real stuff that is going on. I could see that. I can respect maybe that choice, but it still doesn't change like how I feel as a recipient in the moment, even if it's intentional, right? So like for my preference would have been, let us have the Setzo moment. And then as we're leaving the cave, because you remember you follow that sort of assistant to Hojo, that assistant to Bugenhagen, he shows you sort of the exit. And then so as you're running along toward the exit, like toward the elevator or whatever, I would have preferred then if Gina Tak showed up. I get why he did, because he was transitioning from like Seto and I had to deal with Seto. But I would have liked a little bit more space between those emotional beats. So I understand the intention of it. I get the choice of it. But the actual execution, I'm not the biggest fan of. Similar to how they make you crawl with Cloud for 27 seconds in the burning Nibelheim. And there's like 13 or 14 button presses. I counted it. It's just excessive. And it's like, I get it. But it also makes the whole scene with Sephiroth seem ridiculous, because you're like, why are these townspeople not doing anything? Why is nobody shooting Sephiroth? What the hell is like, everyone an idiot? And then it's like, yeah, but they were afraid of him, and so they were, frozen in the moment. And it's like, maybe. What my idea for that was, I think would have been cool, because you have that sort of like debris fall down in front of Cloud. And if you wanted to still have that really long sort of like, crawling towards Sephiroth thing, it would have been cool if the debris covered it. So you didn't see what Sephiroth was doing. You just heard. Like if it was about a rating and they didn't want to show Sephiroth, killing people like crazy. If it was about like keeping a teen rating versus mature or something. Regardless, it would have been, I think it would have been better to actually maybe not show us what Sephiroth did and just left it to the theater of the mind. So like we're crawling with Cloud and we're just hearing Sephiroth just like slaughtering these guys. It would have been like, that could have been one way to do it. That'd have been really cool. But again, I understand the intention, but again, not the biggest fan of the execution. There are other ways to do it, but It is what it is. So much in chat. Okay. They've been playing with the idea that Sephiroth is attempting to remove, damage, or change the live stream's memory of Tifa's childhood. To what end, I don't know. And they have Sephiroth attempting to outright kill Tifa directly and through Cloud. I'm very curious as to how this part plays out, and I barely hear that much about it. So that brings up an interesting potential conversation about that scene, and I'll probably pull the scene up so we can all chat about it. Because on the first few playthroughs, it does look like Sephiroth tries to kill Tifa when she's in the weapon, but I've had questions about that. But we could talk about it in a little bit. I think that's most likely, but there's another thing that's been in my head, and I really can't tell. I think trying to kill Tifa was the intention there, but there might have been another objective also. Let me catch up. It builds more to the idea that Sephiroth knows how important Tifa is. For sure. Sephiroth definitely knows how important Tifa is. That's why he throws so much doubt about her toward Cloud. Red Sarge, great to see you on Twitch. Thank you. It's like we're seeing through the eyes of everyone who has vertical iris. Yes, the Sepia stuff definitely comes across as authentic, verifiable memories, flashbacks. Young Sephiroth seems to have a really strong emotions to Glenn, which appears to be tied to his end goal. Yeah, we talked about that in the first video of the stream highlights that are on YouTube. So we talked about like Sephiroth's new motivations in that video, which I think you may have seen because you mentioned coming from YouTube. But if you go to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/the @ symbol for some reason, SubTXT _. I can also find it in chat real quick and paste it in chat. But in that video, which you may have seen, because I think you said you came from the YouTube channel. But they there's a chapter called Sephiroth's new. I'll just do a timestamp to it for you and everything. And in that, we talked a whole lot about that attachment to Glenn and what it could potentially mean. Sephiroth's new motivations. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who understands how underrated Britt Baron is. Britt Baron is ridiculous. She's so good. God is like chasing rainbows. I opened Pandora's box. I'm sorry. No, it's okay, Rollin. Nearly everything's intentional. Bye. I can only watch an hour since I'm in the future. Awesome. Great to see you, Freesome. They do every time in the game. Everything's intentional. Bib Bumblebee. Hello. Sorry, I didn't catch your chat until now. I was still catching up with the old chats. Things essential too, but it hurts to not be allowed time to linger. Yeah, I think the same happens when Aerith's goodbye and the immediate leap into Sephiroth's tunnel. Oh, totally. Yeah, that one sort of didn't bother me as much, just because like she pushed him into this other place, and then it's like, okay, what are we gonna do in this place? Okay, Sephiroth's here to explain it. I sort of like it. That one wasn't as jarring to me, but yeah, I could see that. They're waiting to be turned back 7 years ago. It was still turn-based time. That's not all the plot. Shock is often a paralysis that can override logic. Steffi's like spawn camping in the tunnel. Yeah. Okay, so Key Machine. Speaking of Tifa and Sephiroth, I found it fascinating with Sephiroth / Tifa in the Nibelheim flashback. There seems to be a very brief moment of regret right before the Genova doors open and he's back to being crazy guy. Really? Let's take a look at that. I don't think I've ever caught that, but now I'm curious. Let's go to chapter 1, right? Confronting Sephiroth? Was that the video that I... Yeah. So let's pull this up. Let's pull up what Key Machine was talking about. So you said there's maybe like a hint of regret. Mother, I have come for you. Let's see. So he grabs it. Looks very menacing here. He's like, yeah, I'm that dude. Oh. That little eye moment. Do you see it, chat? Hold on. That might have been a really astute catch. Let me just zoom so we're right in on the face. I also need to make sure he's in the frame in the right way. Okay. So watch his eyes, chat. So he's gonna like look down to the side a little bit, which is very interesting because that does seem like that's like a telltale sort of like thought moment. We'll see it right. Wait. Let's wait for it. Let's see if I could actually slow it down. Yeah, let's turn the speed down. Right, the audio is weird when it's slowed down. Okay, so let's watch his eyes. But then, yeah, back to, so now he's smiling and stuff. It's interesting. You know, I don't know. I don't know if that'll end up being like if that turns out, but it's definitely like a valid read of that scene that I definitely never caught or thought of. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. It was more like sadness, maybe. Well, everyone is sort of like taking me back to actually something relevant from Ever Crisis. Never thought I'd be talking about this damn gacha so much, but it's inevitable, isn't it? So I was watching the most recent chapter, and so screw it. We're just going way out of order on topics, but I'm following you guys as we do this together. All roads lead to Ever Crisis. I thought all roads lead to Rebirth, Rollin. I don't know if you said that earlier, but yeah, all roads lead back to microtransactions. So let's take a look at some of the stuff that's covered in this Ever Crisis in the latest one. So I explained the context before, but you probably don't need too much of it. Basically, Sephiroth and Angeal and another person who seems to be I don't think she's like she's like a Shinra officer or something. She's not a soldier necessarily, but I even forget her name at this very second, but she literally has the look of Lucrezia. Like her art is the same artwork as Lucrezia that you see in flashbacks with Sephiroth, is literally named Jenova. So Sephiroth has these moments where it seems like he's really being reminded of his mother Jenova when looking at this character. That's not super relevant to what we're about to talk about, but just like, so they're in this place, and it's sort of like playing mind games with them a little bit. Like Angeal is having visions that seem influenced by Jenova. Sephiroth is having visions that seem influenced by Jenova. And Angeal is starting to sort of like break out of these like mind controlling visions. Like he's kind of aware that whatever it is that's in the air is messing with him. And so he's like trying to snap Sephiroth out of it a little bit. So he confronts Sephiroth about his weird behavior and his really obsessive behavior around the Masamune and all that stuff. Square can't help but insert stories. Everything they release, even Dissidia went hard on lore. Interesting. I never played Dissidia either. They only title that managed to stay in its lane with theater rhythm. Yeah, but thank God for that at least. So there's a scene where Angeal sort of confronts Sephiroth about things. Because Sephiroth is chasing Glenn. So Angeal's like, the spirits are showing us illusions. All of this is very, very, very important to where things go in part 3, I think. So there's a big reason to talk about this. Doubt everything you see, everything you hear. So this whole topic of illusions is very heavy in this chapter of Ever Crisis, which obviously we know illusions are going to be huge in part 3, especially the Whirlwind Maze, which even in the original was described as illusion and all that. Alyssa is the character's name. Yes. Thank you, Dunrick. Playing those mind games, forever touching the barrier of peace and love. You want that sword so bad, then take it. I won't stop you, but I don't like how you're so caught up in the past. It makes you closed off to the present. And I've talked so much about how, let me actually move this so you can see the dialogue better. But I've talked so much about how Sephiroth and Cloud's journeys are even more mirrored, I think, in the remake trilogy than even in the original, even though the mirroring was there in terms of being influenced by Genova and all that. But look at what Angeal says here. I don't like how you're so caught up in the past. It makes you close off to the present, which is super where Cloud's head is at right now, right? Like, and that's where Cloud's head was at in the original before the live stream sequence. He was like so caught up with the past, so caught up with things that he couldn't accept. Let's keep playing. I just want to pull you out of that mire. And Sephiroth gets upset about that. Just shut up. Who do you think you are? I'm Angeal Hewley. So Angeal has like a Zack moment, which is, it makes a lot of sense why he's like Zack's mentor. Raised among the winds of Benora. In the midst of sprawling nature, I learned that people only survive if they open their hearts to each other and work together. Very anime protagonist. He's very power of friendship. My mother taught me to be true to myself. That's the only way one can be proud. Here it comes, chat. My father taught me to cherish my dreams and my hope. To live is to embrace them and move forward into the future. So again, though, this concept of like dreams and like how important dreams are. Obviously, that was a big theme in Crisis Core. It's what Zack says while he's doing the same exact pose right before he dies in Crisis Core. But then he also says it to Biggs, basically, in that area where you fought Rude in Remake, after like Kyrie runs away and Biggs is acting all like defeated because nobody showed up for the like new Avalanche. And then Zack is like, you know, we can change things. We got to hold on to hope. Like we got to hold on to dreams. And I talked about how dream worlds seem to be, so the story is really kind of in between both sides of that, right? Because at the same time, it's like, we know the dream worlds, you maybe don't want to hold on to those because it's just you holding on to sort of like perceived ways that life could go. It could have happened if you made different choices. But at the same time, you have characters like Zack who are like arguing that you should, you know, hold on to your dreams. So some people are like, let go of them, accept what is, and other people like Zack, who's now reintroduced into the remake story in a much more central way, is the advocate for the opposite. He's the advocate for hold on to your dreams, take control of your life, right? Like, I'm not going to let life be dictated. You know, I'm sick of fate shit. He literally says, I'm sick of fate shit in that one scene after Biggs dies. So he's very much like Angeal here, where it's like, embrace your dreams and your hope. To live is to embrace them and move forward into the future. So there's one school of thought that's like acceptance of things. And there's another school of thought that's, you know, embrace that shit and let it drive you forward. And not to be trapped by the past. That's how I was raised. So again, I think a lot of Sephiroth and Cloud stories are trapped by the past. My one shortcoming is my need to stick my nose where it doesn't belong. Pleased to meet you, Sephiroth. I actually do like this scene. I don't know if my white nose is always so itchy. I think like my beard is sort of scratching me. You and I were raised in different worlds. Oh, so this is a funny line. Because the way Sephiroth says it, you kind of think of the worlds, like Rebirth talks about it. But he's just talking, right? Like in how you would say, you know, Romeo and Juliet came from different worlds, right? It's like, uh, but given how they've talked about worlds and remake, it's just kind of funny. So you and I were raised in different worlds. We'll never see eye to eye, but it might be true to some degree, right? Because I think Sephiroth wants to be in another, like, wants to make another world, at least in the Edge of Creation. His shoulders slouched. Zack inspires hope in people. He's that guy. I feel like a lot of the party are trapped by their past. It seems integral to their arcs. Yeah, and that was a big thing in the trials, right? In the Temple of the Ancients, it was really about like facing those moments from their past. That was like so true to it. And there was that line of dialogue. What does Aerith say? Hold on, let me bring it up. Where Rebirth, English, Japanese. So in English, in her speech in the temple, Aerith says, or no, it's not. Sorry, it wasn't Aerith that said it. It was the, oh, so it's not in this document. But the sort of voice of the Cetra or whatever that guides them to their trials essentially says, like, you know, something about your past, and it'll remake thee. She says, like, the Cetra voice that's guiding them says, like, it will remake thee, which is sort of interesting. There's a couple more. So hey, Prasha, hi. Square can't. Oh, so that was you that was saying that they can't insert. Sorry, I just didn't even. I missed that it was you. I thought you would just jump into the chat. So again, let's keep going on this. Won't get around me so easily. So yeah, so they continue on. This whole area is very like Wu-Tai looking. How cool is this whole environment, by the way? Kind of hard to see. Like, see all like the tower sort of like tipped over in the distance. How like it's like it actually looks really sick. Let's move forward to the next story thing. Okay, so here's another crazy thing that happens at the end of this. So Sephiroth is chasing basically the Masamune. He's trying to get his hands on the Masamune. And he comes up on this like sort of Genova looking portal. But if you also look, it kind of looks a little bit like you could see space a bit through the portal, right? Kind of looks like it right here. But you know, very Genova core with the purple and everything. Let me grab media player again. Let me shrink it down so we can watch the scene. So all that is interesting context for what happens here and how it might relate to what happens in part 3. Let's watch. Where are we? So Matt and Lucia come out of this portal. So Matt and Lucia were the people who were traveling with Glenn in that portion of First Soldier where young Sephiroth sort of meets them, and a lot of his motivations all throughout First Soldier in this particular storyline for Sephiroth really come from this. Yes, very Edge of Creation vibes, Matt. Fat music. And then his hand comes out. So look at this shit. So his hand comes out, grabs both Lucia and Matt. And I think this is potentially very relevant again, because I've talked about how it seems like they're mirroring a lot of Sephiroth's journey through Cloud. And to some extent, it makes sense, right? That Sephiroth would maybe use, and Genova would use some similar tactics against Cloud. So watch this shit. Yeah, actually Demon Gate looking hands. So Sephiroth, so Hojo shows up, Genova. because Genova uses people from your past that, you know, may haunt you in some way. So so Hojo in the case of Sephiroth, uh Glenn in the case of Rufus, Sephiroth in the case of Cloud. So check this out. Come Sephiroth, it's time to choose. You can only save one. Who will it be? So if we replace Sephiroth with Cloud, who could be brought out of another world or reality and shown to Cloud and given a choice of you can only save one? What I'm saying is, what if they use a similar beat to sort of propose exactly Sephiroth? To propose to Cloud, you can only save one. Who will it be? Zack or Aerith? I'm just saying, I'm using what they've been creating in this crazy ass Ever Crisis thing. And, you know, Sephiroth could be, like I said, replicating some of the tactics, or Genova could be replicating some of these tactics against Cloud. And I think one of the defining things about the story will be how Cloud chooses different than Sephiroth. So that could be a crazy story beat, and then it gets even crazier here. You thought that was crazy? It gets crazier. Matt or Lucia? Matt or Lucia? Sephiroth, help us, please. So here, an element comes in here that, well, actually, I think it might be before. So here, Sephiroth. So here's where the crazier part says, right? Sephiroth, they're both just illusions, right? So Sephiroth is sort of like hip to what Angeal has been saying. Like, all this is fake. Like, these are all illusions. Don't believe it. So Sephiroth is like, they're both just illusions. And then Hojo, if so, this should be easy. So choose. It's like, if you're so sure that these are just illusions, then what does it matter? And I think what we've talked about in what we've even seen in Rebirth, right, where Zack gets pulled out of one world and into another, but we've been following this guy. All those worlds seem real. They're described as real. The Cosmo Canyon NPC describes them as real. So it's like, what's the point? Hojo, show me the strength of your judgment or the weakness of your indecision. So again, what did I talk about in my video? Strength and weakness as like a potential, one of the building blocks of whatever the whole like central dramatic argument they have for this trilogy is. And here it is, right in front of us, from an Ever Crisis chapter that came out after my video had come out. So I think I was maybe tracking in the right lane, but it's maybe, you know, this is kind of confirmation of that. But I had no way of knowing this before my video dropped. Show me whether you're worthy to wield that blade. So again, playing with strength and weakness. What is illusion? Are illusions so easy to sort of like choose? It's time. Who will you save? And then this is an element that I've been afraid of introducing to the remake trilogy, but there was literally a choice then given to the player of either Lucia and Matt. And this player chooses Lucia. Oh, 7 seconds. Sephiroth. Is that 7 seconds? Oh my God. Shit. Chat. That is. Oh my God. Now we're cooking. That would be a good cook. Holy shit. Indeed, Red Sarge. That would be a good cook. Oh my God. So that brings up something else. Something else, chat. How is it every week we're finding new stuff to talk about? This is insane. This is insane. Okay, let me find this. So I bookmarked something earlier this week or last week. I forget when it was exactly, but it was a quote about the edge of creation. Let me pull it up. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. Close this. I want to show browser. Okay. So, I want to let me. So, there was this tweet that was all about this quote. I found it so interesting that Nojima originally wanted the Edge of Creation scene to occur. This is from Jackie Talks Nerdy. To occur much earlier in the story. That signifies that this scene, which Nojima also says was always part of the story, might be the most important scene in a remake trilogy. Did that expand way too big? It did. So here's the quote. Let me shrink it a little bit so I can fit it in the window. That conversation between Cloud and Sephiroth at the Edge of Creation was always part of the story and was initially meant to take place much earlier in the game. Nojima also said that conversation has no hidden meanings and should be taken very literally. New follower, hey, K-pop shoujo boy. And then that leads to this quote, where it's like, can you tell us more? Can you tell us about what happened? Oh, shoot. Grabbing the wrong thing. Browser. Could you tell us what implication in the laden phrase 7 seconds till the end? Okay, so let me bring myself a little down a little bit. So the answer from Toriyama, who's the co-director, the area in space where Cloud and Sephiroth confront each other in that final scene is a place that one might call the end of the world. It's the edge of space-time where the planet will one day end up, a location in which time seems to have stopped. The planet has only a brief amount of time left, which is symbolized by the line about 7 seconds remaining. When time resumes its flow, whether the end really will come after 7 seconds or whether some sort of force will act to change the course of space-time is, as Sephiroth says, contingent upon Cloud. This, I think, is the meaning of the phrase. So that sort of takes me to a little bit of a different place, where, you know, I do like that cook of that 7 seconds could be related to, where is it? Could be related to this, right? This choice that they have to make. But this quote, when I read it earlier this week, took me more toward, you know, is it the moment at the sort of very ends of everything, where the worlds are about to be remade? It could be, you know, sort of at that scene in the end of OG where Sephiroth and Cloud are sort of like facing off one-on-one, because that always had that same vibe. Even the imagery of like the flashing back and forth between Cloud and Sephiroth was stripped from that scene at the end of the original. So I thought that this was playing into maybe like either that scene or the scene where because okay, so now we're getting into more stuff. Okay. So I was rewatching the end of the original game through the Shinra Archaeology cut just to see, because I was trying to make like a teaser image for the OG playthrough. And so I was looking to see if there was like a good line of dialogue from that scene. And let me find it. Let me find it real quick. Hold on 1 second, everyone. So go to my history. Shinra. Shinra Arch. So I was watching the ends. It's not coming up. Yeah, gee. It's not really relevant, so it doesn't have to be the Shinra archaeology cut that we look at. Does this have the end of the game in it? No. Where was the one that had the full playthrough? Fuck it. FF7 OG original ending. Damn it. Sorry, guys. 7 OG full playthrough. Just looking for playthrough that has what I'm looking for. Okay. So, let's bring this up. Let me catch up with things from the chat. Hold on. Ooh, sorry. Imagine a classic FF7 OG timer, you know, like the Emerald Weapon countdown. I'm stretching, but damn, our head went to the same place. We're locked in, y'all, between Sephiroth must respect Cloud then. That sort of settles that. He recognizes Cloud is crucial to how everything plays out. Yeah. So in this scene, there's actually two relevant scenes. That's one, and then the other is actually where is return to Forgotten Capital? Here. Yeah, this is return to Forgotten Capital. Oh, but it's actually in the one before it that has the actual Bugenhagen dialogue. That's 37. I need 35. Sorry, it's a bit messy. Just trying to like actually get the right clips. All right, so he returns to Forgotten Capital, and Bugenhagen talks about some stuff. Oh wow, this is like really old school. Look at that text. Is it showing up in the right spot for you all? Pretty much. Move down a little bit. Holy will appear if the heart and mind of the one who seeks the planet. Ho ho ho. Meteor, the weapons, everything will disappear. Perhaps even ourselves. Even us. That is for the planet to decide. What is good for the planet, what is bad for the planet. All that is bad will disappear, no more, no less. So, is there anything more that's useful here? I wonder which we humans are. So it makes me think of two things. So for one, I think it reminds me of sorry, let me bring Streamlabs back up. Sorry if this is all over the place. I'm trying to sort of like, you're seeing in action. If you watch my video, you can see that I piece together a lot of different things and then like make them work together. And right now I'm trying to do that live in the moment. And so it's a little bit messy. So Bugenhagen here talks about how the holy materia has this capability of essentially sort of deciding what's good for the planet, what's bad for the planet. It can, you know, once it makes this decision, it can enact itself on the planet and have this effect. And then we find out later that we find out later here that holy had actually been prayed for already, right? And that essentially the planet heard the prayer because the holy materia is shining that pale green look that is indicative of, you know, the prayer being answered and the planet sort of recognizing the prayer. And Cloud mentions that, right? So he says it right here. It's glowing. Oh, pale green. Aerith is summoned holy. And so he comes to recognize that, like, she did it, you know, it worked out. And like the planet answered, but where was it? Her voices reached a planet. The white material's glow is proof of that. But what about holy? Why hasn't it made its move? There must be something in the way. It has to be, and they've decided it must be Sephiroth. And then you do find out here that that is what happened. That's what's happening here, right? This is the sort of response of holy, but it's being held onto by Sephiroth. Like he's sort of trapped, and stopped holy from escaping. And apparently, like, Aerith is also part of that, what's being held there. So all that's to say that it brings me back to this quote, where when time resumes, you know, whether the end will really come after 7 seconds or whether some sort of force will act to change the course of space-time is contingent upon Cloud. So I was wondering, is that force holy once it's been released? So like that could be the sort of like 7-second time frame. And so that's a lot. In some ways, it's less exciting than what was proposed here, of like this being the 7 seconds. But might be, or it might be caught up in this, right? Like, what if, you know, you could sort of like make the world, you can release holy and have the effect on the world, remake the world in the way that you want it. You can only keep one. You know, do they have a player choice thing at the very end where you can revive one person or not? I don't know. I like what Steph cooked earlier, though. I'm just like this being sort of the choice of you know, who do you choose? A really like fucked up choice that Sephiroth offers, of like, who do you choose in this 7 seconds to bring back? That could be really twisted, insane sort of comeback on that. Sephiroth could be choosing a world where everyone he loves is alive, but it's Sephiroth's world. It all comes down to Cloud Strife. Chadley says he has infinite potential too. Yeah. Let's keep watching this Ever Crisis scene because it's kind of insane. Guess that's it then. In the end, Glenn was my only real friend. So he chooses Lucia. But then it's like, oh, you stupid idiot. Here's the thing. It still just ends up being Genova in this scenario. So he doesn't really bring back Lucia. Prasha with the chat. It will also be interesting to see how they resolve the multiverse dilemma. Ostensibly, both Meteor and Holy can exist in every world. So does their summoning impact other worlds? Let me lower the volume a little bit. Oh, there's some interesting battle dialogue in here too. Like, don't let it get to you, Sephiroth. It's only an illusion that you created. Now strike down your past. So that whole concept of like striking down the past and everything. Prasha, it'll also be interesting to see how they resolve the multiverse dilemma. Ostensibly, both Meteor and Holy can exist in every world. So does their summoning impact other worlds? Well, I think it could be, I mean, yeah, because we know the tornado impacted multiple worlds at the same time. We know we saw Sephiroth Reborn crossing between worlds. Given that all reflections are conceivably part of the live stream, yeah. And they're in the Black Robe Guard, Frick, true, Fat Music. Another instance of where your choice doesn't matter. Oh, that's a good point, Sephiroth. Yeah, kind of similar to the vendors at the very end. Didn't Sephiroth had another hard choice when he needs to kill Rosen? So he talked about that. I think earlier in this episode, actually. Where was it? I think it's right here. Yeah, because Angeal kind of questions it. They were also protective of Rosen. And I thought that attachment might kill them someday. Angeal, you killed Rosen to protect Glenn and the others, and now you regret it. So this takes us back to the comment from earlier of it potentially looking like Sephiroth had a little bit of regret on his face after he killed Tifa. And then Sephiroth doesn't want to acknowledge it. Rosen is an enemy worthy of my hatred. I regret nothing. And then Angeal, seeing you now, I don't believe that. That was in the past. It doesn't concern you. It's true you can't do anything about what's happened, but that moment is affecting you even now. I can't just leave it alone. And then Jenova flares show up and sort of interrupt the moment. But again, poking at that potential regret from that Sephiroth might be experiencing. Fat Music, I'm just picturing Sephiroth at the edge of creation in the Ever Crisis cutscene staring into space. That Sephiroth is fascinating to me. Yeah, I mean, you were here, I'm pretty sure, for when we did that big conversation about it, but it's in the highlights video also on YouTube where we talked about Sephiroth's new motivations. I linked it earlier in chat, but yeah, that whole scene and how that connects to Sephiroth before Jenova really takes over in Nibelheim. There's definitely a connection between the Sephiroth and the Edge of Creation and the more human version of Sephiroth before Jenova really kind of takes over. But I find that crazy fascinating. And I think Ever Crisis is sort of like piecemealing some of those hints as to what the Sephiroth is like. So there was another interesting thing that happens here, right? So in terms of Sephiroth being affected by the choice against Rosen to kill Rosen, so he's being faced by the vision of faced by the vision of Glenn and Alicia and Matt, and they're calling him a murderer. Stop it, please. Give us back Rosen. So you're seeing all this guilt being thrown at Sephiroth. I had no choice. It was for your own good. The dog goes bow wow wow, yeah. So obviously this is all like weirdly part of Jenova. These are clearly Jenova creations and illusions and visions being shown to him. Then Jenova comes in to then defend Sephiroth. So she's playing with his head from both sides. Stop it. This boy Sephiroth, he did what was right. Mother, you came. Damn, this is heavy, yeah. But I'm the bad guy here. They're right to blame me. Like, what? Sephiroth kind of having that sort of self-awareness and talking about himself as like the bad guy, being right to be blamed, that he's a murderer. But then, so in terms of that pre-Jenova influenced Sephiroth that we might be seeing in Edge of Creation, some, signals of his potential morality and some signals of like how he might actually view things when not being influenced by Jenova as she influences him right here. It's just not possible. You could do no wrong, Sephiroth. You made the right choice. Please calm down, Mother. This place is dangerous. You should leave. But she stands by him. You don't need to worry about me. Even if the world stands against you, I'll protect my Sephiroth. Again, this is all Jenova manipulation. All these people that are showing up in front of him. Mother, if you're staying by my side, then he like tries to fight them. He's like, I'll protect you. But it's like all these people, all these visions are Jenova created, hence all the Jenova, you know, smoke. And then Jenova steps in, hugs Sephiroth. Come here, my dear Sephiroth. Come and rest. You can sleep forever if you wish. So again, that thing we talked about from a couple weeks ago of like sleeping and sort of putting your true self to rest and not waking up the real you inside. And how Sephiroth might want that. It's all just funneling in here. That's pretty much the end of this episode. I've searched you for so long. I'm so glad you're exactly as I imagined. I think he's basically talking about his mom there. And then Gio has this like sort of moment with his dad. And then he wakes up. It leaves this chapter of Ever Crisis off in a real interesting cliffhanger, where Angeal is like, face yourself and don't run away. So again, those themes of acceptance and moving on. But he says this interesting line, remember that trick you taught me about growing apples, Dad? It might come in handy here. And then he wakes up the team and is like, we're heading out. So it's like, ooh, what is Angeal cooking? So Ever Crisis itself has a lot of interesting story. I think a lot of it's very relevant to what we're going to see in part 3. We're getting more answers about Sephiroth. But like even these moments, right? Like choose between these two. Oh man. What are they doing? So fascinating. Okay. We're almost 2 hours into stream already, which is crazy. So I'm going to drop you guys into a BRB real quick because I need to run to the bathroom. And then when we get back, we will talk about the first topic in just chatting, which is unpacking the 2000 Guild to a hero, to becoming a hero, short story that's all about Cloud. It's a new one. It's a new short story that dropped right before Rebirth came out. We're going to dive into that. It's somewhat interesting. I think you'll see. I think it says a lot of things about Cloud that we're kind of aware of already, but it's interesting what they could do with it, or like why. We can discuss why we think it was important for them to write this story now. Yeah, Rollins said I read it. I thought it was lackluster. I had a similar feeling. So I don't know how long we'll spend on it, but I think it's important to cover it, and we'll chat about, maybe, like I said, maybe we can discuss why they wrote it, like why, Jima felt the need to sort of like write it and drop it before Rebirth. But with that, I'll be right back. All right. Almost completely back. Even though I can't hear myself, which is always, am I keeping coming through? Yeah, you can hear me, okay. It's weird, because like now the audio doesn't seem to be showing this right thing, but OBS is just not having a good time with me today. So let's pull up 2000 Guilds of Becoming a Hero. Like I said, or like I spoiled, I don't think it's incredibly interesting. I do think it adds, I read it a while back, and like when it came out basically. And you know, I remember feeling like it was a bit lackluster, like Rollin had mentioned. But I read it again yesterday to prep for this. And I pretty much felt similar. You know, I was hoping that maybe with some of the new, because I read it before, obviously, I really worked on my video and had that perspective on Rebirth. So I thought maybe rereading it, I would find more, some more interesting nuances and stuff. But, you know, long story short, I really didn't. You know, I think there are some interesting things. But yes, hi, Amano. Is this new Ever Crisis lore? I missed the first 2 hours. Yeah, so if you go into the VOD later, the first 2 hours are very heavily focused on the Ever Crisis stuff, because the sort of natural conversation took us there. I will give you a tease of one thing that we discussed though, which we had a really fun cook on. So in the new Ever Crisis lore, at one point, Sephiroth is sort of confronted by Jenova. He's been seeing these visions, and Jill has been sort of like telling him like these are all illusions, they're not real. And they bring back, so just recreate the magic for Amano real quick, just because it's fun. Where they bring in, so these two people from his past, the two friends of Glenn who were there with him, Matt and Lucia. Come Sephiroth, it's time to choose. You can only save one. Who will it be? And we were cooking on, so they've been mirroring a lot of Sephiroth's journey through Cloud in the remake trilogy. And it was conceivable that both Sephiroth and Jenova would be using similar tactics on Cloud, especially like in part 3. So we were saying, what if Jenova essentially brought Aerith and Zack from these other worlds and gave Cloud that similar choice of you can only save one, who will it be? And Sephiroth, as usual, came through with the crazy cook of like, what if that is the choice in the 7 seconds till the end? You know, like what if that is part of the choice that he has to make in that moment? So that would be absolutely insane. And that really hit us like a truck, and took me on a crazy 30-minute tangent about some sort of other quotes and stuff about Edge of Creation. But for right now, we are going to chat a little bit about this 2000 Guilds of Becoming a Hero. So I have parts of this highlighted, just to sort of, I was like going to write notes and do all this kind of stuff, but honestly, it wasn't really like that crazy. Like I said, I went back to the story, and it was a little bit, you know, it has good stuff in it, but it's not like, there isn't anything that I think is like earth-shattering in this short story. But basically it talks about that moment where Cloud is essentially going off to join Shinra. Obviously there's the early, as he's just being enlisted and just being sort of transferred over to Midgar for like initial training and stuff. It's him just becoming a regular trooper, or on the path to becoming a regular trooper, but obviously he has hopes to become soldier. So there are a couple things here I highlighted that just speak to both, that I really, the things I focused more on were things I think were really relevant to Cloud as a character. Even though I think it covers territory that we're pretty familiar with. So at one point, he's talking about these other people who are with him as fellow recruits. Leon and Joel are two other people that are with him, you know, on this journey to join the Shinra army. They were, if you remember, Cloud talks about how Shinra is basically going to pick him up in Nibelheim and take him to where he needs to be. And so these are all people who are with him on that. So it was Leon who noticed Cloud's sorry state, because Cloud had been experiencing some motion sickness. He was very sick. He had nausea, his stomach aches during the trip. Not 15 minutes into the trip, the stomach aches and nausea set in, right? And we know this from the original that he has motion sickness. So it was Leon who, noticing Cloud's sorry state, had claimed he must be suffering from motion sickness. But Cloud couldn't admit he was right. He couldn't show any sign of weakness to this pair of fellow enlisters. No, he was just tired. And then he said, better to come off as an overexcited kid than a motion-sick sad sack who couldn't even manage a conversation. So it's again just talking to, hey, Toolman, what's up? So it's again just like reflecting Cloud's sort of like insecurities and how he has to like always show a little bit of bravado and sort of like really put on this front. That obviously is there all throughout the original and remake when he's still thinking that he's Zack in some ways, but I do think it's fundamental to him as a character as a whole. So his memories may be affected by, being mixed up with Zack and Jenova and all of that. But all of this behavior really tracks back to who Cloud is at his core. So putting on that front, which he does while he's confused about who he is, it's just still part of who he is. And I think there's always this assumption or this belief that some of that like edgy Cloud stuff comes from like that whole Jenova head trip, but it's really just fundamental to who he is. He hates admitting weakness. He hates feeling weak. He won't even allow people to believe that he's having motion sickness, right? And I think that aspect of acceptance that he goes through is even reflected in the original, where it's not just about, sort of admitting. He does actually grow a little bit in terms of like, there's Yuffie is always experiencing motion sickness in the OG and the Highwind. And if you talk to her after the live stream sequence, Cloud opens up about all that. He's like, yeah, I felt all this stuff all the time. I always got motion sickness. And he really reassures Yuffie. So he doesn't just return to his state here, but he also grows in terms of like he's open about it. He's not ashamed of it. So it just adds even more to the Cloud that we see after the live stream sequence. Anna Bobana, he was still mentally a teenager. People forget that. Well, that happened when he was 14, 2,000 kills to become a hero. Yeah, so this is him when he was first coming into Shinra. So he was very young. I think in remake he actually tells about joining when he was like 13. So he might be like closer to like 13, 14 here. I forget. They may say it at some point, but I don't really remember. But he is young. He is young here. His definition of strength is refined over the course of his hero journey, for sure. So it goes on, right? There's a lot of stuff that happens. They're basically at the transfer station. They're sort of like clocking people who are around. There's like this guy. There's like an elderly man who's sort of like a merchant there. He has like a table. There's another guy who's sort of like, and that dude is named Milo. So there's this truck driver. His name Milo. That'll be relevant later. There's, he's looking around. There's like this older person, and this other guy who's a bit shrouded in darkness. And he's like sat up against his chocobo. He's wearing a black suit. The woman, and there's this woman who's in the area too. So the woman glanced toward Cloud and smiled. Cloud hurriedly looked away. He grabbed his backpack, which he'd been using as a makeshift pillow, and pretended to inspect its contents. He could sense the woman walking toward him. So, this just reminds me of like his body language here, right? Like he's very nervous. He's very like, very like sort of self-conscious maybe around women, which we know how he is, in terms of like his fear of even like getting to know and talking to Tifa when he's a kid. So he's like very sort of, he's he's like prototypical, like super insecure boy, in a lot of ways. So they have a conversation. The woman's name is Emma. She kind of introduces herself. She's like, "Oh, you're with all these people," and then she recognizes that he has motion sickness because from what he mentions, and so I think she sort of like probes on that, and is like, you really should take something, and she offers like this bottle of clear liquid, to sort of like help him with it, and then she lets out a small sigh. The hopelessly stubborn type, huh? You've got nothing to prove to me, and that grouchy attitude. I'm sure it's because you're feeling sick. They won't let you on the helicopter like that. And he's like, I got a boarding pass. And she's like, sure, but it's really up to the pilot, who he lets on or not. And in the end, you could be left behind, and you could always catch a ride on the next flight after, but you'll have to pony up. The pilot has to be willing to take on an unscheduled load. You got enough gil for that. So again, she's like, this is all sort of poking at like his inability to sort of admit weakness. And it sort of like speaks to this hopelessly stubborn type, which is something that even Tifa mentions after, in the correct translation, after the live stream sequence, where he's like, I'm just a normal me. And then she's like, oh, the stubborn, you mean the stubborn type of guy who doesn't let things say? And then like Barrett's like, oh, that's how you always been. So not much of a change there. So it's just like a reflection of, in some ways, like that. But also it's starting to poke at this price that you may have to pay. And so all of these things are laddering up to, what else? Sorry. I'm trying to remember exactly what happened here in between. So the next highlight, there was this interesting thing where Milo, I believe it was, the driver, where he talks about, like Cloud asks him basically what he's into. He's like, military logistics. And the guy responds, that's the job title, but I'm not actually with the military anymore. Shinra contracts me to do runs around the area. The fatigues are just to make me look more legit. Even got a weapon in the cabin. Sometimes thugs try to get a taste of the goods. Milo explains, taking off his helmet, real equipment, real truck, but the guy driving is just a phony. So I thought there was like an interesting reflection of how Cloud sort of is also afraid of being a phony in some ways. And even, even though he can have, the soldier uniform on, he deep down is still, a bit of a phony. And I think he really struggles with that. He tries to hide that. Obviously when he gets to Nibelheim, he doesn't want to show himself as just a trooper. But this is sort of an interesting tether or like reflection of this concept of like, you can have all the sort of like visual representation of it, but deep down you're just a phony. This guy's talking about himself, but it actually does reflect sort of Cloud's journey. So then at one point, Milo is like offering to help him, right? Milo's like, giving him tips and sort of like, I used to be a genuine soldier, but well, who cares about my story? You got any questions about the army or Midgar, anything like that? Just ask away. I'll tell you whatever I know. So Cloud talks about feeling puzzled here, right? So Cloud felt puzzled, unsure of Milo's intentions. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. I gotta grab the right thing. So Cloud felt puzzled, unsure of Milo's intentions. So I'm here right now. The man seemed to guess his confusion. That kind mother of yours gave me some pies and a little gratuity, told me to keep an eye on you and show you the ropes when I got the time. Cloud didn't know she'd given him money as well as pies. The news made him feel unbearably ashamed. Oh, I didn't know, he said. Nothing like a mother's love, I suppose. So ashamed of getting any help, right? Like he's he's almost like pissed that like, oh my God, his mom actually like sees him as like he needs this help, and she needs to like basically bribe this guy to sort of look after him. Like that really hurts his ego because again, he's very insecure about that. And insecure about being seen as weak or, all of that. So a lot more stuff happens. Again, we're not going to read the entire story. I just want to focus on the major highlights. So this is something that, so then they're having a conversation between, Emma, who's basically letting them know that, what did she say? So Emma is like chatting about, getting into Shinra, basically. And then Milo kind of mentions a bunch of stuff, but then the real heart of the thing I wanted to focus on was, so Joel, who's one of the other recruits that are sitting there, that are there with Cloud, responds to this conversation between Milo and Emma and says, "I'm not just going to be an ordinary trooper, though." Joel, who had been silent till then, opened his mouth to speak. "I'm going to be a soldier." So Cloud looked at Joel with surprise. He had the same ambition, to be a soldier and not just a run-of-the-mill officer. He had no intention of declaring so here, but he was nonetheless filled with defeat now that someone else had beaten him to the punch. So just even the hints that somebody else might be interested in doing the thing that he wants to do, like, sends Cloud into this feeling of like somebody else is beating him to the punch, which is kind of insane, right? That like he's so incredibly easily, I guess, almost defeated by, the things that he wants, being, having to even like compete for it. Imagine if Cloud's father was around. I wonder what he would have, if he would have had the same beliefs at that age still. Do you mean Glenn? I really hope not. I hope that even if that's what's in Nojima's head, I hope they never confirm that or sort of like mention it in any way. So again, just like how deep down, like it just says something about a person, right? That like even this other person saying that they want to be a soldier, sort of like immediately sort of like threatens Cloud, is fascinating to me. So then Emma, is it Emma who's talking about this? Or is it Milo? I think it's Milo. Yeah, it's discussing like, so you're shooting for soldier, too, huh? And then Cloud says yes. So Cloud starts to talk about like, because Milo starts mentioning sort of like things about joining soldier. Oh, your stuff, and what about becoming a soldier? What exactly is the process? So I think that's Joel, or that's I forget who asked this. Sorry, I read this yesterday, and I'm not putting all the little puzzle pieces together. But essentially, they're having a conversation about, how soldiers make it in, or how to make it a soldier. So Cloud admits, "Teach me, how do you become a soldier?" He threw himself into the question, trying to escape the feeling of humiliation. So again, even that like feeling of humiliation, right? It's like him needing to sort of like ask a question to sort of like help him better understand and better prepare for the role of soldier. He's even humiliated that he has to ask the question. "Oh, you're shooting for Cloud too, huh?" Milo said. "Mm-hmm. Well, I can give you a general idea. First, you have to take the physical exam for anyone who wants to be an officer. It discusses health, fitness, eyesight, hearing, so on. There's also the written test. That's the easy part. Then once you pass and during the service, you have to go through boot camp. That'll take 3 months minimum. After that, you'll have to rack up a year of experience out on assignment. That includes drills as well as in active combat. Finally, if you manage to survive that, you'll be able to take the soldier aptitude test." And Joel asks, "There's an aptitude test?" Of course there is. Soldiers are expected to excel in every respect: combat skills, physical fitness, mental fortitude. A disease or disability will take you out of the running stat. Milo looked at Cloud. Motion sickness could be a problem. So Milo, who's this driver who obviously has a lot of information, he used to be in, the Shinra, in the military, is sort of even probing at this thing that happened at the very start of the story of like Cloud experiencing motion sickness, which Cloud feels like this is debilitating weakness. And this guy is saying, yeah, motion sickness could be a problem, actually. Think about it. You don't want anyone who can't function at 100% the second they step onto the battlefield. I'd say that's true for all combatants, not just soldiers. Joel patted Cloud on the back as if to console him. So again, all of this just building into sort of like Cloud's psyche of like, feeling defeated by his weaknesses, feeling sort of like he can't sort of fulfill, you know, what he's hoping to become. So all of these things are building up toward the very end of the story where he makes a particular choice, because now all these things are being thrown at him. All these potential obstacles to becoming a soldier are being reinforced by, you know, other people, and it's sort of like confirming some of his like fears of like, oh, what happens if I don't make it as a soldier? Sephiroth, I mean, it's interesting why he has these beliefs in the first place. I do think it relates in a way, or you could relate that to not having a male role model and therefore looking up to someone like Sephiroth. Yeah. Praja, poor Cloud, no father figure, and he ends up dancing at the Honeybee Inn, shaken by damn head. Rollin activating combat mode, and then Toolman. Cloud wanted to be a soldier very much lines up with the child rejected by the village type backstory. Interesting. So you're saying that like because he was like not really invited to sort of like be part of the group, which he talks about in the live stream sequence, like in the original, that he really wants, he always like hoped that the other kids would invite him. We see, you know, a couple of visions in remake where Tifa stands up and like, you know, welcomes Cloud, like, hey Cloud, but it's obviously a messed up sort of like memory. Or that other moment where when he's with Aerith and they had saved the kids in the slums from that monster or whatever, and they're coming back and he's like picturing himself following Tifa. He always wanted to be part of that group, and so feeling like an outsider, he felt like he wasn't almost respected or seen in that community. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna go become a soldier, right? He says that he thinks they're dumb, right? But he wants to be accepted. That's the real thing. He basically, him thinking that they're dumb and that he's maybe just more mature than them is just coping. He's coping there, because in truth, what he really wants is to be sort of accepted by the others, invited to be part of the group, and sort of that's what gets into his head. So there's something I heard once. So here's where I start talking about soldier stuff. That's I think really interesting. All this is very familiar to you all, but there's something I heard once. Emma's voice trailed off. Is it true that to become a soldier, you have to undergo some special surgery? Milo stared at Emma. After a few moments, he nodded. So I've been told. Cloud felt his heart begin to thump loudly. Surgery? No one had ever said anything about that. What kind of surgery? He couldn't refrain from asking. I know a lot of things about soldiers, but when it comes to the human enhancement stuff, even I'm in the dark. There are all sorts of rumors, though. Some say they're injected with medicine made by research and development or implanted with the cells of some mysterious monster. So it's interesting that some of this is out there. Hey, Paz! Pazla TV is also a streamer. I don't have I got to set up Nightbot, so I can't even do a shout out. But Pazla is a streamer. I've watched his remake playthrough, some of his rebirth playthrough. He likes sort of like theory craft as he's playing. He had some very insane theories a couple times during his playthrough. But I love that. Like he had like a whiteboard that was basically outlining, you know, what if this connects to this, connects to this. He literally did the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia sort of meme in real life. But it was, he's had some fun stuff. One of my favorite moments of his was during remake, where he pointed out, we actually pull up the scene because it's kind of funny. I like this cook actually. I don't know if it'll ever really like be something that's ever discussed or like pointed at very directly. But it's after Platefall, when Sephiroth taunts Cloud. Let me pull this up.
I said, where you going?
Aerith's house.
So they talk about ancients.
Meant to be the original steward of the planet.
Pazla, you're spoiling your own point.
That must be why the Turk.
So Cloud has this flash, right? And he sees Sephiroth. and he's talking in the past. And if you notice, like his hair is like very prototypical, like classic Sephiroth, extremely pointy. This is like, this is like Sephiroth as we know him. But then in the scene where he then sees Sephiroth in front of him, I like this cook. It's a fun cook. Look at his hair. Look at Sephiroth's hair. It's like so flat that iconic arch is like nowhere almost. Maybe it's because his head is a little bit pointed down, so maybe it's a little less prominent. But I think there's something to it. Look at his freaking hair. Look at his hair, chat. It's like flat. It doesn't have that typical look. Like it kind of does a little bit. Like it has a little poof to it. It has a little poof to it. But I thought that was a fun cook of like, it's more of a Sephiroth who's like been through some shit. But anyway, I thought that was fun. So let me go back up to Paz's first chat. It was awesome to see how they write Cloud in the sense that his mental growth was stunted, even though he's in his 20s and still acts like an edgy teenager, having very strong emotions, even negative ones. It's a really unique way to have a main character act. I love it. Yeah, I love that Cloud is such a... I heard someone mention this before. I think it was Lully Joe. I think she mentioned it on a stream or something one time. But it was essentially this thought of like, having, even in like Advent Children, right? Like having a main character whose primary journey is one of like dealing with mental illness, and like extreme insecurity and all that stuff, is like having like a mentally unwell main character that, finds his way through that, mostly with the help of others and friends, and, is like sort of a really interesting, everyone sort of, it's heavily talked about, right? Like about how easy it is to root for Zack. Zack acts heroically, but Cloud is somebody who like really struggles with his mental health. And I think there are people that can relate to that in a way that you don't see in a lot of hero characters. So to have a hero character who's really defined by their ability to sort of like break through that, so there's sort of like mental struggles, is like a really, I think, empowering and really interesting and different sort of hero journey. Rylan, well, he was on pod for 45 years, so mentally he is not 21, he is more 16 years old. They're all dumb also comes off him being dismissive of the others due to wanting Tifa's attention in particular. I agree, Prasha. Tifa being the people pleaser she is, like, why doesn't this boy Cloud like me or talk to me? Yeah, that's a funny point, Steph, of like their own individual like mentalities are really conflicting in some way, right? Like Cloud really wants to be invited into the group and he doesn't understand why he's not being invited into the group, and then Tifa is like wanting this boy to sort of like join and be part of it, and then she's wondering why he doesn't seem to want to be part of the group. It's just a classic sort of miscommunication between people, or like we always put thoughts on others, or we assume things about others and their behavior that isn't exactly true as to like what they feel inside. Tifa assumes that Cloud doesn't want to be part of the group, and Cloud assumes that they don't want him to be part of the group. It's very interesting. Tifa's trying to please everyone, so trying to please the three boys she ignores Cloud. Maybe that's part of it. Lost my TM9. I felt it's the angle. Rollin felt it was the angle. Yeah. Well, he was underwater in the Midgar encounter. Maybe he only used half a bottle of shampoo during his last shower instead of a full bottle. Yeah, I think that's the right answer. Maybe he's reborn with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Oh man, I wish I read all these while that was happening, while I was talking about the hair thing. I was about to do a Tresemme joke. Catching up. Yeah, and then internal struggle adds a big storytelling dimension. Wick then talked about there's Rebirth dialogue during Tifa's Nibelheim side quest, which I find a bit contradictory. Tifa mentioned that she invited him to hang out to hangouts with Emilio, but he never came. But that he seems fine on his own. Then Cloud admits he didn't like being alone. Feels a bit undercooked. Did he not want to join because he was shy? Also seems Tifa didn't totally ignore him. I'll have to revisit that side quest, but I don't really remember. I don't really remember it in great detail. The overlap between Sephiroth and Cloud really are becoming more clear. Good work, everyone. I think that's a bit of awkwardness. Could be projecting, but I was a lonely kid who didn't really like being alone. But I was too awkward and moody to tell anyone. Yeah, it's like a very complex, but almost like realistic element to people's how people approach life. Also, seeing there's we're hitting a maybe a close to a new high on viewers right now. We have 39. Anybody who's here just watching, and you can feel free to lurk. But if you're just hanging out in the background and you're enjoying, if you want to follow, click the follow button for the channel. That'll be great. So you can also see whenever we're streaming. Right now it's every Sunday. As I've dubbed it, Sundays with subtext, just so it's easier to stick in people's memories. But also hoping to do some weekday streams in the near future where we play through the original game, the Shinra Archaeology cut of the original game, which is an updated translation of the OG. It's more accurate and has a lot of cut content also that wasn't originally included in the original release of FF7. So we're going to dig into that, and I think there's a lot of interesting hints about that there. So getting back into this story. So what were we talking about? Oh, so we're talking about the Genova research. So hey, said Emma, watching Milo's retreating figure. You ever heard of the Turks? Cloud, of course not. The Turks, they scout for soldiers. Scout, they find people with potential to turn into soldiers, and if they really want someone, they'll kidnap them and force them to join. So this actually just reminded me of when Cloud and Aerith were crossing the rooftops, and it's obvious that the Turks are chasing, hey, new follower Pazla, what's up? So Cloud mentions like, oh, the Turks usually recruit soldiers. I think this is basically the origins of that understanding, which is just kind of funny and just like an interesting little tie-in to potentially a moment that we saw in Remake. So they talk about how there's this guy, right, who's been the one who's been sitting alone in this sort of like let's just call it a gas station. I forget exactly where they are, but they're basically on their way on their roads, sort of being picked up by Shinra to go join the military. And this person, Emma, who's in the area, hey, Chris Coleman, welcome in, mentions like, I heard it from that guy over there. So it's talking about, becoming soldiers and the sort of Genova surgery and how Turks, scout for soldiers. And so this person, Emma, says, Emma's voice dropped to a whisper. I heard it from that guy over there. Moving only her eyes, Emma shifted her gaze to the man in the black suit. He was still leaning with his back to a chocobo, seemingly uninterested in anything going on around him. That guy in black, he's actually a Turk. So this guy who's in this waiting area with all of them, hey, hello, welcome, Hesate Noctis, or Hecate Noctis. I don't know if I'm saying it right. But basically this guy told this girl, Emma, that he's a Turk. And so he's giving all this intel on like how the whole soldier program works. So, hey, welcome in. So then Joel, this other kid who's another recruit alongside Cloud, is saying, hold up. Joel called running after the man. Emma and Leon followed. Cloud picked up his pace and hastened toward the man, not to be beaten by Joel. So there's this moment where, they start to approach this guy who's apparently a Turk. And Joel starts sort of like chasing after, trying to get there, and then Cloud picks up his pace. He doesn't want to be beaten by Joel. So again, this like crazy competitiveness of like Cloud doesn't want to be beaten out. So even just the ambition to be a soldier, as he mentioned earlier. And then here we are where he's not even gonna let Joel get to the guy faster than him. Let me quickly see what's happening in chat. Cloud is such a relatable character. What a bunch of stupid kids. Bibble bumble, yeah. Then Wick saying to Rollin, OG does have a dialogue that matches the side quest story, where someone from the gang says you think Cloud wants to join, while Cloud just lurked in the background. So I think it's a lot of it's down to Cloud's shyness, yeah. So then here, so the man looked up at his new visitors, sweeping aside the bangs, peeking from beneath his hat. He had strange eyes. So this is the guy who is apparently a Turk. Their color was neither blue nor green, but something in between. And there seemed to be a pattern about his pupils. And he says that I have no interest in a lot of you. So this is the guy who's supposedly a Turk. Supposedly Turks do recruiting for soldiers. And he says, I'm not interested in you guys. But it mentions that his eyes have sort of a strange color. And it reminds me a lot of a description of sort of Mako eyes, right? So that'll come into play later in the story. So basically he's saying like, soldier candidates have to be amazing. You guys, you can't even like, because he basically dismisses them as kids. And then they say, Joel says, but Sephiroth's been a hero ever since he was a kid. It's so weird to say Joel because like Joel, for me now, I associate it so much with The Last of Us. And then also it's like such an adult sounding name for someone who's like 15. I know everyone who is an adult, like a Joel, was once a kid named Joel, but my brain, when I say the name Joel, I'm not picturing a kid, but it's another kid, just like Cloud. And he's the pinnacle soldier. Don't lump yourself together with him. The man rose as he said this. He had a large frame. But I do respect your spirit, your hopes and dreams. So again, that hopes and dreams verbiage just fucking everywhere in the remake trilogy. More than anything else, those will see you through to victory in life. So again, just this reinforcement of like hopes and dreams and how important they can be, how they can propel you forward. So he's like, that's cool, but if you're truly serious, I suppose we can make some arrangements. So there's this like, what do you mean by? And there's like this, basically they sort of ignore him. The man nodded. So he kind of like starts measuring up Cloud. So he says, the man nodded and grasped Cloud's chin with a large hand, moving it up and down and left and right. Not bad, well suited to a hero. So this is probably the first time Cloud has ever gotten sort of like positive reinforcement, especially about his sort of like dreams. It's not the most, singing endorsement, but it's like well suited to a hero. So I just had made this note in my head of like, I wonder if this is a moment that Cloud almost like clings to in a way, in terms of like the delusion that he has about himself being a soldier. It's like, does this actually sort of like help reinforce his dream of wanting to be a soldier? So this is like a very small note. So then we talk a little bit more about the soldier, like how to get into soldier, what happens. And then he talks about this preoperative exam. And then the guy replies back, we inject you with a chemical compound to ascertain whether you can withstand the soldier surgery. Advance of the foreign substance will be introduced into your body. Rejection would spell death. So again, we basically know this already, but just a sort of like reinforcement of like why the surgery has, like why the Mako treatment and the Genova treatment has more impact on Cloud than say a Zack, is this like mental fortitude. And if you can really withstand this whole process, because it could really break your brain, which they talk about after the live stream sequence when Cloud explains what happens. That like if you're weak-willed, if you're not that strong of a person who's really certain in themselves, like a Zack is, then all this treatment, the soldier process, can really have an effect on you that can really mess you up as it does Cloud. Who the hell is this mystery Turk? As we will find out soon. People need to change name after puberty. What color eyes did Verdot have? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought about it, Verdot. Can't hear Leon without picturing Leon Kennedy. Sounds like a certain G-type soldier. But I don't think he was a Turk, so I'm gonna shut up now. Well, keep that in mind. I'm not sure who the G-type soldier is that you're thinking of. Who are you thinking of that music? But keep that in mind. I think there's something to that potentially. Angeal? No, I don't think it's Angeal. I don't think it's Angeal because of what happens in this story with this character, but it's definitely not, actually. It's definitely not. But anyway, so they're talking more about the soldier process, and then it says, Emma began probing, just out of curiosity, what was that you said earlier about making arrangements? So basically, this guy is telling everyone in this group, like, you're kind of screwed, you're not gonna be able to become a soldier, it's too much, blah, 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 blah. And says, so Emma asks about this. And he says, I would have introduced you to Director Lazard, Crisis Core fans. He's the head of the soldier program. With that connection, you'd be able to skip ahead to the preoperative exam. There's no need to spend months puttering around as an officer. Of course, if you failed the test, that would be the end of it. But better than the countless days spent cherishing a false hope. Even that idea of cherishing a false hope, right, is like very relevant in some ways to what Cloud does for a lot of Final Fantasy VII. And then it gets to, okay, however, there is a fee, 2,000 gil per person. So that's the reason why this is relevant and why I'm talking about that today, is because we are going to play chapter 3. And in chapter 3, in the very beginning, as they're walking in to the mines, there's a conversation that happens.
He's here, isn't he? I don't know.
Well, monsters sure are.
Oh, I got out of control.
Monsters we can handle. We've dealt with worse.
That's easy for you to say. You fought the worst for a living.
Not us, though.
Yeah, good point. You mind taking the lead, Merc?
For 2,000.
So Cloud brings up this 2,000 gil price point, which then becomes another joke, in terms of like Aerith then says, enough for a standard.
Standard course.
So that was, relating back to Madam M and the massage. But again, this 42,000 becomes this like sort of price point that Cloud mentions. It becomes a recurring joke all through Rebirth. It actually does come up in Ever Crisis, and it's one thing that people have tied back to Glenn, because at one point in Ever Crisis, and if I knew exactly where to find it, I would bring it up, but I don't remember exactly where it is. But at some point, Glenn mentions basically making 2,000 gil. That's sort of like a goal that he had, or that's, I think, like the prize for sort of finding the sort of like Mako, rich area that they're looking for Shinra. Something has the reward price of 2,000 gil, and Glenn talks about that. And then later in this, if we just want to jump to that, there was this conversation where Cloud remembers this conversation that he had with his mother, where he says, because he's thinking about this money, and he's remembering seated in the grass, Cloud rummaged. Oh shoot, I got to bring that back up. Seated in the grass, Cloud rummaged through the contents of his backpack. It contained a parcel of crushed pies, 2 days change of clothes, and his wallet. The last, a leather pouch too crude to be considered a real wallet, was said to have been used by his late father. Inside of it was 2,000 gil. And so it was something his mom gave to him before he left Nibelheim. And when discussing it, she talked about, your father used to say something, his mother said, her voice growing softer. He'd say, with 2,000 gil, I can go anywhere I want and get rid of anything that's bothering me. That's why whenever we saved up nearly 2,000 gil, I'd secretly go out and spend it. So 2,000 gil really becomes this like defining kind of amount of money or currency for Cloud, and it does track back to his father. Again, Glenn does have a moment where he talks about 2,000 gil. That's another reason people connect Glenn to Cloud. I hope that even if that's true, even if Glenn is Cloud's dad, again, I just don't find much value in making that link in the story. So I hope they don't really make that connection like explicit. Like if in the deep lore, in Nojima's head, Glenn is Cloud's dad, fine. But I personally hope they don't do that. So it just doesn't really add anything to the story in my opinion so far. But I can't see how what Cloud's journey is about him finding himself and breaking through the sort of mental block, accepting who he really is, accepting his faults and his weaknesses, and seeing how that's actually where the true strength comes from. And I don't know how the Glenn connection would change that or add to that. Cloud also mentions during a side quest as Prasha in chapter 4 that his mother gave him 2,000 gil to get his feet under him. Oh yeah. So it was so that there's basically this moment from this story where it talks about the 2,000 gil that his mom gave to him. This is the moment that Cloud is referencing in that side quest. As an extra little nod to the 2K price, I'm inclined to mention that the Magic the Gathering FF7 the Commander deck version of Cloud creates 2 treasure tokens, which are basically one-time currency for playing cards in the game. And I love these. They chose that specifically, and I'm positive it's a callback to the price. That makes sense, yeah. Fat Music, I won't lie, I will always be intrigued as hell to know who Cloud's pop is. I know that most people don't think it matters from a narrative standpoint, but still, sure. SubTXT is going to be reeling when we get Glenn and Cloud versus Hojo and Sephiroth in part 3. Hey, so I always say like execution sometimes matters more than idea. So if they could pull it off, sure. But I think I might crash out a little bit. I really hope Glenn isn't Cloud's dad. We're better off not knowing. Everything they do is super intentional. This is a great example. Yeah, so this is actually a point to where we're talking about, I think Prasha brought that up way earlier in the chat, of just like this belief, or it might have been Fat Music, that just really this belief around like everything being very intentional in the story. For sure. They will fight on the spiral staircase. Oh my God, Steph. You're just like, you guys are just formulating the perfect way to hurt me. That's what these streams have become. The dad fight is 3 games in the making. Why do you think Sephiroth loves Cloud so much? So back to the story. So there's this moment where like Cloud is basically weighing like if he should do this or not, if he should pay this 2,000. Leon's like sort of second guessing it. He's calling like 2,000 my ass. He's like, this is all bullshit, da 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 da. And then Cloud is like, and then Cloud loses his backpack. He like misplaces it for a minute, and he's like trying to find his backpack, as his backpack has his wallet, which has 2,000 gil, which he could potentially use to pay this guy to sort of like fast track his way into Soldier. But as he was talking to the guy, he was away from his belongings for a second, including his backpack. So when he returns back to that spot, he's like, where's the backpack? Did someone have taken it? If so, they must have snatched it while he was talking with a man in the black suit. Who is more suspicious, smile of the truck driver or the elderly shopkeep? You shouldn't be so quick to doubt people. His mother's voice sounded in his head. Cloud inhaled deeply, then exhaled. And basically, long story short, he finds the backpack. He was just in his head. He was doubting someone he shouldn't have doubted. I just thought it was interesting that they made, to the point that we keep talking about everything being so intentional, like this concept of like, you shouldn't be so quick to doubt people. I'm trying to think of like Have there been moments where Cloud has doubted people, either in the OG or even in the remake trilogy? Maybe Tifa, because of, you know, Sephiroth's manipulation about, like, who is she? Because I killed her. It's the only thing that really comes to mind. I just find it an interesting thing that they threw in as one of the mother's sort of, like, thoughts that goes through Cloud's head. He doubts himself a lot. He does doubt himself a lot for sure. I mean, this is really, like, points at other people. It may not be a major thing. He only tried to swing his sword at Tifa, nothing major. Yeah. I mean, that is major, but I don't know. It's just kind of interesting to me as a thought. It's not something I really associate with Cloud as a character, of like him doubting people, being quick to doubt people. So it's an interesting addition. And I wonder if it means anything later on. Maybe it just was related to that Tifa moment. But it's interesting. So again, he talks about the 2000 gil. So then while Cloud is like considering all of this, he's considering, does he want to take up the offer to get that help to fast track him to get into Soldier? He sees Joel talking to the Turk, and what's this? Wait, or am I remembering the right thing? Cloud sat with his backpack clutched to his chest, nibbling at a crushed pie. I'm not going to spend this money, I'll just hold on to it. Cloud recalled the vow he'd made to himself when he left the village, but a few hours later, that oath had already begun to waver. Now that he's imagining, with one quick handshake, these 2000 gil can make his dream a reality. The path to becoming a soldier, as revealed to him in his meadow, was much more winding than he ever imagined. So he's like, this could be harder than I thought. This could fast track it. This one quick handshake. And the reason why I highlighted that is that the one quick handshake and how it could sort of give him what he wants reminds me of this moment that we've talked about a whole lot, which somebody in chat will probably beat me to it before I pull it up, because that's the way these streams go. But the reason that quick handshake to make a deal sort of is in my head is because of this moment.
Cloud, lend me your strength. Let us defy.
Sephiroth extends his hands,
together,
offering basically a handshake. In this moment,
Never.
Cloud says no. So Cloud denies the handshake here, but it's just slightly interesting to me of this concept of like, oh damn, Cloud hesitates though. Yeah, good catch, Fat Music. But just like with one quick handshake, make his dreams a reality, right? So I wonder if there's any kind of connection there between this thought and that offer in the Edge of Creation. And if we revisit that offer, does Cloud make another choice? Appreciate any content Cloud gets with his mom. I hope we get more for in part 3 than we did. We definitely will, I think. They've made such a big deal. We talked about this, I think, in the first stream. But they've made such a big deal out of like all the moments, like basically those last moments with his mom. We've heard Sephiroth say what she said in the alleyway in chapter 2 of Remake. We saw Cloud remembering those same words as he's sort of like crawling to the burning house. There was definitely a moment where his mom speaks to him and basically says, you gotta get away, you gotta live. And I think we will see that moment in part 3. There's also the possibility that perhaps the reason Cloud takes so much on himself is as much about not trusting others as it is about proving himself. Anytime anything difficult comes up, he always takes a point on it. Hero complex. Yeah, that's another sort of like interesting, that hero complex and how it builds into his conception of what strength is. Right? It's like, I have to take it on, versus like really trusting in others, as Kate Sith mentions in this whole, oh, actually, you're making a real big connection there, I think. In the Kate Sith predictions, where is it? Where is the Kate shit? Here it is. The fortunes, rather. in this.
Surprise you? Into the wind. Put your trust in others, and a last-minute twist may pleasantly...
Shit.
Looking up.
Oh, this chat always cooks. So I'm just going to revisit this for when I do the highlights to bring it back up. So we were just talking about, like, why did they add this bit about you shouldn't be so quick to doubt people? And we talked about how there's been maybe some instances of Cloud, like, doing that where he's, like, doubting people, like maybe Tifa, because of what Sephiroth has been saying to him about her in Rebirth. And then there's this, oh, shoot, I need to bring that back up. So we were talking about this dialogue, you shouldn't be so quick to doubt people, which they've seemingly added here. And then Prasha in the chat, shout out to Prasha, mentions it's also, where was it? There's also the possibility that perhaps the reason Cloud takes so much on himself is as much about not trusting others as it is about proving himself. Anytime anything difficult comes up, he always takes point on it. Hero complex. And it reminded me of the scene in Rebirth of this Kate Sith prediction. That seems like the biggest sort of fortune that maybe hasn't even happened yet.
Things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind. Put your trust in others, and a last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you.
Put your trust in others, and a last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you. Now, I've heard people bring up in response to my video, a lot of people brought up like, oh, there's maybe a couple other possibilities for what that putting your trust in others could be, right? Like that putting trust in others could be Kate Sith in the Temple of the Ancients running up and saving everyone and them having to put their trust in Kate Sith to sort of like hold the temple up. And then the other thing people have brought up is, could it be the Zack when he teams up with Zack in the end? I think there is a moment of like putting trust in someone in the Kate Sith situation. I don't think there's a moment of really having to put his trust in Zack in that moment. It just sort of, he doesn't really have to make a choice. Zack just shows up and then suddenly they're fighting together. He doesn't really have to put his, trust in anyone in that moment. And the line of dialogue before it, things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind. There really hasn't been a moment, right? Like Temple of the Ancients doesn't fit into things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind. You can maybe say things are looking up by the fact that now he has Zack by his side to fight Sephiroth, but overall things have not been looking up in that moment where that happens. So I think this is really interesting. Things are looking up, so throw caution to the wind.
Caution to the wind. Put
your trust in others, and a last-minute twist may pleasantly surprise you. And again, interesting connection to this thought in this 2,000 Guilds of Becoming a Hero. You shouldn't be so quick to doubt people. Very interesting potential connection. So I think his predictions were told in reverse order or something. Yeah, I mentioned that in my video. I think that especially when you think of that fortune of putting trust in others, yeah, we talked about that. Sephiroth is also hammering into Cloud's psyche to trust in him. Also, not to trust Tifa. That's a good point. That's a good point, Fat Music. That he does talk about like he's constantly trying to get Cloud to trust him. Rebirth's ending, the Tiny Bronco taking off, maybe stretching. Or is it the devs talking to the players directly, partially kidding? I don't know. I like that thought though of connecting being quick to doubt people with the Kate Sith fortune of having to put trust in people. Ooh, that's a good cook. That's a good cook. Okay, so we talked about the handshake. And then later he was like basically thinking of like all these tests, all this gamut of like criteria that he has to pass, these filters that he needs to get through. If he failed to pass even one of them, he loses the chance to become a soldier. So what happens if I don't pass? He's thinking to himself. Maybe giving up on his dream and serving as a trooper wouldn't be so bad. Maybe the uneventful life Milo, the truck driver, had described was pleasant enough once you got used to it. But Cloud was too young to imagine life in the long term. I've got no idea. I don't want to end up like Milo, though. Definitely not. I guess I do want to be a soldier. So again, it's just like him really rejecting normalcy, and you know, he would almost like, I guess I do want to be a soldier because at least it's better than like mediocrity, right? Better than the average, which I think a lot of us can sort of like relate to in sort of like the things that we hope for ourselves. And then so later on, there's this moment where Cloud is still deciding if he wants to do this, if he wants to take up this guy's offer, if he wants to take up the Turk's offer. And so then he sees, as like Cloud is like, wondering if he should do it or not, something stirred in the corner of Cloud's vision. It was Joel. He was jogging over to the man in the black suit. Cloud scrambled to his feet and squinted at the scene. He watched Joel crouch down beside the man and showed him a handful of bare coins. The man removed his hat and held it out to Joel upside down before saying something. A smile spread across Joel's face. He dumped the money in the hat, and the man spoke again. Joel nodded eagerly. Finally, they shook hands. Joel shot Cloud a thumbs up as he made his way back to the truck. So he's seeing Joel seemingly take up the offer from the Turk. And so Cloud is already in his head about this guy who, this other recruit who like also had the same dream of becoming a soldier. So much so that even just like mentioning, like even just Joel mentioning that he also wanted to be a soldier, like he felt like he was like getting beaten to the punch. So, seeing Joel then take up this guy's offer to sort of like shortcut the process really pushes Cloud to sort of like over the edge and to go take the offer. So where was I? Cloud, Emma's voice rang out. You don't want to have regrets later. Think this through. But before Emma could finish, Cloud had begun walking toward the man in black. He didn't want it to seem like he was hurrying to get even with Joel, or that he was doing something because Emma gave him a nudge. This was his decision to become a soldier. He'd do whatever it took. If there was a path, he'd walk it. If there was a door, he'd open it. After all, hadn't he declared as much to Tifa? This was his choice and his alone. He would become exceptional, a soldier, a hero, someone special to Tifa. So, especially that bit about like someone special to Tifa really reinforces what we know from the live stream sequence from the OG, where like that was a primary motivation for him. So again, it's reinforced here. Shippers, I'm sure, have had a lot of fun with this dialogue or this writing, but again, it just reinforces that real motivation that Cloud has in terms of like why he wants to be a soldier, and Tifa is definitely a big part of that. So then they continue to sort of like, so then he goes up to the guy, 2000 gil. The man took the 2000 gil with a snatching motion and brought his mouth to Cloud's ear. After enlisting, wait a month. Director Lazard will call you personally. He'll ask you if you're truly ready to become a soldier. What happens next is up to you. And remember, not a word about this to anyone. So he makes a deal, basically. Let me catch up with chat as we then talk about the aftermath of taking the deal. There's so much like depth to these callbacks. It's actually nuts. I might need to reread it and put myself in Cloud's shoes. Yeah, Roland. I mean, it's still not like the most mind blowing. I've really shortcutted to the biggest highlights. It's not the most interesting story. I think I'm adding a lot of context that may, give you some more of that, some of those more interesting tidbits. I felt that the put your trust in others and the twist is about Kate Sith helping the group escape the temple, but things are looking up doesn't really add up. Yeah, again, I just don't really think the Kate Sith situation really ladders up to it, and it just feels like that's all that prediction is. It may have been that in the original, because I think the fortunes were pretty similar in the original game, but that said, I think it's something bigger. Sephiroth wanted normalcy, yet Cloud didn't want that. That's the beauty of having the Ojima writing it all. Yeah, in terms of that aspect of like there's so much depth to these callbacks. Yeah, to having one writer sort of really connecting all those dots, or at least knowing how everything connects. In fact, Ojima has had quotes that are like, he has so much pride of like he's the only one who really knows how everything really connects. Like he's talked about that publicly. And you could see the hints of all those little connections that are super interesting. So anyway, so he makes a deal with the Turk. Nearly a month had passed since Cloud had arrived in Midgar, but he'd heard nothing from Director Lazard, whose call he anticipated more eagerly than his paycheck. Joel was training in Junon. There'd been no news of him becoming a soldier either. And so then he gets a knock at the door. It's open to reveal a woman in a black suit, a Turk, here to deliver this long-awaited invitation from Director Lazard. Cloud Strife, she said. Yes, ma'am, he replied, unable to contain the excitement in his voice. I'd like your cooperation investigating an incident. Okay. Apparently he wasn't being summoned. But what was this about an incident? Cloud felt perplexed. Do you know a name by the man of Ross Leafdale? So she brings up transfer station, concession stand. Oh, hey, Kaio Comic 54. I may have said that wrong. It's hard to contain my excitement for part 3. I really hope that in 2027 we'll finally be playing the game. I do think 2027 is the year. We talked about this, I think, last stream. A lot of people think it might be really early in that year to sort of come really close to the Japanese anniversary of FF7, which was what was I going to say? The Japanese anniversary of FF7 is like January 30th, 1997. I think that's really aggressive, just because it would really mean February 29th, 2024, Rebirth comes out. January, February 2027 is like 3 years to the date for part 3. It took 4 years to get Rebirth out the door. I know they worked in the DLC also, but I think that wasn't the entire team. I think that was a smaller team probably working on that. So, you know, they can say it took about 3 years to make Rebirth, but I think it was probably closer to 4. I know they've been working on part 3. Supposedly Nomura said he's been working on it since like 2022. So at least in like pre-production and early concepting and stuff. But they didn't lock down the scenario until December of last year. So December 2024 was like when they locked the final scenario. And scenario was like everything, right? Like not just the story, but also like how everything connects, the things that you do in the cities and towns and all that stuff. So I think that's very aggressive to try to aim for early 2027. My hope is 2027, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's later in 2027. Who the heck is Ross Leafdale, bro? He's the guy. It's not Angeal. I know there was a thought that maybe the guy at the station was Angeal, but it's not. Excited to see how all the different clouds sound in part 3. Young, teen, false, true. Rebirth had COVID setbacks. Yeah. I mean, still though, like 3 years is aggressive. Like it's a God of War Ragnarok. I think like 4 years, maybe even 5 years. It took Horizon Forbidden West, I think like 5 years. It took Spider-Man 2, 4 years. Like in a lot of modern AAA development, it takes like 4 to 5 years for a lot of games. And it's a big game, as Anna Bobana says, right? Like, I know people want games to come out faster. There's like that dream of like how quickly games came out in like the PS1, PS2 era. We're just not there anymore as an industry. It's like pump out these games unless you're like heavily reusing assets, like the Yakuza series. They've talked about that openly, like using a lot of similar locations, character models, a lot of different stuff. Like they reuse tons of assets so they can pump out those Yakuza games pretty quick. There is a lot of asset reuse in part 3 because a lot of the world is already built. But even still, like 3 years pretty fast. Like getting from 2024 to 2027 at any point in 2027, I think is an accomplishment in and of itself. As Sephiroth says, like quality first, you know, but I'll wait. I definitely want them to sort of like, I want it soon. Don't get me wrong. I want it as soon as humanly possible. But I also want to make sure they land the plane, they stick the landing, they do it as well as they possibly could in that time frame. So if they want to drop it December 2027, I'll be happy with that. You know, I just want it to be as good as it could possibly be. So yeah, so I talk about this person, Ross Leafdale, and he's at the transfer station, and then Cloud is like, I don't remember, but now I sort of remember that situation and etc. Um, so they ask about the conversation. And so this woman, this Turk who came to sort of like tell him about this investigation, also mentions like that Cloud was brought up in testimony against Mr. Leafdale. So the Turk took a photo from a binder. She was holding it and held it out to Cloud. It showed a slightly soiled woman's face. Something about it made him feel uneasy. Perhaps it was the fact that the eyes of women are closed. You know this dead woman, do you not? Tell me her name. Dead? No, being a rookie was no excuse for being upset by a corpse. Officers should be made of sterner stuff. He looked at it again. At last, he noticed the freckles on the woman's face. I recognize her, Emma. Don't remember her last name. He couldn't take his eyes off the picture. The woman from the concession stand. The Turk gave a satisfied nod. According to Mr. Leafdale, this woman showed up 3 days before you passed through the transfer station and offered to help him with his work. Though she struck him as shady, Mr. Leafdale accepted her offer on account of his old age. Oh, sorry, Mr. Leafdale was the old guy at the station. And the increasing difficulties of his duty. Now, how about this one? The woman held out a second photograph. This showed a man's face. His eyes were closed as well, another corpse. Oh, this time he knew immediately. The pure white hair strewn about the man's forehead was instantly recognizable. He was also at the transfer station. I guess I never asked his name, but he said he was a member of the Turks. You didn't ask his name. The woman stared at Cloud's face. No, ma'am. And yet you gave him your money. Yes, ma'am. I'll make you a soldier. Is that what he told you? Those weren't his exact words, but yeah, basically. The woman nodded vigorously. How did they die, though? I mean, what was the incident? So this is Cloud asking. To answer your first question, they died because I killed them. Cloud looked at the woman in stunned amazement. Look at this, the woman said, and held out yet another photo. Cloud braced himself for another dead body. This time it was different. A picture of a man and a woman in what appeared to be Midgard slums. They were seated in a diner eating at a table across from one another. The smiling woman was Emma. The man had white hair and wore a black suit. They were father and daughter. The man's name was Pepper Rhodes. Mint Rhodes was the daughter. Emma was her pseudonym. They were a pair of con artists who went around posing as Turks. They'd find gullible marks with money and swindle them with promises of becoming a soldier or meeting the president. Am I one of those marks? He guessed it at the moment he saw the photo of Emma or of Mint lying dead. That call from Director Lazard would never come. He'd never get his 2,000 gil back. So basically he fell for this, con where this woman, Emma, who happened to be around the transfer station where they were all at, seemed like a regular person who was working for this old man who was like running a shop at the transfer station, was working with this guy who was her father to help basically swindle people into sort of who were like hoping to become soldiers out of 2,000 gil. That's why it's called 2,000 gil, to become a hero. And Cloud took that offer, and obviously it was all a charade. I did mention earlier that there was this description of the guy, and it mentioned that his eyes were sort of like blue/greenish or something in between. And I mentioned how that reminded me of soldier eyes. And one thought that I had was, it's not mentioned in this story, but a cool headcanon thing that might be true is I wondered if this, Pepper Rhodes guy, if he was a former soldier. And I wonder if like his almost way at getting back at Shinra and getting back at the whole system was sort of like promising he knew all about how to get into soldier, all the process of it. He had soldier eyes. I wonder if like his way of sort of like getting his own brand of justice against Shinra was sort of offering this deal to potential, aspiring soldiers. So at least he can make a little money back off of, getting screwed by the company. Because you're basically, you're kind of have a doomed existence after that. Your body starts to break down. So I don't know. That's just like a little headcanon reason that could have been driving this Pepper guy to sort of pull this off. And just speaks to sort of the whole system that Shinra has created, how it destroys people and how that destructive behavior on them sort of can perpetuate out and have and leads to situations where these like young 16-year-old kids are getting conned at a station to give up their money to become this thing that ruined you as a person. So I don't know if that's all that's actually wrapped up into the story. But that was a potential read of it that I think could be really interesting. Let me catch up a chat. Female Turk on the screen has me very intrigued. Yeah, the female Turk that shows up to Cloud here is something I was interested in. I don't think she ever says her name. But very curious. The only female Turk, I mean, obviously I think there were the female Turks in Before Crisis. But I don't think we really meet them or know them that well. There's like Player Turk and all that, who's basically you as a player. I wonder if who you are, who you play, because I believe you're a woman in Before Crisis. I wonder if that's a connection to Before Crisis, if that person is who reports this to Cloud. Because I don't think it's Elena, because she's new in Rebirth. Asset reuse is one of my biggest downsides with Rebirth. I'd love them to take their time in part 3 to avoid that. I think Toolman, I think there just will be a lot of asset reuse. I think to get it done in, because if you don't want asset reuse, you'd be looking at like a 5 to 6 year dev cycle for like an entire planet, and all those towns and everything. I just think we're gonna get that. I want a teaser this year. It has to be something teased this year. I think so. I think we'll get the teaser this year. And we've heard from Toriyama when the Ever Crisis anniversary happened last September, that he said around the time of the anniversary, the next anniversary, so September 2025, we would hear something about part 3. There's a lot of asset reuse in part 3, presumably, but there's still 3 continents worth of locations and content plus deep sea stuff. There's so much world to explore and create. Yeah, we're being spoiled by this team. Hopefully more people appreciate it with time. Not to mention the Return to Midgar segment. Yeah. Everything to the north, all of Wutai, all the southern lands, deep sea, Return to Midgar, plus side content, revisiting other places, reuse assets or not. The remake is so much content. Really well said, done, Rick. Honestly, what I'm most interested in seeing is what they end up doing with the Crash Gelnica, and the Ancient Forest. If they cut them or keep them as optional content, or somehow make them mandatory. Maybe they might make Crash. They might make the Crash Gelnica content. They might make it like MSQ, as you have to do something in the submarine anyway. I kind of like how it's this like really difficult side thing though. Like some of those enemies whoop your ass in the original, especially if you're a little underleveled. So I selfishly, for just gameplay reasons, would like it to be a side thing that you can do. I definitely want the Ancient Forest. I think I want that to be side stuff too. I just think there's so much already that I just want really meaty, interesting side stuff. I think Rebirth gave us like, here's a ton of side stuff, right? You could do a bunch of it. And I want part 3's side stuff to be a little more missable, but a little more meaty. Like I want it to be like, I don't know if anybody's played God of War Ragnarok, but the side quests in that game are really good. They're really meaty. They're beefy. Like you go into, they hold a lot of like extra little story stuff. I think even like Ghost of Tsushima, there's like the Tales of Tsushima that are like optional, but they're like character quests for like other characters that is his name Jun? I forgot. Jin Sakai, the main character in Ghost of Tsushima. There's like all these other characters that are part of the story that are part of main story, but they all have their own quest lines that are technically optional. And there's like, and it stretches out over the course of the entire game. There's like 3 zones in that game that unlock over time. And so you do quests with each of those characters in each of those zones. And it builds like a solid arc for each of them. I want like meaty side content like that, right? Like Rebirth was like fun little side content, but I want like real meaty side stuff that like really digs into characters, really digs into world lore. I want like Ancient Forest, for example, to be like a 1 hour to 2 hour like side thing, you know? That would be like my wish list version of that. What are we? Not Cisne because she wouldn't do that. The Galnica didn't make sense. It had an onboard Mako reactor in a huge hangar. It should be like an underwater base. They should merge those two elements, the sunken Galnica and the submarine quest, for the huge materia and also the key to ancients. I think the like Magnus materia / huge materia thing might also link to like the hunt for all that stuff, may also link to the Wutai stuff, weirdly. Because I just don't know how you keep both in a way. I think the weapons that are like the bearers of the huge materia are going to be like going all over the planet. So I think you might mix all of that stuff together somehow. Part 3 is going to be massive as is. It's going to be so plot heavy stuff that hopefully adds character progression. Yeah. All the side missions in Rebirth are like maybe 6 that I think really give us the character story building. Yeah. So finishing up this quest. So Cloud admits. So let's actually just finish this little chapter. I tried to apprehend them, but they both ran away, so I shot them dead. It wasn't my intention, but that's how things turned out, which is why we have no confession. There's also a possibility they were falsely accused. The company doesn't care one way or the other, but personally, it's been making me uneasy. Too murky for my liking. That's why I wanted to find someone who could testify they were conned by these two. Thanks to you, I don't have to be tortured by a guilty conscience. The woman gave another satisfied nod and turned away. Actually, there's something interesting there too. Now I reread that of like this Turk, right? Who's like also dealing with her guilty conscience. And when you think back to how Reno and Rude, right? Like after Platefall, they were really, thinking about what they did, and they were suffering a guilty conscience in a way. They're really questioning Sung on like whether this was all just. And so she's searching out somebody who can like ease her conscience over the thing that she did. And she says, thanks to you, I don't have to be tortured by a guilty conscience. So she killed these two people because supposedly these two people were conning people, but that wasn't even completely verified to her. So here she is, she killed them, and she wants to feel like that was an okay thing to do. And Cloud gives her that piece. The woman gave another satisfied nod and turned away from Cloud, but quickly turned back. And just to that end too, I've always loved how I've always thought the Turks have such interesting storylines in terms of like their independence from Shinra in terms of being able to operate in their own way, but also they're not incredibly loyal. They'll like take breaks. They'll go against the company at times sometimes, but like at least in the vast story of the original, right? Like when you meet them at the very end in the Return to Midgar and you run into them, depending on how you've built your relationship with them elsewhere, they can choose to like fight you or like leave you be, right? So they run into you, they could try to stop you in the Return to Midgar, and if you sort of build up enough relationship with them, they can actually decide not to attack you. So I've always thought the Turks have always had this very interesting place in the lore and world of FF7 and in relation to Shinra. And this just adds more to it, right? So I just love this stuff. I just love, obviously, Vincent's a Turk, and I think they're getting into his backstory. I hope we learn about a little bit more about his time as a Turk. There's so much I want to know, right? Like, isn't there so much that you want to dive more into? We keep talking about it. There's so much for them to cover in part 3, but it's like, God, I want more. I'm greedy. I want more stuff about Vincent and what his life was as a Turk. I want that shit too. Fuck it. But they can only do so much, right? There will be a lot of content in part 3, that's for sure. But anyway, finishing this off, how much did you pay them? 2,000 gil. Sheesh, the woman said, giving Cloud a gentle punch in the chest. You dummy. So then this is the end of the story. So screw it. Let's just read the final section of 2,000 gil to becoming a hero. Cloud was waiting for the elevator on the ground floor of Shenmue's corporate headquarters. Together with the other new recruits his age, he was there to attend the seminar on Mako energy. It's Director Lazard, someone whispered. Cloud looked around and spotted the director crossing the lobby toward the main entrance. He was accompanied by a group of men and women in black suits, Turks. One of them was the woman who had visited him at the barracks. Director Lazard, one of the recruits called out. The director stopped walking. Then another recruit raised his hand and shouted, I'm aiming to become a soldier. Please look out for me, sir. Tension gripped the floor as the recruit's tactless words, but to everyone's surprise, Lazard replies, Keep at it then, Lazard said with a smile. I'll look forward to having you. Cloud's eyes met with the Turk, waiting patiently behind the director, but the woman's expression didn't change at all, and she followed the director as he set off again. The elevator arrived. Cloud kept his eyes on Director Lazard's entourage as his fellow officers filed onto the lift. Guess she's already forgotten about me. Hurry up and get on, someone said. Right, coming. So he's like getting summoned. It was packed with officers wearing the exact same uniform and helmet as him. Dread suddenly filled his chest. Will I ever become someone special? What's the holdup? Come on. There was no other choice. Cloud stepped into the crowd of new recruits. A crowd of nobodies. So again, this just speaks into sort of like the sort of like mental hold that is on Cloud's head of like wanting to be somebody, right? And like the very end of the story is this reinforcement of like him in this moment, just being a new recruit after he got conned out of his money. You know, he's there. He sees this woman who is a Turk who came to visit him and tell him that he got conned, and she doesn't notice him at all. And he's like, I guess she's already forgotten about me. And then sure enough, he steps onto an elevator with people who look just like him, all the same as him. And, you know, this crowd of nobodies, there's like this new recruits who are just no one special. And he's just one of them. And how like defeated he must feel in that moment. The hero complex, inferiority complex. This man is racked with all this stuff. Yeah, bad music. He's another clone in the Clone Wars. Damn, the Star Wars connections continue. But yes, exactly. And that obviously feeds into his, I keep wanting to say psychosis. I know it's not the word. But it feeds into his self-conception and why he's like, why this happens, right? Let me pull it up. Why this happens in the original. Why he continues to like, oh shoot. Why he's like this, right? Why he's like so embarrassed he doesn't want to see anybody. He shows up to town, has his helmet off, and then he just has to put it back on. He can't let Tifa see him like this. Just this deep-seated just embarrassment of just not being the person he wanted to be. That we also see, I think it's here in Rebirth. Oh, I think we had it. Oh yeah, right here, where he's looking at Tifa's window. He's remembering the promise, and he just looks so defeated, right? This is not what he had wanted, what he had hoped for, what he had dreamt of. Catch up with chat. Yo, SubTXT, thanks for going into this novel for us. I appreciate it. Deepens my understanding of the lore, and I salute you. Thank you. No, it can't be. Cloud loses hands to his father. Glenn and Cloud clash. Cloud loses his hands. Gets a mechanical hand to replace it. That's the end of part 3. That's exactly what happens. The final showdown in part 3 is Cloud versus Glenn. That's actually what it is. We actually get rid of Genova, Sephiroth, no problem. The real standoff happens between Cloud and Glenn, for sure. I wonder how much of it also just wanting to be someone who can make people proud of him. He grew up in a small conservative country town where everyone knows everyone else, and he shows up as a failure. Yeah. He also grew up without a father. You can't forget how that will affect a person. I can attest, honestly. Interesting, Fat Music. Yeah, that's honestly not a perspective that I have. So that's always something that I never could fully understand myself, right? Because I did grow up with my dad, even though I have like lots of disagreements with my dad about things. And we see the world very differently. But you know, you can't replace that, you know, like my nephew also is growing up without a father. So, you know, it's just like a different perspective. And I've talked about it a bit with him. So it's just an interesting thing that unless you experience it, it's kind of hard to kind of explain to people or to understand as much. Yeah, he grew up in a small town with a single mom and a dad who ran off. Yeah. Y'all want to make Empire Strikes Back comparisons? Fine, Najima. He's just like, Najima sees my video, rewrites part 3 to just like stick it to me. Who's Cloud's sister? Don't tell me it's Tifa. Oh my god, yeah. All the potential Star Wars connections would just add stuff we don't want. Like how to become a man. That is something that I've had to piece together myself. Real talk. Yeah. Okay, so there are some things. So we barely scratched the surface on this stream, and we are 3.5 hours in. So there were some other things that I had in this agenda. Like I was thinking about talking about this, watching this insane video about how Zack came to be in the original game. But I think since we're nearing 3:30 my time, we might hold that off and save that maybe for a next stream. And we could talk about some more Cloud and Zack stuff potentially. I did find a couple reactions to both the OG game and Rebirth from the perspective of one player who had played Crisis Core Reunion, and the other player had and so when she was playing Rebirth, she had a very interesting reaction to seeing Cloud in the truck. And there was another playthrough that was that's also happening right now that my YouTube feeds me like so many playthroughs. And this one was a girl who was playing the OG. She had played Remake and Rebirth. But she had not played Crisis Core. So when she got to the live stream sequence in OG, her understanding of who Zack is was really interesting. But I think I'll wrap that all together. I was thinking about showing that this week, but I think that might work better if I merge it with watching this video about how Zack came about. So we'll do that next week. And then for the rest of today, we will play the game. So I think it's about time. You're almost 3.5 hours into this stream. I think it's good to start the game. I want to get through chapter 3. I want to at least start chapter 4. And you know, there's only but so much like talking about a lot of these things that we can do. Even I get a little antsy and want to just play the Vicio game. So let's do that. So I'm going to pull the game up. Believe it or not, playing the game is actually the shortest part of streaming Final Fantasy. Yeah. So I'm going to also, as I pull the game up, I'm going to go to break real quick so I can run to the bathroom. If you all need a break, if you want to grab a snack, if you want to Run to the bathroom real quick. You know, this is probably the best time to do that. So I'm just going to mute the audio real quick on the game so that we can enjoy the best BRB screen in streaming, if I may say so myself. Be right back. I know, Steph. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see. Since I am back, I do have to get just because I'm in my head because I can't quite hear myself. You guys can all hear me, right? So nice to chill and chat. I gotta say, I haven't tuned in for a live stream in so long. It's cozy. Yeah, thanks, Bib Bumblebee, for being here. I just drove from Eastern Michigan through Indiana and back to the western suburbs of Chicago, and all I missed was the 2000 Guild story. No, Shift, you missed a ton of stuff. So that story was actually the first thing on the topics of the show list. It was like maybe the third or fourth thing that we talked about. We talked really earlier in the stream. We talked about a really interesting potential connection with Ever Crisis. That is just too much to get into right now. But you should definitely check the VOD when that's up. It'll definitely be in the highlights video on YouTube. So there's a whole lot that we talked about. So Going back into the game. Is this the right return spot? I thought I was in chapter 3. Oh, I didn't walk in yet. I just beat Midgar's Zalem. Oh, I didn't figure out the free cam thing yet. So I was gonna try to see that snake from a different vantage point, but I forgot to figure out how to do free cam. So that unfortunately won't happen this stream. But maybe one day we'll be able to come back and try that out. Let me just fix the, there we go. All right. So let's get this game going. So we're here for the Mithril Mines, which is not like the most exciting chapter in Rebirth. I think it actually came in dead last in the Final Fantasy V rankings for the chapters. I did not make a save, but it'll be fine. I think even when you're like free roaming the map later, you can come back.
He's here, isn't he?
It was person one man. Sorry, yeah, there was one person there.
Well,
So all that conversation around 2,000 guilds and becoming a hero, that story is related to this.
Monsters we can handle. We've dealt with worse.
that's easy for you to say. You fought the worst for a living.
Bring the volume back up.
Not us, though.
Yeah, good point. You mind taking the lead, Merc?
For 2,000.
There's 2,000 gil.
Enough for her standard course. Twice, right?
And then the fun
What
connection.
Ask him.
Cloud?
Did it just start chapter 3? I did.
Forget
I
it.
did.
You guys need to focus.
Although you missed it earlier,
Wasn't all
Turk.
that
We had...
long ago that this
We
place-
technically had the Shinra archaeology cut up on the screen. It was on the screen. We didn't play anything where we really got to, have fun with the translation. But I wanted to show off that I was like playing with the mods, and I had set up the Cosmos Gaia mod, where you have that sort of like big world view, where you have the whole like, the curve of the planet and everything. So I showed that off to start stream. That was a surprise at the beginning of stream, which is a lot of fun. I can't wait to play the OG and especially the Shinra Arch cut. So that'll be happening soon. The Cosmos mod is amazing. It just tanks my computer. That's a shame. It is really cool. I missed the stream start. We already covered 2,000 gil. We also talked about Sephiroth Ever Crisis stuff. There was like the second half of the most recent chapter of Ever Crisis. I still hadn't watched yet. So I watched it actually this morning. So it was fresh on my head. And then so we made a whole lot of connections and stuff to that with how Sephiroth's journey may be connecting to part 3 stuff, which is really insane. It's making me want to bring it up. But you know what? I might do it because Circus here. I know who else. Shift Work Life. Shift Work Life was, driving around the country, and I think he's earned just like a little treat. So if you're still here, you can also see this that I kind of teased you with earlier. But we were talking through the Ever Crisis stuff, and I just had been mentioning, I'll keep this very quick for anybody who's been here, so don't worry. But we were talking about, go to the watching screen, let me bring this up. So in the most recent episode of Ever Crisis, always taking care of chat, making sure anybody who missed it, because it was pretty cool, and Steph helped cook this also. But I've talked about how in Ever Crisis they've really drawn so many connections to Cloud's journey, the connections between Sephiroth and Cloud's journey. So basically, Sephiroth and Angeal have been experiencing these like visions all throughout the past 2 episodes of First Soldier, where some of them are clearly being influenced by Genova, others, you know, are and then basically like Angeal starts to sort of like put together like, this ain't right, like this is not like this is all an illusion. He confronts Sephiroth about it a couple times and really like says, you know, this ain't, all this stuff is like, these things that you're seeing, that you're thinking of, or like, you can't trust them, right? They're just illusions. It's like he really confronts Sephiroth on this bridge. So Sephiroth all throughout Ever Crisis chapter 4, 3 and 4 has been chasing the vision of Glenn, who he knows and understands is dead. And then it leads to this moment where, let me also, the purple portal, we are talking about the purple portal. But I don't know if you've made this connection yet, if you've seen it. But so this purple portal, obviously like here in the distance, it also looks a little bit like Edge of Creation, like the space in the background in Edge of Creation. So it all kind of like seems similar. So basically Matt and Lucia, who are the 2 sort of like fellow soldiers alongside Glenn, pop out of this portal. And then they get grabbed by these like demon gate type hands. So they're held up in front of Sephiroth. And Hojo, aka Genova, appears. Sephiroth, it's time to choose. You can only save one. Who will it be? And I brought up the fact that you know, given how much, you know, it makes clear that Sephiroth and Genova would probably be using similar tactics against Cloud, given how much Cloud's journey has really mirrored Sephiroth's, that here we're seeing Sephiroth given this choice between these 2 people to essentially, you know, who will he save? And so who could be pulled into a Cloud scenario where there could be 2 people brought from another world and a choice could be given to Cloud of like, it's time to choose, you can only save one, who will it be? What if Cloud is given the choice of bringing back either Zack or Aerith? Like if they use a similar tactic. And so, you know, Matt or Lucia. And then Sephiroth sort of pushes back a little bit, right? And he says, you know, they're both just illusions, right? Like it doesn't matter. You're not really giving me a real choice. And so Genova says, well, if so, this should be easy. So choose. So again, just really taunting him, and a choice is finally given to Sephiroth, and I think he literally has to make a choice. Like dialogue box comes up, and you know, he gets to actually choose which character stays. And I know multiple endings and multiple choices have like come up from our friends like Baby Seal. And this seems like a moment where a choice could be made. And so I don't know, it's just interesting though, this choice, and it's playing with the idea of illusions. Are these people even real? If they're not real, if they are, like, you know, you should be able to make a decision. It all seems like it's taunting Sephiroth with this very cruel choice. And so all that has potential relation to what's happening in, we might see in part 3 of FF7, where we might get a similar choice offered to Cloud. And then what Steph threw out as an idea was, what if that choice is the choice that has to be made in 7 seconds? So I don't know if that'll be what it is, because obviously the 7 seconds has been related more toward like the end of the world. But if it's about the end of one world and the sort of like creation of a new world, then is that choice wrapped into that, right? Like you can only bring one back and they will live on in this new world. That'd be a pretty cruel choice to be offered to Cloud. So that's, you know, potential spoiler for part 3 if they're using Ever Crisis in this way. Cool, like a negative live stream version of Cloud's Awakening, the Dark Awakening. Bumblebee. It's like, oh god. Yeah. Amano, yeah, or third tier, imagining picking a world where Aerith could live versus the real world. Yeah, which I talked about in my video.
This was a working mithril mine.
But I had never thought of like that specific choice between the two.
Mithril, right?
Not anything.
Barrett talks a bit about the
No.
mithril
It's pretty
here.
and beautiful.
That is actually kind of interesting.
Right on both counts. But what you might not realize is just how rare
Let's talk about how rare the
Never been
mithril
found
is.
outside of these
Never
caves.
found outside of these
And
caves.
I ought to know. Worked in a mine myself back in the day. Hard not to learn about the life.
It just looks so good too.
Should we pick up a few souvenirs then?
We could, but probably not worth it.
Yeah.
Shinra's been churning out stuff made with more durable alloys for years now. Even got that signature mithril sheen and everything.
Probably refined with materia too.
Look at you, Mr. Shinra expert.
They say that, and then you proceed to find it in every zone thereafter. Do you find mithril though specifically? I mean, maybe I didn't really like pay too hard attention to like when I didn't or didn't see mithril. They did a good job expanding this lore. It never really existed in OG outside of the Sleeping Man. Yeah. I don't know how important that little factoid about mithril will end up being or not. But it's just interesting that they make a point of how rare it potentially is. Though, according to Prasha, we may see it in every zone. I really don't remember if we really see it much after this. We got to talk about the giant trees in here. Giant trees? Are we at the giant trees, or are there giant trees later? Tool man. Later, okay. Yeah, we can talk. I don't remember giant trees. It's kind of interesting for the whole tree connection and like the Temple of the Ancients and stuff, potentially, possibly.
It's them.
It seems we've caught up.
Gotta love that frame rate slowdown, don't you? To that end, let me just, since I was like out of this and pop back in, I might need to reset this. Okay. Yeah, so Barrett climbs to get back after falling down. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know if I really clocked it when I first played the game. In the depths, it looks like there's giant ancient trees. Fascinating. So I'm finding things I never even really noticed myself because of you guys.
Hope they're okay.
Yeah. But if not, nothing we can do.
Right.
I don't know. We
I just said,
shouldn't
yeah, it's your frame rate question.
Know what? I'll go check.
Okay, I'll come too.
This is that Tifa dialogue we
You
talked about
stay.
the other day
I know what I'm doing down here.
about her almost like apologizing for herself.
Last thing we need is you getting hurt on us.
I'll accompany him. I'm no stranger to caves.
Okay, if you're sure. Sorry to... I mean, thank you.
You keep track of the other robes now, you hear?
Of course.
Careful down there.
I think he's doing a really good analysis from the narrative side. I wish someone could analyze the new battle mechanics in the same depth. Yeah, I feel like there's maybe some, I mean, in what way though, in terms of like helping explain it so you can get better at it, in which case I think you have like really good battle guides from people like Blitz and whatnot. If it's, you know, in terms of a different sense, then you know, who could weirdly talk about that actually probably really well is Baby Seal, even though he also focuses more on lore. But that dude is like a really good gamer. Like he beats really hard content in like every game, including the remakes trilogy. Give me 1 second, y'all. I just noticed something. Give me 1 second. I'm back. I just noticed like a food stain on my shirt from breakfast that I was like weirdly self-conscious about, so I decided to quickly swap my shirt. All right, let's get comfortable and let's play this game. Okay, so I think you, oh, I already read that. Britt is definitely going to be a strong contender for an award for part 3. No way she can not win. I think she'll definitely, yeah, she should definitely be in the running. Especially because like that's gonna be her game, like we've talked about. There's so much for Tifa to do in part 3. Did I dream the developer interview where they said Tifa is a protagonist of part 3? I don't know if I saw an interview that said that. Yeah, like where the command-based, turn-based, going with the action genre, and what makes action fun from other popular titles. Actually, Night Sky Prince, I think, covers that pretty well in a lot of his streams. And I agree with him in terms of like the comparison to Expedition 33, where like Expedition 33's combat is like the perfect blend. It's the perfect example of like how you do turn-based with an action twist, and then this game is a perfect example of how you do action with a turn-based twist. He said that somewhere, either on Twitter or like a stream, and I think that's really true.
You can do it. I got it. This one's for you.
No
Like
time
that.
to celebrate.
Double. Wow, that was a lot of frame crap that time. Switch to PC was a little bit more. I just wish I had a better CPU so I could handle it better. Cloud's VA is no slouch, yeah, and he's gonna have a lot to do with the live stream sequence and everything. They said Tifa would have a spotlight in part 3, but not that she was the protagonist. Hello, welcome Mooger, and Dragando87, or Dragando, welcome. A couple people just followed the stream. The Persona 4 remake. Hey sub, hey chat, hey Mooger, how's it going? We just cooked on like a lot of lore stuff for the first 3.5 hours of the stream, and now we're just finally starting the actual game. The Persona 4 remake is likely going to release the same year as part 3. That's gonna be a wild Game Awards. Interesting. Although that's more of like a one-to-one remake, so you know, I think this will be, I think there's so much anticipation for what this remake is going to be and how different it could potentially be, that I think it should probably stand above the Persona 4 one. Like the Persona 3 remake, I haven't played it yet. I want to, but I've heard it's really good, but I don't think it's really like a contender for a lot of things this past year, for example. Is there anything up here? Nothing interesting, right? Do I have to go this way anyway? What is this way? I forgot what's over here. I'm very curious to see how they extend her time, and also what they do with Sid. Yeah, Sid has a lot to do in this next one. God damn it! I just want to jump down. It's easier. I forgot the crystalline crab is like something very specific. Exploit their elemental weakness. When they slip into defensive stance, they become impervious to basic attacks. Powerful attacks will cause them to stagger and break their stance. I do love how, in this game, to talk about the combat for a little bit, I do love how much of a deal that they make out of kind of like really understanding the weaknesses of enemies, and exploiting them. Like, it really pays off to read the assess of a lot of different enemies, from like regular enemies to like major enemies, like bosses. Let me know also how the sound mix in terms of like the game versus my voice. Like if my voice needs to be any higher or the game needs to be higher or lower, just let me know in chat. Expedition 33 affected me more than any other game in the past 25 years. I'm trying to say less in case we have some people who didn't play OG. Yeah. You know, I think my streams, I probably should put like a spoiler thing in the title and stuff that I'm talking spoilers. I think I take for granted sometimes that some people might know the content that I do.
Deal with that.
I'll show you what I can do.
Oh, let's have some fun.
It's your
Don't
turn.
overdo it.
I got you. I'd keep my distance if I were you. See ya.
Just like that, okay?
Nice. Might be a bit loud relative to the game. Is my voice loud relative to the game? Or the game is loud? Sorry. It's a ridiculously comprehensive system that material system. Yeah. Let me just check something. I want to see if I can manage. My voice is high. Well, that's okay. I say that, then I could just like sit a little bit back from the game. I think I'm also speaking loud because like the game is loud in my headset. I can bring down my voice a little bit maybe. Well, it's not coming through the way it should here. It's so weird. Like it's not actually showing my voice is active in the settings. I can bring it down here. All right, maybe like that. It was softer. Let's fix this. There's some irony in subtext being too loud. Yeah. Let me just see if I can throw something in the Twitch description real quick. I wonder if I can do it from my phone. Yeah, I can. I can update the title. FF7 Rebirth spoiler playthrough. Just want to make the spoiler thing clear since we talked about that a little bit. I should have lowered the voice a little bit. It didn't lower it too much, but if it sounds fine, if it sounds too loud still, let me know. I do like having a little bit of a balance where it's like I do want to be higher than the game so you can hear me, but yeah. I can also turn down the game in my headset so I'm not shouting thinking the game is so loud. All right. So this dungeon, you know, I think they did an interesting job with a lot of the dungeons. This is a dungeon where I think it's more interesting the first time through versus multiple times, where, you know, the puzzles aren't as interesting as the puzzles in some other games, where you're really, where you're really like, you know the problems with the puzzles in Rebirth.
That's over.
God, this freaking frame time is killing me. Usually this like resetting this does help a lot, but it's not like sticking this time. Golem is one of my favorite. Yeah. So the first time I did Golem, I don't know if when you played it you discovered this as well, but essentially the real trick to Mithril Golem is using the Iron Defense skill, which I did not realize when I played the Golem the first time. So I just really tried to nuke it, because there's a point where it just does this crazy like missile attack that is really hard to beat. Does she not have... Oh, she doesn't have any, like, fire abilities unlocked. Interesting.
Can you take over?
I
for
got
me?
it. Don't overdo it.
Let's go. One more shot.
You have anything fire impulse? Yeah, let's do that.
Watch yourself.
Cloud.
Deal with that.
You can do it.
Let's
make it fun.
Dang. He doesn't have any fiery things. This is what happens when you use another person's save in order to unlock hard mode. Because I didn't want to replay the game on normal again. Just to play hard mode.
You're mine. Don't
But
stop now.
Keep up the pressure.
the challenge is that you don't really know. You just assume that all those abilities
Bring it.
are there and that people are using everything that you use,
Leave it to me.
and they
That
don't.
wasn't so bad.
When this game first came out, people really aren't using synergy attacks. Yeah, so Iron Defense is really the big trick. I didn't know that the first time that I played the Mithril Golem in hard mode. So like I said, I just had to sort of like do an offensive blitz to try to do that. Can I do any... Oh, I can't do folios unless I'm at a bench or anything, right? Why did I keep going back? Why do I keep going back to the menu? So yeah, so I needed to just do like an offensive. I just needed to like nuke it, and so I did figure out how to like keep it stagger up. I did figure out how to keep it stagger up when despite the fact that I had no because if you let it get into its offense, it'll do so much damage so consistently that it'll just absolutely obliterate you.
This ends here. Keep it together.
All set. Keep it up.
Okay.
It was never in doubt.
Yeah, like sometimes the benefit isn't always so much the damage, but you gain ATB tempo for 2 characters. I had to fast track PC normal mode in 60 hours and had to do some leveling up to get anywhere in hard mode. Yeah, so this is actually a saved game from another creator that hooked me up with it. So it has a lot of like really good materia and a lot of other stuff, but I guess he didn't just do some of that some of those other things like unlocking everything in the folios and whatnot. So all those like non-MP abilities, I heavily used that when I played hard mode on PS5. So this is what I was saying, like, so they aren't there. What I wanted to say about the puzzles were, a lot of these puzzles in Rebirth are like very simple tasks like this, right? Where it's like, you just find the block and then you do it. Versus like, say, I keep mentioning God of War, but like compared to something like God of War, where you have to like use your axe to freeze something or like do other abilities in the world to sort of like let you traverse things in the world or get past puzzles in slightly more clever ways. Like, I think those are more fun to almost replay, because at least there's like some level of skill, because it takes like some element of timing and stuff like that, versus just like dragging a car, a little like mining cart, and then you move it out of the way and then you can proceed. And a lot of the puzzles in Rebirth are very much that, where you're just like doing the thing that you have to do, but it doesn't really engage you that much on a second
What's
playthrough.
that?
First time through, it's kind of interesting. Okay, oh, I got to do this thing, cool. But second and third time through, it's just not as interesting.
Hopefully, our ticket out of here.
But that's not really Square's strength. Is like the fact that we have level design that's even as good as this is actually a step up for Square. So, you know, baby steps with them, especially with everything else that they had to figure out in making this game, like how to make the world even perform pretty good, especially on console, because obviously it's not going quite as well on my PC.
Piece of cake.
I could turn down textures to make it much smoother, but
Sorry.
it just doesn't look good. But if these frame things keep happening at
Back
times,
to the planet. All done.
I might bring my PS5 into streams and just stream off of that. It's a PS5 Pro. It does look really good still. It's incredibly stable. It's incredibly stable on PS5 Pro. That might be the better choice. It's not like I'm using a ton of mods or anything. So we'll see. I prefer Rebirth version of puzzle. Personally, I don't care about puzzles, especially in games. I just want to enjoy. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I do like I said, I think like God of War puzzles aren't like incredibly difficult puzzles. They're pretty easy. But they at least have like some element of something. Like engage you a little bit. Who's over here? Is there anything necessary to go in there for? Probably not, especially in hard mode. Let's go up here. It's kind of crazy how well PS5 Pro is handling Death Stranding 2 visuals. Even base PS5, from what I've heard, is handling Death Stranding 2 really well. Oh yeah, these guys. I do need to play. I need to finish Death Stranding 1 actually. I know you don't technically have to sort of enjoy Death Stranding 2 from what I've heard.
Come on. Here it comes. Deal with that.
I'll take care of them.
She doesn't have anything fire. They're weak to fire. There should probably heal everyone then.
All the time. Let's do this.
It's freaking AoE on their attacks.
Now's our
Come
chance.
on, team. Let's finish it. Too late.
What's he doing? He's like enraging himself. I want to try. I never really got. I'm still not very great at this Trinity Strike. Let's get a little closer. I don't know if you guys have done. I can get like 2 of the hits. I've never gotten 3. Do I have it mapped? I do.
You're finished.
I forget if it's triangle or square. Oh, it's square. That's a hit. Chakra.
Let's do this right.
Aerith. Sorry. Judgment.
I got this.
Don't think you'll walk away from this.
Don't stop now.
Well, Tifa, now's your moment.
Ready to end this? Gotcha. Got your number. This one's for you. Come on. Gotcha. And you're safe.
Here we go. You should finish your first Death Stranding 100%. Yeah, I'm planning to. I'm just saying, like, I've heard people like say you don't have to play the second one. I meant the first one all the way through. But I'm in chapter 3 of it. I'm really into it, so I'll definitely beat it. Yeah, I haven't beat DS1 either. I'm a stickler for playing in order. Yeah. Zelda is the king of puzzles for sure. Yeah, I really love the Zelda. I've only so my great shame is I've only played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't played any other older Zeldas. I didn't really have a lot of Nintendo consoles growing up, so I never really got too into Zelda. The text Trinity Strike will appear instead of attack in the bottom left corner. That's a cue to use it. Oh, okay. Zack's High Braver works the same way. Got it. It's all about the pace of the game. FF7 Rebirth is an action game, so it should have short puzzles. FF10 was turn-based, and I love the puzzle. Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for difficult puzzles, right? Like, God of War is also an action game. But it has like, they're very simple puzzles, really. It's just like something that engages you more than just like pushing this cart from one place to the other, which just gets kind of mundane over time. Like literally, I've heard devs talk about it where they describe it. I forget the exact words that they use, but it's basically like a non-thinking puzzle. They have like a specific term, and I forget exactly what it is. But it's basically like a non-thinking puzzle,
I
like
don't see any
things
black
to
robes.
things to add some like false
Still got time
friction
to catch up.
If any of
to the
them are still
experience.
alive.
So you don't have to think too hard to do it, but it's helpful. The water temple is the best puzzle design of anything I've ever seen. Is the water temple, because there are like water temples in several of them, right? Is that the like ocarina one? So I've definitely heard of it. What can I buy? Why would I buy a Phoenix Down right now? I have 98 of them and I can't use items. So there's some folios I could unlock. Wind current. Limit gauge dagger. Definitely want wildfire. Okay. Tifa. We need some more of these non-elementals. Ooh, opening ATB bonus is nice. What did you all think of the folio system, by the way? I think it was pretty good. It does remind me a little bit of, obviously, reminds me a bit of Sphere Grid in a way. I do sort of like miss the manual weapon upgrades in a weird way, even though that's here too, kind of. Does she have all her elementals then? She's definitely missing wildfire. As I try to use a fire non-elemental, and that wasn't coming up in her list. Gale Impulse. Whatever. Slight weak compared to the FF10 and FF12. The FF10 pulses are insane. Like those, are they like temples? I think they, yeah, those are crazy. Oh, maybe it was Aerith that was missing the heat wave attack. Okay. Cloisters of Trials, yeah. Oh, let me actually make sure. Let me check Red and Bear. Do they have a lightning elemental? Because I'm gonna need that against the boss. Because it's weak to thunder, from what I remember. Charge. Current. Static shock. Okay, he does. Let's give him something though. Siphon Fang HP up, sure. Where's Barrett? Yeah, Barretto. Barrett have... I think he has all of them. Fiery... Electric Impulse, yes, okay. I think it's fine, but having two different leveling systems to get unique abilities is just a little weird. Remake tying it to just new weapons kept it simple. But I liked the new abilities provided, so yeah. That's kind of like why I wish almost like it might be weird, but having different upgrade systems, like one for weapon stats and other for skills. They basically merged them in a way. Like HP, MP, things like that. And they basically automated getting new materia slots and stuff like that.
So tell me
I
about
don't know.
I like to micromanage
You
that
holding
stuff
up
in the
okay?
weapons, personally.
He's been through worse. He's been instructed to take some time to himself.
So they're talking about this element of like of Reno being out on like taking some time to himself to relax, to recuperate. And a lot of people have tied that to the death of the Reno voice actor in Japan, and I'm sure that's part of it. But one thing in the original is that during this time in the original, he also was on a break. Like Reno does go away for a little bit of time, because I think he gets injured or something in the original too. So that does happen in the original as well. But obviously there was even more reason to sort of like use that in Rebirth.
To relax, recuperate.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds a lot like a nice, long, all expenses paid vacation.
Wait.
Well, more or less.
Lucky.
Hardly. He's bored out of his mind.
Probably misses it. Seriously? What are we even doing here?
Love the dynamics of the Turks, yeah.
Sorry, but I gotta say it. This mission, it makes no sense.
I do like how they point at this in this game, because I did wonder about that, especially for like new players. Like, how would new people feel about like, oh, the main thrust of this is like, we gotta follow the rope men, right? Even in the original, it wasn't like the most compelling driver of the action. Hey, Bryce, what's up? Like, it wasn't the most compelling driver of the action, just having to chase these clones. Like, it's not that interesting or exciting in some ways. Like, you're following Sephiroth, but like, it's a little, it connects even better coming from Remake in some ways. Like if you experience it as one thing, but if you just started Rebirth after like, let's say you hadn't played Remake in like 3 years or 2 years or something, and then you start and then suddenly you're just following these rogue men, it's just kind of like, I don't know, like to me, it always just felt like a little bit of a lame motivation for the characters. So I like how she's pointing at that a little bit of like, this mission, it makes no sense. Like, why are we doing this? Why are we following these people? And then obviously Rufus sort of gives even more reasons for that. And, you know, when he talks to you at the march, but I just liked how they pointed at the sort of like, you know, there's a term in writing called like hanging a lantern. And they're basically hanging a lantern on like, it's kind of a weird mission. Why are we doing this? And they're doing it in this case through Elena. They did some really interesting things with the black robes in this game. Yeah, I'm not saying that there aren't, but, and obviously it plays into like Cloud and his understanding of what's going to happen to him in the future. So there's definitely good reason for it. It's just not like the most exciting starting point. It's like following a bunch of drones.
Why are we wasting our
Like a
time
bunch of zombies.
following these hooded weirdos around?
These hooded weirdos. around.
Orders are orders. The whys and wherefores are not our concern.
Yeesh.
I did find it a little weird, this characterization of Elena compared to the original, because in the original she's like very she is also kind of fun, but she's also like very driven to like prove herself. She's like very, you know, like she's very much like pushing to be like, I'm gonna be the person, right? Like people overlook me, I want Sung to take notice of me. I want to be sort of like a real deal Turk. I want people to sort of like, you know, acknowledge me as like a real like reliable, one of the best Turks that could possibly be. So for her to be a little bit more just pushing against orders and just being like, why are we doing this? It's kind of boring. It's not exactly matched up to what I remember for original character of like, you know, being this like very on point like person, even though she does have her moments where like Sung calls her out, even in the original. Here in the mines in the original, he kind of makes fun of her from what I remember. Yeah, she's maybe a bit naive. It seems like there's a pattern where youth joining Shinra seems driven, ambitious. Yeah, she's not, I mean, she is probably like driven and ambitious, but here she's more communicating like a little bit more of a, what's the word? She's not super into doing this particular job. It's above her pay grade is maybe how she sees it. Maybe this is right before the fight. Yeah, this is before the Turks fight.
Maybe you need a vacation.
I do
So about
like
him, Mr. Workaholic.
I do like little bits like Mr. Workaholic, because like he's so doing like there's little jabs in the
I
dialogue
say
are
we put
really
him
good.
down. I mean, that's what Sung would do if he was here.
Hey, Crushless Gremlin. She wants to see action.
Who's there?
Yeah, that could be. She's kind of like Cloud in that way, right?
Sharp
From the very
ears.
beginning of
Damn it.
where like he wants to see action. He joined because he wanted to be in the war.
No freaking way!
Avalanche.
Feast your eyes on the Turks' latest and greatest, Elena. But you three can call me your worst nightmare. Where's Reno?
Yeah, see, she's
All
hunting
right,
for that
kids.
action.
And unfortunately for
She's
you,
like a gestural in
I'm here to
Expedition
fill in.
33.
She may be new, but she's still a Turk. And a consummate professional.
I mean, so he does back up that thing, right? Of like trying to be she's a consummate professional. Let me read what CP Forrest wrote. So there's a sense that the Turks are weirdly insulated from the Shinra mindset despite being their primary enforcers. I know why the writers are doing it, but it does lead to some dissonant moments, yeah. I mean, in understanding the point of why they're following the robes, she's kind of like Zack was when on the truck with Sephiroth, yeah. Cloud surrounded by beautiful women. It should have been me, man. Also the piano. Riku, hello, first time chat. Rude glazing himself in front of Tifa. Yeah. Rude. I do love how they played into that in Remake. They didn't have as many of those moments in Rebirth from what I remember, right? I guess we'll find out here. I mean, he kind of has one here. What's up, Sub? Hey, what's up? I already forgot how to fight these guys. Oh, I used to do like 2 back-to-back things while he has his defense up. She's already pressured. Show her a bit.
It's on you.
Bingo, bring it! There, come on, go on, bingo!
Sorry, Elena.
Give him your all!
Sorry, Elena, but I need to do some work on you.
It's your turn now.
I've got this.
Took down half of Elena. I already triggered this cutscene. The screaming is amazing in this fight. Gotta catch up on your VOD when the stream is over. Okay, Enrique, we did a ton of lore stuff in the first like 3.5 hours. Or maybe even more than I first imagined.
Deal with
Gotta
that.
try to break.
Freeze! You're up! I'm coming! Can you take
Don't
over for
overdo
me?
it.
Ready?
See if we can do synergy on them first.
On it.
Oh yeah!
I owe you.
Break their stance.
You ready?
And then got him and stagger. Let's fucking go.
It's over.
See him with a couple of these. Let's do our limit. Aerith.
Now let me teach him a lesson. Hey, you ready?
I'll get over there and do some shit. Trigger shockwave. Damn.
Cool your jets.
Let's switch it up. Still in.
Go on. It's over. Don't say I
He's
didn't
guarding.
warn ya.
He's not guarding.
Wish it didn't have to be this way, but no choice.
So you're guarding.
I never miss.
Oh shit. I did the wrong thing.
Okay.
Ah, I did the wrong thing.
I'll try.
My turn.
Shit. Aerith. Aerith.
All up. Here goes. What?
Fight through it.
Elena, make sure you keep up.
Oh, you bet I will.
I don't have enough ATB.
You've got this, Rude.
Tifa.
Okay.
Tifa hit Elena. There we go.
It's your
Tifa,
turn now. Let's
need you over here to build that stagger.
Sorry.
Because Tifa's down. Rude, you're next.
Keep it up. Get him. Got your number.
Cloud.
Watch this.
Let's do some stuff here, Cloud. And then synergy. We should have enough synergy for Tifa for something. Here we go.
Don't stop now.
Ready or not, here it comes. Yeah.
Almost rush. And let's hit him with Ray of Judgment and then launch the animation. Yeah. Oh, this game's fun. This game's fun. Let's see. The scream is amazing in this fight. God, it's been a while since I played or watched it. This game's amazing. Dude,
Right now.
totally. I feel like you're really hurting her.
Better keep that toy where I can see it. Unless you want
This is such a cool moment when she does this freaking grenade thing. Although there's this interest, you got a lot of blood in your hands, and then
need someone to blame.
Sung.
I suggest you look in.
I suggest you look in the mirror. So there's something interesting here, right? Of like, Barrett is like, you know, you've got a lot to answer for. You have a lot of blood in your hands. And then Sung, if you really track back, especially to at least the way that they framed up what happened in Remake of, you know, attacking the Mako reactors and all the collateral damage that it caused, all the innocent people that it killed. Sung kind of throwing this back at him, right? Of like, you should look in the mirror. Like you saying like you're looking for someone to blame. You should look in the mirror because all those deaths in Midgar, a lot of that is actually your fault. Obviously that's a bit twisted by Sung because a lot of that collateral damage is because of the extra damage that they did to the Mako reactors to really make them explode. Obviously, Sung in his like true believer Shinra fashion would, you know, probably lay the blame of destroying Sector 7, the platefall. He'd probably blame Avalanche for that, even though that's really Shinra's fault, which obviously Rude and Reno point at him for. But Sung is like really just, he's such a Shinra tool in so many ways. I wonder if we'll see growth from him as a character. I can't remember where he ends up in the original, but he is like through and through fully believing everything. He's the one that in Remake is like, when he's trying to like soothe the conscience of like Reno and Rude, he's like, well, if we didn't do it, somebody else would. Like he's just very metal. He just legitimizes everything. He's a company man to the bone. Exactly, CP. Rollin, I hated Sung and OG. I hate him even more after Remake and Rebirth. Yeah, because he's totally doing just like really nefarious, evil shit and justifying it at every turn and taking no real accountability. He also dies in OG, doesn't he? Maybe. I know he gets stabbed by Sephiroth, obviously, in the temple, but he walks away from that. He might, I don't remember. I really don't remember. That's why the replaying the original again is going to be so much fun. Yeah, he shows up again in Advent Children, true.
Mirror. For us, however, things have changed. While you're still wanted fugitives, if you stay out of our way, we'll stay out of yours.
Oh yeah? Bullshit.
Yeah, he didn't die in OG. His fate is just ambiguous.
Take care of Eric for me. Elena!
So cool. This is so cool. Oh man, the frame rate is not cool though. Hacky sack that grenade, yeah.
There.
Hey, where are the others?
You okay?
We're good. Just taking a quick dip to get the crime off.
Do you see a way back up?
We'll find one.
We'll meet you at the exit.
Okay.
I was like watching some stream or something, and someone was like, "Here he actually looks pretty wet." There was another version of those. It's like he almost looks like oiled.
Jojo's lab was filled with men
The way
like
Barrett
this.
swims, yeah.
Mako poisoned. Every last one of them.
Poor bastards. What do you think their deal is? Where they going?
They're following Sephiroth, or so Cloud seems to think.
He did say that. Let's hope the boy can keep it together.
I'm like, wish I could watch on time every Sunday, but work. Yeah, no problem. Welcome in. Serendipity. Oh man, that's a really clever way to write serendipity. Welcome. I don't know if you're following, but if you aren't, anyone here who isn't following yet, if you want to throw a follow on the channel, so you know when we're live. Right now it's every Sunday, but I'm also planning to do more streams during the week. Whoa, why is Barrett doing that? Now we answer the why didn't they put this before the Turk fight? Hey, thank you for the follow. Now we answer the why didn't they put this before the Turk fight and end the chapter after the boss fight? What do you mean, Shift? Now we answer the why didn't they put this before the Turk fight and end the chapter after the boss fight? Do you mean having the Turk fight at the end? I mean, I'm fine with it here, you know, like I think having the Mithril fight at the end and then having the Turks where they have it is really good, especially because you do get that like moral questioning of like Barrett and whatnot, and then the grenade is what facilitates them falling down here. Yeah, the whole theme here is incredible. I love the theme down here. I also love how much the party realizes Cloud is losing it. Yeah, and this conversation that they just had about this robed man, you know, I was earlier just criticizing, you know, this, you know, primary motivation, but it makes me want to really truly take a look at a couple of like first time playthroughs of like people who are new to Remake and Rebirth, and like that dialogue is actually really good and interesting. I think maybe it's a little less interesting to me because I know the story so well, so it doesn't hit me in a way, but I wonder if how it hits someone who doesn't know the story so well, and like learning that what they just talked about in terms of like Mako poisoned everyone, like I wonder how it impacts those people. It did seem to make it random when the side character sections either closed out the chapter or being sandwiched in the middle. The Barrett Dine fight is the only part where I think they messed up the placement, or otherwise it's fine. I wonder if people notice or question the overarching motivation. Yeah. There's also like these things that you can the mithril, you can actually shoot it with Barrett, but there's almost like no reason to do it in hard mode. But I definitely like shot everything. Oh my god, these things are such a pain in the ass. I just remember that they have all this immunity in a way. Like it's hard to do damage to them.
Not enough? What's this?
Also, I get to like talk about how much I enjoy playing as Red. Look at Red, the goddamn stagger god.
This. Down with you.
Red is a stagger god. Stardust Ray is insane. But these things like take no damage. It's crazy.
Don't let up now.
Say your prayer. Bring in the heat.
Like, look at this reduced damage on this flan. Like, it doesn't do shit. It's really beefy. God, look at that stagger. God, Red 13. I'm telling you, man.
With me.
Wild charge. Let's do Stardust Ray. It's like one of my favorite moves in the game is Stardust Ray. Look at that. Look at that. Red is so good. He's like so underrated. I know a lot of people who like actually don't like playing as Red, which I find crazy.
All right. Now how we getting out of here?
There's unfortunately no real reason to go over there. Oh, this is the giant trees, right? Red is so good. Tifa, Red, and Yuffie are my favorites to play as. Red was like a main. Red was pretty much always on my party in my first playthrough. See if there's any other environmental hints. So as you can see in the distance, somebody had brought up that there's these like giant tool man. Yes, brought up how there are these like ancient trees down here. I thought I could zoom more, but I can't. I wish I knew how to use the free cam, which I think I might actually have access to it already, because I think I have the mod in it that lets me do everything else that I think also unlocks the free cam. I just never figured out how to do it. But these giant trees are really interesting. You can see the roots here as well. But that's like a trunk that we can actually climb up in a bit. Yeah, the trees are obviously so important to a lot of things in Rebirth. Like we see it later in the Temple of the Ancients. We see like the sort of opposing trees, with the right side up tree and the sort of like upside down tree. This is weak to ice, so it's weak to the opposite. Kate Sith gets a lot of hate as well, but it's extremely broken. Yeah, the thing that I really realized with Kate Sith was I needed to really take advantage of his I needed to do his VR training. Like, using the VR training for him is actually incredibly helpful. Like, it's super damn helpful to taking down these enemies. Because you really need to, like, with all the other characters, because a lot of them are so familiar from Remake. You know, I did those trainings, those VR trainings, and they were like they were kind of boring. So like, yeah, I know how to use Cloud, I know how to use Tifa, but it's actually super. It's actually really helpful to like go through Kate Sith's like VR training, because it really teaches you his kit really well.
Yeah, I'll do it. You in trouble now.
There we go. I really need to break my go-to party. I always use Barrett and Yuffie. Heyo, what's good? How's the 100% run? It's going well. I mean, right now we're focused a little bit more on story than doing like 100%. Although I will be doing all the side content here on stream. But right now we're just trying to make it through chapter 3, which for a lot of people is a heavily criticized chapter. It's not the most exciting chapter. God, it looks so good on PC though. Look at the mithril, man. Just look at this shit. Hold on. Let me let the debris sort of scatter a little bit. Let's look at this. Let's look at this stuff in photo mode, right? Like, God, this looks so good. Hide the party, hide the menu. These caves look so good. There's that tree, the close-up of Toolman's favorite tree. Is this highest PC setting? No. I am using like high textures, which costs me on frame rate a little bit. But I'm running a lot of high settings, I think. But not the highest on everything. Yeah, I'm running high, but obviously there's ultra. So I'm running high on a lot of things, even though it's really, Ultra is really only on the background detail. But I'm running high on most things. I have a pretty good PC. I have a 4070 Ti, but really what holds me back and what hurts me in this game is my CPU. I talked about it on the first stream that we did, but I'm kind of like capped on the CPU that I can have on my current motherboard. And if I wanted to do, if I wanted like an updated CPU, I need to upgrade my, I also need to upgrade my, I also need to upgrade my motherboard. No other, any of the upgraded CPUs that I could get, actually don't fit in my current motherboard. So I'm really, you know, capped on what I could do. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks beautiful even when it's not ultra. Yeah, Kate says it's the best magic caster after Aerith. Yeah, I've definitely heard that. It is also obviously his luck stat is insane. The way Barrett climbs is hilarious to me. We are climbing the tree. So again, the tree is very important. Obviously we see it in the Temple of the Ancients, as we mentioned, and it's also really important to like Norse mythology, which is very relevant to there's nothing really over here for me. It's really important to Norse mythology, especially the idea of the Yggdrasil tree. MJ Gallagher could talk about all of this stuff way better than I could. But it's basically the tree of life, and it connects like all the different worlds in Norse mythology, like Niflheim and Midgard and all that stuff are connected through the tree. I know we've mentioned a lot of God of War in this stream, but God of War talks about it a ton because the world tree is central to how you explore all the different realms in God of War. He also texted about PC Gamer, also RTX 4070, and also console gamer. I was thinking of getting the PS5 Pro, but not sure if it's worth the money. It's tough. I have a PS5 Pro also. I have a PS5 Pro. I'll talk about that in 1 second. Just to wrap up the tree conversation. But yeah, so like the sort of the tree and how it connects all the worlds are super important to, like I said, Norse mythology, which is really heavily influenced. We actually know is an influence for Nojima, the writer of FF7. MJ Gallagher wrote a whole book about it. So definitely worth looking that up if you want to know more about that. Toolman, giant dead tree is in the skybox for the Forgotten Capital also. Interesting, the dead tree is. I'll have to look at that. I do remember like it's dead after like Sephiroth sucks up the meteor and all of life. But at least on the, oh yeah, I think, well, there's like a shell. I gotta go back and look at that when we get to chapter 14 maybe. But anything else you want to say about the tree, go ahead and drop it in chat. We can chat about it. But yeah, in terms of if the PS5 Pro is worth it, I'm primarily a console guy most of the time. Like most of my gaming is on console. I just find it a lot more comfortable, to be on a couch and be able to play that way. So I have the PS5 Pro and I really like it a lot. And I do find it worth it a bit. It's just tinfoil stuff about the Cetra. Okay. Hold on, I just have to get this back up a little bit. Someone that owns one, I would only recommend if you can trade something. Yeah, like I traded my PS5, my base PS5, so that it made it more affordable. So I agree with Bryce on that. But if you could trade, I'll definitely do that. It's not really worth it if it's just straight up, if you're just paying it out the box, especially if you already have PS5. So So it's I think it's really good, especially like if you like having all the PC performance, you know, in terms of like you really like running with really good graphics and also like high frame rate performance. I don't know why I did Sensible Stance. It's pretty nice. I don't know Red's shortcuts as well. It helps you have like a somewhat similar PC experience with like on a console, and you know the AI, you know, the DLSS, essentially the PSSR, PlayStation's version of DLSS is actually pretty damn good. I'll catch up on the cook while watching VOD. Take care, sub. See ya, Erica. Absolutely, I was told they knock off $300 in the price. Yeah, I'll get it if you really care about having console experiences that equal or very close. So yeah, Bryce is saying essentially what I was talking about. You essentially you would have a console experience that feels a lot like your PC experience. So if you have the money for it, you can make it more affordable to have it. It's a way to have, you know, that level of consistency on a console. I did not see these enemies. They look really dark on my screen. So I like it for that. It's not close though. What are the crawlers for to? It's a fire. I kind of want to smack down something.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Yeah. I don't use Barrett's melee nearly enough, and I really should.
Now that was something else.
Yeah, I was just curious. The change is very noticeable. It really depends on the game, you know, like on Rebirth, it's super noticeable. It's super noticeable on Rebirth on PS5 Pro versus PS5 regular. But you know, for some games it's not as noticeable. Even from what I understand, you know, like it depends on your level of like sensitivity to that stuff. Like I watched a comparison of Death Stranding 2 on base PS5 versus a Pro, and some people thought the base PS5 was a lot blurrier. I think they both look pretty good. Hey, Leanthus, welcome in. I thought they both look pretty good, but obviously I do prefer the Pro look of it. But it depends on how sensitive you are to that stuff. And if you are a PC gamer, you know, with high standards, then, you know, you might appreciate that level of difference.
You're up.
Impressive.
Not enough?
Oh, come on, I blocked that. Let me have cure on him.
Guess it's my turn.
What is he weak to? Fire. Impulse. Did it even do it?
Bring it home.
Ready when you
Oh, come on, I'm blocking these.
Gotcha. I have you.
Here's where Sentinel Stance may come right here. There we go.
Let's go.
There we go. Stardust Ray.
It's all up to you now.
See, I've been noticing that Pro label a lot in stores. I haven't seen games in stores in so long. it's legitimately been a while.
You got this!
Farewell. I wonder who won.
Cool. Someone who cares about graphics, definitely noticeable. Yeah. Doesn't make all the games load way faster though. Does it really? Does the Pro make the loading faster? I didn't think it would make that much of a difference. Did you get the disc version of the Pro? I have, well, they're all digital. Like the Pros are all digital, but you can buy disc attachment. So I do have the disc attachment.
Well,
I haven't actually attached it yet. But I do have
Hey
it.
guys! Over here!
Y'all taking a breather or what?
But pretty much my whole
The
library is
bridge is
digital.
out.
Do you think you can give
Yeah,
us
the
a hand?
disc drive is a separate purchase for the Pro, no matter what.
Let me see.
I mostly use disc on PS5 for like movies, actually, like 4K Blu-rays versus like games. I like having digital games. I do buy physical games.
$2,000.
$2,000. There's the 2,000 guilds of becoming a hero joke that I mentioned. So I do bring up the what was I gonna say? I gotta shoot that. Oh, okay, that might be an issue because I have a lot of physical PS4s. And some PS5 copies on hand. Yeah, you would just have to buy the attachment. I mean, I forget how much it is. It's like 80 bucks, I think, for the attachment.
Want the ball, asshole? I'm counting on you.
Nowhere to run.
God, Red is so fun. People sleep on him so much, dude. It's crazy.
Keep it together.
Oh, see ya.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this insanity that he does.
Hey, did you see me in action?
Okay, so I need to... Wouldn't hurt to do this. Dang, it's gonna be $780 for me total. Yeah. Obviously, you would take the $300 off or whatever for the trade-in, but yeah. They're killing disc in console gaming. I mean, to be fair, it's been dead in PC gaming for a million years at this point. But they're definitely... Did I get any more SP to use for this? No. Alright, so I need to take this through here, right? Yeah. I mean, I will say I'm glad I got my PS5 Pro. If that helps with the calculation, like I'm just a person who also just like likes to have, you know, kind of peace of mind that like, oh, I'm gonna get the best version of, like, for example, when FF7 Rebirth, when FF7R Part 3 drops, if it doesn't drop day and date on PC, if it's still console first, I will be very happy that I had my PS5 Pro for that. So that's kind of the calculation that I made. Also, there have been games who like that come out that the PC version doesn't run super well at first, or doesn't really get patched for a long time. And so having the console version, I've heard, is like the better way to play it. Like I think Elden Ring had that for a long time. I heard that about a couple of games. I forget exactly which ones, but there have been a couple. Like Jedi Survivor, I heard also on PC was pretty unstable, or might even still be, but on console it's better. So yeah, Dragando. I'm just gonna use the Spanish intonation. Even I don't even know if that's on purpose or not, but I freaking love how dynamic the music goes in and out of combat. Yeah, the music is incredible in this game all the way through. I can't get over like the hollow battle edit either. Like I just freaking love that one. Like the hollow music, like world music, is already cool enough, but when you add the hollow battle edit is so sick. FF13-2 still doesn't run well on PC. Oh, wow, really? Rebirth was amazing for Square Enix PC release compared to a lot of games, yeah. I feel like all my PS4 physical copies are going to turn into bricks soon. Yeah, that's kind of what they're pushing to.
We're in business. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
And there have been stats like something like
And don't you forget.
$2,000 again. So that's why we talked about it before this chapter. It's because of all those connections. Which I do love that they have all those little nods and like they, you know, whether that $2,000 actually connects, for example, to Glenn being his dad, which I really hope is not the case.
See a button or a
I do like
lever?
all those
One
connections.
sec.
Okay, so I need to do some materia maintenance.
Thanks. We owe you.
Yep. $2,000.
Use 5.
That's fair.
Okay. I need to do some materia shuffling. So on Barrett, check this. I don't really need assess. I actually think, I wonder if the golem does fire damage, because I feel like those rockets that he shoots at you do fire. Like they have like fire coming out of them, so I don't know if they actually do fire elemental damage or not, but oh, but I kind of want to use my elemental on Thunder on his physical attack, because I know the golem is weak to thunder because I fought it a million times in hard mode, because it whooped my ass. Enemy skill, survival, boost. It might actually help to have healing plus magnify on Barrett. I forget what kind of, oh, it's a blue, okay. I'll take that from Aerith. ATB boost. Pretty good. Red. What do you have? Get red. I need you to also do lightning elemental damage. Precision defense focus. I wasn't a big fan of using that because my pride gets in the way. Revival poison. Could be put on him. Comet's kind of cool. Maybe a synergy. Plus, is there like a combined lightning and something else? This needs to do lightning. Lightning and wind. It took me the longest time to realize that the free synergy skill was to reason I couldn't beat the column. I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only person in this chat that's about PS4 physical copies, yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna run with this setup and hope for the best. Because this golem, I just remember losing to this golem a whole lot. Before I fight it, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then we will get to it. So be right back, chat. Okay. But if I buy games digitally, then I better fully own it. None of that weird Nintendo shenanigans. Okay, so while I fight this mithril shithead who has a history of kicking my ass, I want you all to be thinking about something. So I teased it as one of the topics that I wanted to talk about this week, but after we get out of the mithril mine, obviously, the condor comes around, scoops up a hooded man, and I forgot to double check the footage of the like gap between worlds in chapter 14, but I'm pretty sure that moment actually is shown while Sephiroth is doing his whole like, here's all the worlds, They show that moment. And so I think there's something significant to that moment. They really make a big stink about it here in the actual moment where the thing swoops down, grabs it. It's very dramatic. And then I'm pretty sure it's shown again in chapter 14. We'll double check the footage together. The interdimensional condor, yeah. I'm very curious what you all think is the significance of that moment, that hooded man, and how that might come around in part 3, because I have a feeling it's going to come around in a way that people don't really expect. I don't have a lot of great answers on it. So it's something that we can cook on together. But it's a moment that I haven't seen people really talking about too much, and I really want to dig into it a bit. The condor in the ocean. Yeah. The condor is like a famous part of the OG. I'm talking about that moment where he scoops up that hooded man.
Oh shit, think we woke it up.
Angered it, more like.
Then it's time to rock Cranky Boy here back to sleep.
Okay.
Looks like
It was never...
Bring it to heat. Come on.
Shit. Let's see. Okay, dog it. Then I have synergy on red. He should hit too. Then staggered, okay.
Say your prayer.
I'm going to charge on him. Red, I want you to do... Okay, so I got the second phase pretty quick, but this is where it gets crazy. Although I do think I've set myself up. I do think Iron Defense will come in huge here.
Damn! This sucker keeps on getting bigger and bigger. But hey, just means it's that much easier to hit.
Okay.
Am I right?
Yeah, please, yes.
Take this on this!
Builds up Red's ATV. Ah, damn. Did I take Cure off of Red?
So that's how you want to play it, huh? Guess we
Roll around, what is that? Oh shit.
You got this!
Ready when you are.
Need Red's ATV to go up.
Let's see. Here.
Oh shit.
You can count on me. Always.
shoot. Damn it.
Not now.
Ramu's clutch here too. Oh yeah, I should check who I have. Hey, welcome Tyler Ardema 87. What's up? I'm almost done with the hard mode run on this boss. It's still the hardest one so far. It's a pain in the ass, yeah. I definitely, I mean, for a first time at that one versus my last time doing hard mode, that was a way better attempt. I'll get it next time. I'm actually going to put ATB boost on Red because I want to hit him with Thundaga, get him pressured, then do Stardust Ray. But it's a good call on Ramu also. What does Barrett have? He has Titan. What does Red have? He has Alexander. Let's do Ramu. And then let me switch. Ooh, sorry. ATB boost. I want Red to have ATB boost. That's a yellow materia. Oh, they both can have ATB boost. Sure, I'll just take it away from Aerith. Cool.
Looks like that hurt you. This ought to... That thunder I hear? You're up.
With that thunder.
It's over. It's vulnerable. Attack.
Got him pressured.
Yes, it's my turn.
Alright, got him staggered.
Catch you sleeping.
Overcharge.
Don't you let us down.
Make way. It's all up to
You
you.
ain't gonna get away. Check out
Fury.
this right here.
Oh, I already got him. Hi, I've been trying to catch a stream. Your FS7 content is ridiculous good, and I really appreciate all the hard work you put into it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm glad you could join. We are cooking. We had a lot of good stuff earlier in chat, earlier in stream when we were really digging into.
Just means it's that much
I'm gonna
easier
throw a
to
mallet.
handle. Am I right?
This ought to be fun.
Bullshit.
Oh, how the hell? I blocked that. Looks like I blocked that. Come on. Raise.
This fight isn't over.
With
This
me.
is a barrage.
Get together.
I need Barrett.
That was nothing.
I need your iron defense. Thank you. Okay. Red, I need you to hit him with Stardust Ray.
You ready?
Barrett,
Hell yeah. Try walking that up.
take a shot. Screw you.
Take over.
Oh, come on.
Time to turn the tide just goes
Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo.
Don't
Get
give
this
up.
rise off. Get this rise off.
That's nothing. All right. Watch and learn.
Shit. This rise red.
We still got a job to do.
All right, screw you, bro.
Come on.
Get Kiss my ass.
I'm coming for you.
And then while you're like that, I'll satellite beam you.
Got you in my sight. Going in.
Damn, I thought satellite
Kick it up and down.
beam would do way more than that. Red, can you... Damn, you don't have cure at all. Should have added that.
I've lived through worse.
Oh, this is bullshit.
No one messes with Avalon.
Oof. Okay.
Never quit, never
This
quit.
game is so goddamn fun.
Give them hell.
Okay, let's give him, let's do a Stardust Ray on him.
Need my help,
Alright, let's do Thunder.
Gonna make your eyeballs pop.
God, I really miss having that, like, arcane ward from Aerith. Kiss my ass.
Not good enough. Just like that.
Do Soothing Breeze. Limit Halloween.
How predictable.
Bitch.
We need to aim for the head again.
Damn it. Shit. Battery fucking sucks. I really wish I had more MP right now. Okay, let's use just Respite. Shit. Kiss my ass. Summon abilities. Shit.
Alright, what up? Gonna reduce your ass to rough. Want some more? Gotta stay on top of things.
Oh, I don't have enough to... Repair?
Here's a little something to hurt you.
Shit, I need a second person to make Iron Defense really work. Am I gonna get saved by Ramu? Please, Ramu, save my ass.
Thanks, we got it here.
Not quite enough. Not quite enough.
Got a whole heap of land with your name pouring it on.
Come on.
Suck on this.
Yeah. Skin of my teeth, chap. Nice finish, thanks.
That's a mighty fine staircase. Thank you kindly.
Oof, man. This game is so goddamn fun. Nicely done, thank you. Thank you. Can we go back down to that bench? I got to flip this? Oh, the gate's already open. Where do we go exactly? Oh, up this way. I just hate having the, my screen be red because I'm like low and, you know? I'll just play with this a little bit. All right. Pretty much done with chapter 3.
Hey,
What took you?
stumbled on the Killer Rock Formation and couldn't tear
Killer Rock
ourselves away.
Formation couldn't tear ourselves away. God, the writing is so good sometimes. Just like little
Away at any
cheeky
moment.
lines like that.
Shouldn't linger.
True, but don't forget, Shinra knows we're here now. Might be more of them outside.
That doesn't make any difference to me. I ain't stopping. Not for them or anyone.
We're here for the Condor Cook. All right. I hope you guys have been thinking about it.
Not after what we saw. We
So
all
this
know
does
what's at
confirm that
stake
they
here.
saw this.
The fate of the world.
Because I was a little confused about what exactly they saw in the... I know that Barrett is like, what was that meteor about? But like some of that vision from, or that projector scene in Remake seems like it's a little bit from Cloud's perspective in terms of like he sees Barrett fall and Tifa fall. So I'm like, are Tifa and Barrett seeing themselves fall? Or like, what did they see exactly in that same scene? I wasn't sure if they all saw the same things because it seems like maybe just some of the vision was specific to Cloud. Like he saw obviously them go down. But they saw the meteor for sure.
So if they get in our way, that's on them.
Right. Let's get back to tailing the guys in robes. They're our best chance of finding Sephiroth.
One of the meteor mentions that everyone keeps missing, even after you pointed out. Yeah, and it was. I have to re-edit, so I'm gonna have like there's a couple little a couple little mistakes in my video that I want to touch up and like fix. And one of them is I want to like actually like put a little statement over like it's like, no, Max, we just saw the meteor moment. There's like a highlight problem. There's another problem in my story breakdown thing that's, you know, a reference to, I made a reference to a Chinese movie instead of a Japanese movie. So I want to fix some of those things. I mean, obviously it'll stay the same on the YouTube upload because you can't like replace the video file. But you know, there was, you know, when Max had watched the video, he had mentioned potentially doing something where like in the lead up to part 3, we might like have a theater and watch the video and stuff. So in case that were to happen, I would have like a little director's cut version for that like screening, which is still like a crazy thought. When I met him at Summer Games Fest, I didn't bring that up or anything. But you know, I do kind of hope that does happen because that'd be fun. I do hope there's something because like I think, you know, for a lot of us, you know, not a lot of people here in chat are necessarily creators, so you know, you may not be able to indulge in that, but like there was like such a big event for FF16's launch that a lot of people got to go to. I didn't get to go to it. I wanted to go to it. And I could have gone, like if I just paid to go to LA, I could have probably like gotten myself into things. But like I didn't really consider myself like a big creator or anything like that. I still don't. I'm still like growing, obviously. But like I hope that there's something for part 3. Like I hope they do. I hope Square does like a big thing, kind of like they did for 16. But even if they don't, I hope that like a lot of us are creators, I think are gonna definitely do something on our own either way. Just because I think we're so bonded by this trilogy, and we all, it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Is it true that Max is 7'8"? He's actually 8'7", so you just got it inversed. But yeah, he's pretty damn tall, especially because I'm 5'9". So he's definitely tall. Let me so I'm currently, okay, so I'm Cloud, Barrett, and Red right now. All right, as we finish out these mines. Oh, the one thing I wanted to say was I did like, you know, that joke that Barrett says in terms of like, oh, got caught up with a killer rock formation, couldn't pull ourselves away from it or tear ourselves away from it. Like, even those like little lines of dialogue, you know, when I'm so heavily focused on lore stuff, especially when when making a video, there's like the little moments, the little lines of dialogue that I almost forget about. So that's what this replay is really helping with, is like reminding me of just how fun a lot of the writing is, like at all times in this game. You know, when you're trying to dissect, you know, dialogue about the worlds, it kind of pales in comparison. Come on. It kind of pales in comparison a bit. But like you're just way less focused on it. But it's really sick. I want to do something else. Let's do bonus round maybe.
Let me handle this. Come on.
Tifa, get him away from me.
Give him your all.
Jesus, what an asshole.
Gotcha. Sorry.
I'm still gonna feel this one.
Shit.
I won't give up.
Hey, but now Tifa's dead. This is what hard mode keeps you on your toes. Do I have backline support? Thank you.
Try using it. This one's for you.
I bet that hurts.
Bastard. Kiss my ass. Wow, this... Yeah, these ogres are tough in hard mode. It reminds me, I wanted to switch healing materia. Hard mode requires so much tempo or otherwise specific builds to contend with. Yeah, these ogres are tough. Hey, Nomad, welcome in. This says first time, so I don't know if you've been hanging out or not. If you're following, I don't know if you're following or not, but if you want to drop a follow, I died to these ogres the first time. You know what's the worst thing about fighting these ogres and like almost dying to them is that you freaking just you just beat a boss and you're feeling good about yourself. You're like, yeah, I got this game figured out. I'm pretty good at this game. And then these goddamn ogres come in and you almost die to ogres when you just beat a boss. Nothing quite humbles you more than an ogre coming around and kicking your ass. What direction was I even going? Is it this way? Gotta be up. Been in the stream lurking, happy to be here. Love the FSN and say thank you. So yeah, so we are on the path. Let's see what we got. Those ogres are one of the last enemies. Oh, I spoke too soon. We got snakes.
Sorry. Take the lead.
Give them hell!
All set.
These snakes seem so like nothing after all that shit. Okay, here we are. We are entering chapter 4, everyone. We are gonna see that Condor moment that we were just talking about. And hopefully we can crack something new about it. I know I sort of like teased it as something that we're going to talk about in this stream. I don't really have a lot of great thoughts on what the significance of the Condor thing is, but I'm hoping that with all the big brains that we have here, that we can crack some new territory on this.
Hey, check it out.
Just them?
In general, I love this moment for how it just reinforces Cloud's, like, he sees them, and you'll see him in a little bit. He's just staring at these hooded men, like knowing this is his fate in the future. Takes away that hooded guy.
Oh my god.
He ain't coming back.
Even that line, right? Like, he ain't coming back. I know he's coming back. I know that hooded man is coming back because you tease him in chapter 14, as we will see. We'll take a look at that. I don't know the significance. It just seems like a hooded guy. So what could the significance even be? Maybe it's like where that hooded man shows up. Is that the hooded man that shows up maybe in the Northern Crater that, you know, Sephiroth uses to sort of like look like somebody else? You know, like in the Whirlwind Maze when he sort of like does that trick and like convinces Barrett that he's actually, that like Tifa like asked for the black materia, and then Barrett's like, oh shit, yeah, I'll go give you the black, I'll give Cloud the black materia. Like, I don't know if like that's the role of this hooded guy, but something about this hooded guy is gonna happen, and I'm damned if we're not gonna at least walk out of here without like some kind of an idea, even if it's completely wrong. Steph, it seems like maybe they were lined up waiting to be taken by the Condor. You know he won't be in Rush Hour 3. That is the reference. That's actually one of Blitz's favorite references. He says that shit a lot on his stream.
That city they're headed to, is that?
Junon. Shinra territory.
I think he was a transfer into a boss somewhere.
Come on.
Chapter 4, Dawn of a New Era. Ah, what a hell of a chapter 2. I love this chapter so much. Not only for the fun stuff on Upper Junon, obviously, but just let's take a listen. Take a moment to listen to the music here too. Hey, welcome in, Asteron. But I think Junon has some of the best music, even though the Robe Man is like burping into my ear. I love this song. While that plays in the background, so chat, I don't know if you came up with any ideas. Very Pirates of the Caribbean, yeah. I don't know if you guys came up with any ideas, but if you did on like what the potential importance of that hooded guy could be, but feel free to drop. And while that happens, I'm going to pull up scene that we. But I just want to double check chapter 14, because I'm pretty sure it shows up when Sephiroth is like doing his whole world's bullshit. New follower, hey, what's up? Solus Pragmatic. That's actually such an awesome name. Okay, let's see. Media player. So we're in the gap between worlds. I could have swore that this moment is shown in the gap between worlds. Man, I remember how magical the first time playing this area. It really was. I love the chocobo too, like being able to climb.
Most resilient worlds.
Being able to like climb around with the. I just loved exploring with the chocobo in this area.
Is not to be mourned, for it is not.
I think it's like after they break through to the other side.
Together.
Yeah, I think it's like around here-ish.
Cloud, lend me your strength. Let us defy destiny. Together. 7 seconds till the end. Time enough for you. Perhaps, but what will you do with it?
Let's
Let's see.
Then there's a bunch of like
Let go of
random
the past, Cloud.
flashes
For the
here.
future is bright. We are to bear witness.
It's also interesting, after we just were watching that Ever Crisis footage where Angeal was telling Sephiroth to let go of the past, and now have Sephiroth telling Cloud to let go of the past.
To the reunion of worlds.
A reunion.
I'm pretty sure it's here. Around here. Okay, so the shooting, so it just shows Sung shooting this guy. I forgot that this is part of this montage. And then right here, see, there it was. I knew I wasn't crazy. You have the Condor swooping in, grabbing one. A lot of hooded men stuff, basically. Maybe it doesn't really mean that much. Maybe it's just like reinforcing all the hooded men, because it shows like a lot of scenes involving the hooded men, right? Like it shows even outside of Cosmo Canyon. So it shows right there, like when there's that sick hooded guy right here outside of Cosmo Canyon. Yeah, maybe we overcooked. Maybe it's just really reinforcing all the robed men, and then showing obviously that they're playing a big role in the end game, where obviously Cloud essentially becomes a hooded man. So maybe I'm overthinking it as like a very specific moment, but I thought it was worth thinking about. I hope there's more chocobo exploration for each type in every region next game. I'll have to backtrack to grasslands with the Nibelheim Choco to find secrets. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, maybe, especially once we have the high wind. Like, I wonder if you could transport chocobos from one area to another. I mean, I know a lot of the chocobos are really like made specifically for each region. So, you know, in this one, it's really the climbing chocobos, you know, that are the focus of this area. So I don't know if the Nibelheim chocobo would be able to climb necessarily. There's also potentially like chocobo breeding in the next one, because you almost got to assume that they will do chocobo breeding, even though it wasn't major in here. It's just it's so baked into the DNA of FF7. They gave you access to all the chocobos here except for gold, obviously, but I feel like they will make that possible. And then maybe once you land in any given area with the high winds,
Where did that bird even come from, you think?
There's a story about a great condor said to
Great
rule
condor.
Berlin's abandoned reactor.
once you bring that
Any way to reach
the high wind, maybe you can bring different chocobos and they can,
aware of.
you know,
They
you
just
can
finally
use their
find
abilities in
what's
different
the
areas.
store.
Well, even if we could get there, I'd rather not bother. Didn't seem
Oh, I
very
forgot to put the
friendly.
game back on.
Agreed. Let's focus
Yeah,
on what
I
we
was
can.
literally thinking Metroidvania type of mechanics, maybe, where they give you reason to bring back different chocobos, to find different secrets that different chocobos can sort of unlock in the regions. That would be pretty cool. I don't know why I'm running. I do have the chocobo already, because it's New Game Plus. I don't know what this outfit is on it though. Let's visit the chocobo guy.
Well, look at that. Another chocobo ranch. I wonder where the owner's hiding.
There's some interesting world lore with the owner, from what I remember. But to your Condor point, Seth is willing to sacrifice all of these robed men to keep Cloud on the proper path. Yeah. He looks ridiculous with this horn. I'm a Kyrie stan, pretty much. So I'm just gonna murk them all. Because I love this stupid ass outfit. They do make it easy, so it's not field skills in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I haven't played Xenoblade Chronicles, so can't quite comment on that.
Who are you? Wait, you didn't come from the grasslands, did you?
Yeah, we did. You know Bill? He helped us cross the swamp and everything.
You what? God damn it. I told that idiot to take his signs down. Swamplands are dangerous even on Chocoback. I'm Gabe, by the way. Owner of the ranch here. And
I just
before
love
you
how this
ask,
guy is
my
like
birds are not
shirtless,
for rent.
tatted up.
Ain't worth the risk.
It really speaks
Used
to like
run
this dude has had a
deliveries, but
history.
Shinra put the kibosh on all that. Still trying to keep it going best I can.
He used to do
Well,
deliveries.
was
This guy
trying
was
till my garage shit
trafficking
fit.
some stuff. Let me tell you.
And since I don't have the parts to fix her, both she and my business are as good as dead.
So it feels so random, but it's awesome. This guy's been through some shit. This guy has a history. I'm
I
telling
bet we
you.
could help you fix it.
Kind of you to offer, but
Gabe and Bill definitely have a history. You know
It's
what I
just a
mean?
matter of getting the right parts, isn't it?
says the girl who ain't gotta fix it. But even if you were some kind of secret grease monkey, I wouldn't be able to
We found
pay
our
you for
party
the
meth
time.
dealer, yeah.
I'm flat broke. Curious about my birds? I've tried setting
Cloud
them
is gonna
free,
be here
but they
after,
just keep coming back.
Trying to figure out
Force
his
of
head. It's like, give me your hardest shit.
Well, nothing for it now.
Vietnam
Serves
vet.
me right thinking I could run a business. Should have known it'd all fall apart.
Hey,
See,
come
like
on
he
now.
hadn't run a business
Don't be so
before.
hard on
I
yourself.
was like, I should have known it.
Please, Cloud. He needs
Like,
help.
he picked up
It's not for
Chocobo
him.
ranching. It's not
And
what
at
he
least for the chocobos.
used to do. Why are you so
Maybe I
adamant
just
about
want to
this?
feel like I did a good deed. But look at him and his birds.
Sure.
Sweet.
I wasn't really asking, but
I wasn't
gotta
really
warn you,
asking.
the parts I need are hard to come by. At least around here, they sure are.
So where can we get them?
From this craftsman at the top of the
Final
mountain.
Fantasy files of their
Yeah.
shorts. Yeah, I've
Can't
seen
go
their shorts on
foot,
YouTube,
though.
especially.
Only a certain chocobo can make that climb. Bird by the name of Belle. Last I saw, she was over yonder.
We already had
She
Belle.
certainly was, but now she's with us.
That's so.
All right, let's roll.
Cool. So we get to. I actually remember. I did want to go to Wainwright's hut because I remember that being a little cool,
Sorry for
side
roping you into
quest.
this, even though he can't pay.
Not can't. Won't. Hate to break it to you, but pretty sure that guy's better off than he looks.
Wait, serious?
Pretty sure I have to go up this little mountain thing
Are you
first.
saying I got duped? That he's just using me?
Afraid so.
Aw.
Interesting. So there's two things in that little conversation there where Cloud and Aerith are talking about. Like Cloud is like, "Oh, you got duped." Having fun with that music, yeah, for sure. Where talking about being duped, right? We just read in the 2000 Gil story, Cloud getting duped, right? So there's a little bit of a connection there. The other thing that always like took me a little by surprise by this is it's sort of like it sort of implies that Aerith isn't super street smart, but we know like she's like the street girl, like she's like the slum, like she really shows herself as being really street smart in Remake. So it's interesting to sort of like pull back on that here.
That jerk. Whatever. I'm not doing it for him anyway. I'm doing it for the chocobos.
I don't know if it's pulling back necessarily, but at least it sort of like conflicts a bit with that characterization. God, I love climbing freaking rocks with the chocobos. This shit was like dream come true. Like to climb with a chocobo, and then he gets to do it so early. That's such a late game thing in the original. Pretty sure Wainwright is this way. Assuming Cloud is right, Cloud could be wrong and being an asshole. Yeah. Oh, this song. I used this at one point in my video. It's such a low-key awesome song, like out of nowhere. Where do I get off? Oops. I think it's supposed to be she feels a bit lost in City Midgar. Well, yeah, maybe she's not as, like, maybe not everything transfers from, like, understanding Midgard doesn't necessarily mean understanding the world, possibly.
Can I help you?
I don't know if it's about her materia going dark.
We're trying to fix Gabe's cart.
I think that the materia thing is more about her memories.
Well,
Like future
you'll have
memories.
to come back tomorrow or the day after. I'm too tired to help you right now.
Think a swift kick could get him up?
Listen to this song, just for, like, a random little side quest. Listen to it, listen to it. I always felt like I got transported to Peru. Gene, what's up? God, this music's so good. All right, Weekend with Magic. I never did this, I don't think.
Whoa, you're not serious, are
I
you?
never did that before.
Scared me half to death. You want to get my ass up? Then you bring me exactly what's on that list, got it?
Well,
I say we get his ass up.
Use the you have to use the map. I forgot about this, chat. I forgot there's like a whole quest where you have to use like the map to find stuff. Holy shit, I totally forgot. I totally forgot about this mechanic. I completely forgot this is a mechanic in this game. That's crazy. Use the wind rats map and your chocobo sense of smell. Yeah. Dude, holy shit, I totally forgot. Wow. Can't just like fast travel. I can. Air this cursing anyway. Such a phenomenal, yeah. It's like what she said when she drops shit in remake. This is not where I thought it was, but it is very nice. Let's get near the pillar thing, which is over there. Desolate work site. Oh, the opening motif right there, yeah. Oh, sliding down the rocks. Look at that, it's so fun. It's over here-ish. The pillar thing. Chocobo doesn't sense anything. This is the pillar, right? Oh yeah, here we go. The section of open world is kind of forgettable since almost none of it is used in the main storyline. Yeah, I did want to see what Wainwright How do you dig? What are you talking about, girl? What are you talking about? It's because there's enemies? That's a little further in. Yeah, I gotta fight these guys, I think. Get off the chocobo.
Enough!
Oh yeah! Another one in the back!
Alright, anyone dig for me? I do remember there being like something about the Wainwright story that I remember liking. So I wanted to see that real quick. Time to tune out, work on dinner, good stream, and good chats. Thanks. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we'll probably wrap soon since we're closing in on 6 hours. And I was thinking of like, oh, do we do some Under Junon stuff already? But maybe we save that for the next stream. So I got that one already. I think there's one like right around here. I just went there. So we'll see. You know, a 6-hour stream is already pretty long. But it's been fun. We've definitely gotten a lot of gotten to cook a whole bunch here. Let's do a couple more things real quick if we can. Looks like it would be around here, wouldn't it? Maybe not. Oh, can you see the other side of this? Okay, it's in here. Yeah, later to him, man. I think I said that already, but just in case. Okay, I have one more to find. And that is like, relatively speaking, like somewhere around the ranch, maybe? It's like, oh, this is the one I already found. I found the one that's over there. So I still need to find the one that's up here-ish. I missed it. Oh, is that there in that little cliff, maybe? Why don't we go that way? What's up here? Yeah. It's actually a pretty quick quest. Alright, I have everything. I just need to head back to Wainwright. Did she say anything on the way to Wainwright? Guess not. Let's go back. Fast travel. See what Wainwright has to say. He's sleeping again. I do love how they brought this back, because there was like a sleeping guy in the OG.
Special delivery.
Ask about the part. Yeah, let's see what he says.
Then you read the list? Everything I need's written right there.
Okay. That's what ask about means.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Anyway, name's Freddy. So what was it you needed again?
Ask what you're doing, bro.
Frankly, I'm not doing much of anything.
Other than thinking about the war, that is. This used to be a shelter, you know? One of the few safe spots during the air raids.
All right, Final Fantasy Files,
A
good to
lot
see
of
you.
folks lost their
Thank you.
lives. Good, decent folks. Can't bring back the dead, but least I can do is sit here and pay 'em.
Again, they're talking about like bringing back the dead. Again, we're just talking about life and death as a theme in this game, and like
My respects.
if they're walking away from that or not. But there's a lot of conversation about that, even in the Ever Crisis footage that we watched earlier. There was like that mention of I don't know if we watched a scene that said it, but there was something where either Angeal or Sephiroth or someone says you can't bring back the dead.
Gabe and I, we go way back. Comrades in arms. You'd never know it now, but he used to ride front and center in the
I wouldn't know it.
Chocobo
Have you seen us
Cavalry.
tatted up? This
We
dude was
scoured
that dude's
every inch of
hardcore.
these mountains, hunting for Shinra units and attacking them when they least expected it. Some close calls, too. Don't know how we survived. We fought tooth and nail for ourselves and the Republic, but wasn't enough.
Again, some
Now
more
I'm just hoping
like
to live out the
Republic
rest of
world
my
building
days
as we
in
talked
peace.
about.
Junon
let's find out about the
versus
war.
Shinra, before your time. You didn't think all those buildings demolished themselves, did you? Anyway, I fought in the Republic Army. And let's just say it wasn't pretty. Got our asses handed to us. And what you see now is all that remains. Oh, yeah. You did mention that. This'll just
I do
take
think
a
we
sec.
will do Under Junon before we end stream. It's not long.
Tell
So
me
it
she
would
ain't
set
a
us up to
beauty.
really like
Nobody makes
enjoy
it like
the
I do.
fullness of
And that's no
Upper
lie.
Junon
Go on, take
next week.
You ought to make more than that. Gabe's definitely gonna need him at some point.
it. I don't know about that. Besides, I've got things to do. Like catching some Z's for one. So if we're all done here,
Yeah, what I liked about the side quest was the way that it does give you a little bit more context of like the Republic of Junon, some of the way the characters live in this region, some of the fallout from the war. There's like a lot of little things that they give you. For it's not the most amazing side quest gameplay wise, right? Which I think the big criticism of this section of the game is that people were just hoping for a little bit more from some of these side quests at times, but it's still like pretty solid. Just slide down here. Love sliding down these walls. I just like seeing the area, like looking out and seeing the water in the distance. But let's head down. Let's head into Under Junon. I think that's pretty much all you could really do in this section anyway. Like I think you could do like the Proto Relic quests and stuff like that, but there's not really much to do until you like unlock Under Junon, from what I remember. Oh, I gotta go back to Gabe's. That's right. Let me go back to Gabe's first real quick. Yeah, all these other side quests are unlocked when you go into Under Junon. Let's go back to the ranch real quick. I think it's still here, yeah. Damn it. I always get back on the Chocobo after I get off the Chocobo. I don't know if you guys have that same problem.
Guess what? Brought you a present from your good friend Freddy.
Is that so?
Only if you promise to fix your carriage and take better care of your chocobos.
Well, twist my arm, why don't you? All right, little lady. It's a deal.
Good. In that case, no time like the present.
So I'll be able to review content. I'll try to catch up the VOD sometime. Love this community. Stay safe. Yeah, thank you, Serendipity.
Good as new. Oh, I gotta say, that old dog really outdid himself this time. Hell of a job. Don't think my character's ever looked even half this good. Appreciate it, kids. I could finally get the business back up and running again.
That's great. But before we head out, I just want to ask one more thing. If we hadn't shown up, would you have even tried to give your birds a better life?
Maybe.
I see. But I get it. Shinra's a big company, and what they say goes. I can't blame you for being too scared to fight back.
Hey, I ain't scared of those sons of bitches. Not one bit.
Oh? Then why'd you shut down the business?
It's like I told you, my carriage broke. And getting the parts to fix it sounded like a real hassle, So there you have it. I just let it go.
How responsible.
Okay, fine. I shouldn't have been so quick to throw in the towel. You happy? Starting today, I'm giving this job my all. I'll stock up on parts so I can keep...
It's sort of weirdly reminds, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it kind of reminds me of, in Remake, Aerith talks about like, oh, I'm so easy to give up on things, which I never really understood as like a line of dialogue, but then Cloud also pushes back on that, right? Of like, oh, I couldn't tell. And so this guy, Gabe, is talking about like, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna really step my game up. I'm not gonna, give up on things anymore. Like, I don't know if that's an intentional like connection that they made, but there is something that just struck me now as he was talking about that.
The carriage moving, and make sure my birds never get bored again.
You hear that? Then the deal is sealed.
You're quite the businesswoman yourself, ain't she?
Aerith saying she gives up easy is also in a monologue that Jima wrote for her for the 30th anniversary. Yeah, I have like a vague memory of that. I would have to like revisit that. Alright, I forgot that that was mentioned there. From what I remember, people really bring up the, what people bring up with that a lot of times is, don't people bring up with that anniversary thing, the, of course I'm realizing that Jean, Stamp, exactly, it's the one where Stamp was mentioned for the first time, yeah. I don't want to fight randos. Let's head into Under Junon. Chai, you have no idea how much time.
Everything above us. Below is Under Junon.
This top real quick.
A little more than an impoverished fishing village.
Figures. Shinra's always gotta have someone to stomp on. It's their friggin' MO.
I spent so much time out in that random open world. I was just doing, like, before I walked into Under Junon, I definitely did that quest, but I also feel like I did a lot of random stuff. I think I did all the proto-relic stuff, maybe, if that was available. I definitely, like, roamed around the area, was, like, checking out waterfalls. I was finding obviously summon, areas, doing all that. Like, I spent hours, hours doing random stuff before even in the Junon region, before walking into Under Junon. It was insane. Like, looking back on it, I'm like, how the hell did I spend that much time out in that world? But that first time, yeah, you can do almost everything. God, look how nice it looks. It's that PC version thing. That's why it's hard to quit the PC version, even while I'm like getting some frame issues sometimes. It's like, God, it looks so good. It's really the background detail, the background stuff that just looks really, really good on the PC. It's hard to quit it, even when I get like frame time stutter and stuff. Let's talk to the one and only Mommy Rhonda. Yeah, I did everything it let me before
Welcome
moving
to
forward.
Under Junon, our sunless oasis. My name is Rhonda. I'm the mayor and
Oof, hold on.
sheriff around these parts.
See if I can. It's chugging. It feels like it's chugging a little bit. The music here is so good too.
That depends on who's asking.
A woman who could turn you in. And be 100 grand richer for it.
Skin detail is so good.
Well, you know what they say. Can't take it with you.
And heiress to boot, huh? That's another $500,000 on top.
$500,000?
I love how she's like excited about it. She's like,
Down here, though, we know when to turn a blind eye. Consider our lips sealed.
Sorry, but I call bullshit.
Well, I don't think you would if you knew even half of what my town's been through. You don't
then
like
she
it?
does report us. I
Leave.
forget why she reports
But
us.
over there,
Is it for the money for
there's a
her
quiet little
son?
inn where everyone's welcome.
Any guys in black robes pass through?
Not that I saw. Did see some black suits, though. 2 guys and a girl. Looked pretty tough.
That it's a PU fee.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
They made a beeline right for the elevator.
now we're talking.
People
No,
were
don't
shipping
even think
Barrett and
about it.
Rhonda hard.
In case it isn't obvious,
I was shipping
upstairs
Cloud and Rhonda.
is Shinra turf.
You know why?
And the
Because
same goes for the elevator as well.
Cloud's mom is like, yo, you need an older woman that'll,
Don't ask me
keep
what,
you in line.
But the company's got something big
Like,
planned up there.
Aerith is like,
And
what, a
security
year
is tight.
older? I think Tifa's the same age. So neither of them
start
really
anything?
match that description.
Anything at all,
So, hey,
and there will be consequences.
I'm thinking Cloud should have, took up Rhonda. Took his mom's advice, to like the most extreme.
Behave yourselves now.
But hey, Rhonda's fine. Cloud will be doing pretty good with that, I think.
Don't care what she said. There's gotta be black robes around here somewhere. So how we
There's
gonna
a wilder
find
interpretation some people have
Depend
that
on where they are headed.
Claudia was talking about herself. Oh my
If they
god.
continue west, there are only 2 ways off this continent.
That's even crazier.
By sea or by air.
Right. Might want to ask around town. then.
Way to stack yourself
Locals will
against
know routes
both
not on the map.
Aerith and Tifa
May have even
shippers,
seen
yeah.
stragglers pass through, or got boats for rent or something.
How about we meet at the inn when we're done?
Sounds good. And remember,
Like Aerith and Tifa, obviously
profile.
beautiful, all that stuff, but if Cloud wants himself a real woman. The NPC dialogue around this area is great. God, even the sea breeze like stinks of Mako, like the world building, even just from like little things that are talked about here.
Fix you up good as new. Then one day we can take to the seas again and do what we do best.
It's like you get so much of a sense of like this town is just depressed of like they used to be able to do so much. They used to take over the sea, and they used to enjoy fishing in this area, and they just can't anymore because Shinra's ruined the water.
You'll know her when you see her.
Yeah, I'll meet Priscilla in a little bit.
Special girl, cute as a foil. Cold.
Hey, you see that trio that took the elevator up top? Have to be Turks. Those suits are unmistakable.
Ah, the Turks. We're up ahead.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it'll bring avalanche too.
There's such little details about the area. One of my favorite details actually is talking to the shopkeeper. I felt so bad.
Wait, you want to buy something?
She's like, "You want to buy something here?" She's so excited to sell something. I genuinely feel like I need to buy stuff from her, even if I don't need stuff. In this case, she has booster packs that this save file does not have, so I'll take it. But she's like so excited to have a customer that I feel like I have to buy stuff from her.
Thank you so much.
Look at that. She's like so appreciative of like, she's like, oh my god, I actually have a customer? Because this area is really, it just speaks to, this lady's talking about the live stream. It just speaks to the status of like Under Junon as an economy.
Here you go.
Like how much, oh, Gabe's here. But like how much of it has just been changed by Shinra.
My friends, I represent the anti-Shinra forces of the Crow's Nest.
crow's nest stuff. Wade Durfin versus Corel Shop. Yeah, I'm like, get the hell out of here, you piece of shit. You're cool with Barrett? Well, you're a fucking asshole. I hope you die in a ditch somewhere. I'd rather you die than give me any gil, that's for sure.
A world with clean waters and vibrant forests. Join us in the crow's nest and help us put an end to Shinra's tyranny.
You know, this game's not political, guys. You know, they're only talking about like trying to save the environment and, you know, pushing against like the capitalist like destruction of their town. But none of that's relevant.
My friends, I represent Let's Take Back the Sea for Junon.
You do feel for them, right? Like taking back the sea for Junon. It's like, imagine you lived on a port. Like imagine you lived in like a fisherman area, and you couldn't really take advantage of that, right? Like I think there's a couple fishermen down here that talk about it in a way that I find really interesting. There's like one up here. This guy says a lot, if I remember.
Fishing off the shore. Now you gotta go out into the bay to get yourself a nibble. Of course, if you trawl the waters with a company ship, you're bound to rake it in. Ain't any easier or more
I caught him halfway
efficient way to
through.
fish. True. But if you ask me, it's like biting the hand that feeds. I respect the sea, and it'll be a cold day in hell before I work a Shinra ship.
This guy's talking about like he could work for Shinra, like a way for him to actually be able to take advantage of the seas again is if he were to work for Shinra. But see, in the old days, you could make ends meet just fishing off the shore.
Now you gotta go out into the bay to get yourself a nibble. Of course, if you trawl the waters with a company ship, you're bound to rake it in. Ain't any easier or more efficient way to fish. True. But if you ask me, it's like biting the hand that feeds.
Biting the
I
hand that
respect the
feeds.
sea, and it'll be a cold day in hell before I work a Shinra ship.
So I just love that little world building stuff that like you don't need to stop and like listen to all these, you know, NPCs talk about this stuff, but I find it super interesting. You can also, I believe you can see.
You didn't want to mess with the gals working the port, neither. Oh, listen to me. Going on about the old days.
More old day shit. I think you can see Mr. Dolphin here as well now. If you go over here first, it really helps build the environment. Yeah. Here's Mr. Dolphin. Fire's actually meeting Mr. Dolphin. Hey, he's doing a little trick. He's so happy to see Cloud. Look at him. I love the way there's a Mr. Dolphin in this game. Okay, so let's continue on. Let me see if I can talk to the party about anything, and then if not, oh.
All right, let's see what's
Went
biting
the wrong way,
today.
but that's fine. That works. Let's see if I can talk to the party, and then if not, go into the hotel.
With all the ways to cure fish, it's
Which way do I have to go up? Oh, it's past these guys, maybe? Yeah, did they say anything interesting?
Clear right, clear left, and we're good.
Oh, they're just like... They're just out. Check in.
All right, everyone, come and get it. Don't want
How the hell do I go
much
back up?
time, do you? That's it.
Oh, it's that staircase. I like the added lore about Junon being the floating city that sunk. Yeah, because you just know we'll be able to see it in part 3. Is it NPCs that talk about it? Where is it mentioned, Gene? Because like I do want to talk about that stuff. But I forget which NPCs or if it's like part of the regular.
When an old salt like me says you ought to keep your feet on dry land, you listen.
Some fishing village this is ain't even allowed to take a rowboat out.
Yeah, look at the...
Shinra's saying it's only a temporary prohibition, but people gotta eat. Anyway, short of stealing a boat and causing a scene, both us and our black-robed friends
It's
are
World
SOL.
Intel. I think it was the World Intel. Actually, do I have the World Intel? Where is that kept? Oh, it's here. pretty sure it's here. Yeah. Here we go. So the people of Junon were once largely seafarers who only returned to the shore to peddle the bounty of the ocean, unlike other communities that settled in a single location and gradually expanded their territory. These sailors preferred the freedom of the open sea, and over time, banded together with like-minded souls to form a unique society. As a republic, they repurposed a flotilla of large vessels to construct a floating city that would serve as a center of their trade network. Having forged a robust infrastructure, they then set their sights on uniting the disparate peoples of the world. Though Junon ushered in an era of economic and cultural prosperity, it was not to last. Shinra's revolutionary Mako technology put paid to their ambitions, and their once proud city now slumbers beneath the waves. And yeah, we'll definitely see that in part 3. I think the teacher talks about it at the crow's nest. She's talking about to the kids. Oh, yeah. I think that's possible too. Also, hey, Solus Pragmatic. It says first time chat, but I know you joined a while back. So thanks for hanging in so long. Having conquered the Republic of Junon, Shinra constructed a nigh impregnable fortress on the coast in the heart of their enemy's former territory. Powered by the world's only underwater Mako reactor and equipped with a colossal cannon capable of firing as far as Wutai, the stronghold resembles a vast battleship risen from the deep to defend the eastern continent. Junon is a city composed of multiple levels, each of which is lined with uniform buildings that were originally designed to serve the needs of military personnel. After the war with Wutai, some were converted into hotels and retail outlets, and the harbor and airport now see a constant stream of civilian visitors. Military exercises are still conducted frequently, however, and should the need arise, defense countermeasures can be deployed at a moment's notice, transforming the city into a fortress ready to repel would-be invaders. So super interesting intel there. Like I said, let's see if we can find more of the party. I know Earth is over here. I'm pretty sure Tifa's nearby too.
Word around town is Shinra's holding some kind of big event up top. Wonder what?
Does the event have frames for me? Because I need them.
All together in a group?
There we go.
Didn't expect that.
Oh, Tifa's over here.
We're recruiting.
Elevators are only way up, but Rhonda won't thank us if we storm it. She wasn't kidding when she said it was well guarded. Got any other ideas?
Where is red?
We're recruiting for
It's not that important if I find red. They're just like saying little things. I don't know. Let's go into the top, which will also trigger the fight. So I should probably be prepared for that. Double check this enemy intel. I forgot the bosses are kept up here, or down here rather. Terror of the Deep. That's the one, right? Okay, so it's weak to lightning, lesser resistance to fire, time, and I forget what the last one is, maybe poison or something. Greater resistance to ice, so that won't work on it. A monstrous aquatic creature that lives off the coast of Junon, inflicting enough damage on its head while it is in the water will pressure it and cause it to take to the air. Attacking the water cells creates, okay. So, shoot, what was it? Lightning? Oh, damn it. Close the menu. Syria. Cloud. Let's give him lightning. Oof. My computer is acting like it's tired. Healing magnify. Oh, I should put that in someone else, to be honest. Barrett is good because I need distance people. Tifa. I actually think I'm gonna want Aerith in my party just because she can do long range damage. This thing that sort of flies around. Lightning. Let's also take an elemental. Red. Although I'd rather put that elemental on Cloud, actually. She doesn't have much. What should I put on her is a question. Maybe we can put like prayer on her. She could probably use a chakra also. Wouldn't hurt. I'm gonna put dark side on her. It just feels like so out of place. I'll put an HP up on her. And then actually for Barret, let's also throw shoot, what was it? There's something I wanted to give Barret just now. I forgot what the hell it was. Oh, a chakra. Yeah, because he didn't have any like real. Well, he has a healing now, but he didn't really have anything on him. But he can grow that anyway. The last thing I want to do is I want to throw ATB boost on Aerith. That's helpful. Might not be a purple. It might be. There it is. Take it off of red. Okay, I think we're pretty much ready. I do remember that in hard mode, this boss actually was a bit tougher than I expected. It's kind of pushover in normal, but this damn Terror of the Deep really whooped my ass in hard mode before. Oh, God, why is my computer just like hating me right now?
That sword.
30
You're
FPS.
some kind of fighter, aren't you? That was Priscilla. And from the sound of it, she needs a tough guy like you to lend a hand.
Anybody, please! We gotta go, now! There's a monster attacking the boat! This way! Down here! Quickly, please! Help!
The introduction to Yuffie. I love this new introduction to Yuffie. That they like really go fix your settings. I'm sure Priscilla will be fine. It's really not the settings. It's just like my computer at times like handles it really well, and at other times it just doesn't. In theory, if I drop my textures down to medium, it should be more consistent. But I really like the high textures. And then it works a lot of times really well. Mr. Dolphin. This is so good. Everything about how they did this is great. I really do wonder if I should switch to playing with my PS5 Pro. Just because I'm not really taking advantage of any PC things, really. And it would be 100% consistent.
Say what? Barret, focus.
Get its attention.
On it.
Jesus. Streaming is live CPU, and it's a weak point in my PC, yeah. Would you have to play back up to this point? No, I could just, pretty much do I mean, I have chapter select. So yeah, I guess I would have to play back up to this point for next week's stream, but it's really not too bad.
Don't overdo it.
Yes, it's my
The one thing that I'm missing by not having... Oh, I thought I was going to have Aerith. Even though I set her up for this. I forgot to set her as my party.
Okay, let's go.
Hang on. Shit. Better off with magic.
I know I'm better off with magic, but I need ATB. Come on.
Damn it. Not looking good.
Okay. Well, if I'm going to die and everything, Yuffie has already survived falling from a great height. It's like she's already part of the team. Yeah. Just because I set up the materia for Aerith and whatnot, and I could really use Arcane Ward. Let me just switch Cloud, Barret, Aerith, yeah. Tifa is just kind of tough for that fight. There's a bit of a disadvantage. Alright, Aerith, throw down a Arcane Ward. Water Cell. Ah, shit. Okay, Cloud, you're gonna use...
We'll get you out of there.
Aerith.
Get him! You've got this.
Barret. Attack that tail. Nice, Barret, nice. Focus shot.
I'm coming.
Aerith, I need you to build up that ATB. So I wanna nuke it.
Come on, team.
This is now. All on the
Leave it to me.
You jittery?
Call it lightning.
One more.
Okay, second phase. No Aerith in the party. Bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Yeah.
Watch the water. Back to the front on you.
I'll take care of them.
Okay, let's do some healing. Shit.
We got you.
Thunder.
Coming at you.
Shit. She's sneaky. She's sneaky.
Right.
Oh, that's not good.
A spell or two ought to speed things up.
Shit.
Wait, seriously?
Ooh, okay.
You'll feel better in a second.
Okay, you son of a bitch.
Get ready.
Ooh, avoided that. It's kind of crazy how at the beginning of this game I was so thrown by how quickly Cloud dodges. Why was Barret taking damage? Doesn't she have ATB boost? She does. Okay. So we're just gonna raise Barret.
I'm here.
And then we are going to heal everyone. Oh, she doesn't have Cure All? I thought I put Cure All on her. Oh well. She can cure herself.
All right. Watch and learn.
Bullshit attack.
Want some more?
Oh, come on. Fuck you.
Not looking good. Shit. Better off with magic.
I know I'm better off with magic, but I don't have anything to do magic. Oh shit. It's chasing me with this.
No escape. Just kidding.
Damn you.
So that's the way it's gonna be, huh? You'll see.
Come on. Jesus, this piece of shit. Okay. Oh, come on! Gotta be kidding me.
Okay, up and at him.
Aquatic Twister. Some shit. When is she gonna get her like a limit ability or something, you know? Okay. Jesus, okay.
Every little bit helps.
Oh, fuck you. That was so close. Did you see how close that was? I saw it last minute and dodged.
Back to good now.
You know what we're gonna do, Barrett? Me and you, Barrett? Maybe not. Oh, Barrett has nothing? Shit. Okay. Fuck you. Okay. Let's have him do a rise.
Let's turn this around.
What does he have for limit? Oh, he has satellite beam. Fuck it.
My turn.
Oh, bitch. It's a wasted satellite beam. God damn it. I've had so many enemies in hard mode run away from my limit attack. Fuck you.
Let's finish this.
Not only that. Fuck you.
I'll take care of this.
Oh, she doesn't have Arcane Ward up. Maybe I'll just do... I'll just build its damage here.
Gonna make your eyeballs
Fuck you.
Want some more?
Yeah, grasping tail in my ass. Oh shit.
Taking over.
That's what I get for talking shit. Rise on Barrett.
Be careful.
It's a sneaky tough fight. It's a sneaky tough fight.
Shit. Better off with magic.
Fuck you.
Gotta be
Shit.
Stay calm. Help's coming. Bring in the heat. A spell or two ought to speed things up.
No.
Coming at you hard and
God
fast.
damn it.
A spell or two
Oh, come
ought to
the fuck
speed
on.
things up. Enough already. Always did like a challenge.
Come on, dude. And Aerith is stuck in the water cell. Shit.
Not ready
Fuck.
to return yet.
That's really annoying. That's really annoying. Does Barrett still have Ramu? He does, but I just never got the chance to really bust it out. It's kind of crazy how at the beginning of the game I was so thrown off by Cloud's new quick dodges and Aerith's. It was so different from Remake. Yeah. It's just like once this piece of shit has like hits you with these water cells, like once he gets like more than one party member in a water cell, it's just pain. Oh man, and this attack hurts.
We'll get you out of there. How shocking.
Cloud is really hurting. Oh, why did I waste that?
Go on. That hit.
Shit, come on.
Oh, you in trouble now.
Go on.
Want some more?
Okay. Actually gonna use focus shot.
You're up.
I'm coming.
I'm gonna have Aerith revive.
Back to the left.
Oh, this fucking tail lash, man. Come the fuck on. That's the real problem right here. Right here's the real problem. Once it's like multiple. Oh, come on. How many attacks does it get at one time? Come on. Ridiculous. That's what makes this boss so hard, is like,
We still got a job to do.
come the fuck on.
Come on.
Come on. Exactly, Barrett.
I'm still kicking. Yes.
All right. With that, I'm gonna be right back. Because I've been needing to use the bathroom, but I've been holding it like crazy. Give me 1 second. Done playing games in this game, okay? I'm done playing games with this son of a bitch. I have a plan. I have a plan, y'all. I was using Tifa and Aerith to brute force each other out of the water cells. Yeah. Don't worry, I got a plan. I got a plan. Okay, you don't gotta worry about me, okay? I got a plan, okay? You don't gotta worry about me. I've been around the block. I've been around the block a few times. You know, I know a thing or two about this video game. Aerith. Aerith, girl. Your chakra's useless anyway. Please tell me that this save file has the first strike. Yes. Oh, she has first strike already. Okay. So she has first strike already. And I have ATB boost. Okay. That's what I thought. Actually, she has like an unused slot here. Not so fleeting familiar. ATB charge rate. I'll take that. Does Cloud have any unused? No. Okay. Whatever. HPMP clap. I don't understand how to use HPMP. I really don't. I need to like study that one. I never understood it. I still don't understand it. I never understood it in the original. I'm just gonna point that out. Were you gonna point out the HBMP?
Keep it together.
Here goes.
Okay. King Ward. Shit. Fuck you. Zara. Cloud. I'm looking Zara also.
Can you take over?
Guess it's my turn.
Barrett. Shot.
My turn.
Okay, staggered.
One more shot.
How's he so far away?
Get him. That's it.
Keep it up.
Right. My turn.
Okay, missing weapon ability slot.
This one's for you. Stop it.
You.
Yeah, I'll do it. Fire up.
Hang back.
This might be it.
Take the lead.
We've got to get through this. Just taking over.
About damn time.
Oh, you missed, bitch.
Bring it home.
My turn.
Okay.
What now?
To the next stage.
Watch the water.
So this is a surprisingly tricky fight. Oh, come on.
Not looking good.
Aerith, can you throw me a heal, please?
I'll take care of you.
I just shot my ass. Fuck
We'll
you.
get you out of there.
Oh, come on, 2 water cells.
Get him.
Thunder.
One more shot. Too bright. Yep.
She popped both the water cells at once, which is nice.
Kinda hurt. Maybe this'll do the trick.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
We got you. So now, a spell or two ought to speed things up. See ya. I'm counting on.
Crap.
Come on.
Everything's spinning.
Stupid aquatic twister bullshit. Is he going down? He's going. You fucker. Cloud, do you have curing at all? Oh, you have cure all, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Where's this? Where is this? Where is this guy? Where is this guy?
Tagging out.
All right, watch and learn. All right, let's pump it full of lead.
Okay. Shot. Cloud.
Taking over.
Aerith, you want to do a limit? Any chance? Rising Fury. Should I rage? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Feed me, Aerith. Feed me. Where's my limit break? There we go. Finishing touch.
Ready or not, here I come. Get him.
Ah, he ran away. I was afraid he was gonna run away. Who is Limit Siphon? Is Cloud a Limit Siphon, actually? Fuck it. Take it from Barret. Alright. Cloud. I want you to hit the son of a bitch.
This should make you stronger.
Okay. Daga. Double Thundaga.
We got you now.
I do got you now, you piece of shit. I told you, I know a thing or two about these video games. This is so hype. The first time I saw this this scene, it's like, what a great way to integrate the dolphin, right? To like make it part of this whole sequence. You see it earlier, you see it here. He jumps off the dolphin. It's like, ah.
Let's check
It's
on
like
that
you
girl.
can't.
Come on.
You literally
I don't
can't
think
script
she's
it better.
breathing.
It is scripted, but you literally can't script it better.
God, she's so cold.
Look at him. Look at Mr. Dolphin.
I need to get her breathing again.
Maybe someone should go find a doctor? There's no time.
It's actually a really long time to be applying CPR. It takes Cloud a very long time to get here.
Don't just stand there. Help me.
Like,
You're on chest compressions.
I'll say, Yuffie is lucky. I'll say that.
Now, start.
The way to do this whole thing. Yuffie is so good too. Susie is so damn good as Yuffie. Cloud makes it so weird, he does. The music, the little hints. Has he ever? No, I don't think he has, Sephiroth.
Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell? They used to be with Avalanche, but left after a policy dispute.
Such a cool, good, such a
Easy.
cool.
They're guests of mine.
Oh man, come on. Such a cool, like,
And this one was trying.
such a cool, sorry. I'm just like trying to revive my goddamn frame rate. Such a cool integration of the DLC stuff.
To save her life.
Volunteers
What?
tribute Sephiroth.
Nice going, Yuffie. Call the guy a creep, why don't ya? You big moron. Dum, 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 dum.
How do they make Yuffie so
Okay, Yuffie.
good?
Let's get you inside.
A lot of it's Susie for sure, but the writing is great. Like, a character that a lot of people did not like, even all the way through the compilation. Yuffie's perfection, her abilities, and seeing energy with Chef's Kiss. Ugh.
The kids these days, I swear.
Now.
Who's that?
I mean, what carries
Another
so
one
much
of my guests. I
of
see there are a lot
FF7
of them when the world's on fire.
Are the characters, right? Like, a lot of people talk about this, like the characters of FF7 are really what kind of like breathes so much life into this franchise, and always has, like in the original, you know, and you know, it's the characters and the journeys that they go on. It's why people get so attached to, the live stream sequence is so powerful. That's all character. It's really all character at the end of the day. There's a big crazy like sequence that happens, right? Where you're learning, you're piecing together stuff from the past. There's multiple versions of Cloud. The live stream is going crazy and you're realizing, oh my God, my alien messed up brain is actually, now I understand what actually happened. But it all comes back to character. And like, it was a thing that a lot of people were afraid they were going to miss on the characters in remake, because the compilation version of the characters just weren't exactly quite right and weren't exactly what people wanted. wanted. And they've not only nailed those characters, but they've taken characters that we haven't had a lot of attachment to over the years, like Yuffie, Kate Sith, etc., and like done so much with them. And I know there's a lot of fear around somebody like Sid, where people say, oh, that's not the Sid that I remember. But to that end, I'm going to actually interrupt this to bring up something that I remember it really stuck out to me when I was playing through my the OG right before Rebirth, because the trailers had already come out. We had already seen this like different version of Sid already in the trailers. But if you go into, so when I was replaying the original, let me pull this up real quick. Where is it? It's after the Junon stuff. Okay, so, and we'll see this when we play the original. But let me pull it up real quick on the watching screen. Oh, Bigglesworth, Triple Deluxe. Hey, welcome in. Just saw your follow. For whatever reason, I didn't hear the alert. Maybe I was like too engrossed in the combat. But here in, let me bring up. The browser should be up. Where is it? Why is this not showing up? Here we go. Okay, so you should all see this. So when you take back the high wind for the first time and you go and you talk to this you go and talk to this guy right here, he describes Sid like, he's like, oh, we took over the ship and, you know, a bunch of like Shinra people came in and, you know, one of them was Sid, and he was like, he was looking around the inside of the ship looking really, you know, nostalgic. And then this random mechanics is like, he even talked to us. I couldn't believe it. I was so impressed. He was every bit as warm-hearted as we'd always heard. It's like out in the world, apparently, like Sid was described as a very warm-hearted person, not this like cold-hearted shithead jerk, you know, that's like cursing at you left and right and, you know, mistreating Shara. And I think a lot of, you know, and when I remember after seeing this dialogue and then playing the rest of the game, I kept looking at Sid's dialogue in a whole different way. And like after, like pretty much after this point, like he's kind of like, he can be a little ornery, he could be a little combative at times, but he's not much of a jerk. And when you realize that like when you first meet him, the context for when you meet him is like, he's expecting Shinra to show up that day. This is the company that crushed his dreams, you know, stopped him from that. And he's like, he's just frustrated. He's like, oh, I'm expecting them to come. I'm going to make an argument to try to bring the space program back when they arrive in town. But he's like worked up. He's worked up because Shinra's on its way. And so, you know, he's agitated when you meet him. So I think we see him in the original at a point where he's very agitated. And so he's extra mean. He's mean to us. He's mean to Shira. He's not in the right headspace. And we meet him in a completely different circumstance in this game. I know that was like a little bit of a side tangent. I plan to talk about that later when we meet Sid. But again, I think they've nailed these characters so well. At every step, they've nailed them better than we even remember them in a lot of cases. So even with a character like Sid, that a lot of people have expressed some like fear around, they're like, oh, they changed Sid, is he different? I just think we haven't seen Sid in that context yet. And I think we also have a little bit of a like our memory isn't 100% accurate to what Sid was throughout the entirety of the game. It's just that we had this first impression, and we know first impressions are so important. We had this first impression of Sid, and it stuck with us. You know, drink your goddamn tea. And that isn't the totality of that character.
Monsters like that one have been cropping up more and more lately. Goddamn reactors to blame. Thanks again. She would have been in deep shit without you. Monsters like that one have been cropping up more and more lately.
Man, this game. Sid and AC, hush now. This is man talk. Yeah. I do. He has his little jabs. He's maybe not as jabby as he has been in the compilation. He does tell people to shut up sometimes, and then Nerd Naruto running over. Oh, swap your screen. Sorry, shit.
Splinter Cell, right?
Now, how the hell did you...
Thank you for the
I'm
reminder.
a big, huge fan of yours. HQ wishes they could be as cool as you guys.
Well, we are pretty cool, but...
Think we could sit down for a chat later? Got a teensy favor to ask. And gotta thank you for before.
I suppose you could come by the inn tomorrow?
Sweet! You won't be sorry. Promise. Later!
I know,
She's so
I know.
good.
She laid it on pretty thick. But
She's
hey,
so damn
she's
good.
just a kid. What's the harm in hearing her out?
Maybe she wants your autograph.
Come on, let's get ourselves some rooms.
I never noticed like how truly amused Barrett is by that. He's like, and when you talk to him, like, I think his like 3-star dialogue option is like talking about the autograph thing.
Hey, if it
It's
isn't
like an
the heroes
element of
the
like him
hour,
wanting a little bit
I
of
heard about what you
admiration
did
that I
for
don't think
girl.
we've really
you
unpacked
so
as a
much.
character yet.
Your stay is on us. We insist. It's the least we can do for you, really. Now then, how many we got? Will 4 rooms be enough?
Wonder if one of the devs had a daughter or something to model off of. She's endearing and annoying. Yeah.
5 it is.
Well, all these devs have grown up.
Everything is comped.
Like a
So
lot of
if you
these
need anything at all,
developers, like
just ask.
Nomura, Katase, and whatnot, like they were.
But I'm dying
Like I think
for
Katase had maybe like a young child when OG first came out because he was like in his 30s.
When was the last time that happened?
Again, this guy's also saying like, oh, when was the last time our hotel was full, right? Like, again, just talking about the economy of Junon earlier. But a lot of these devs have like maybe didn't have kids or they had very young kids when the OG came out. So like now they've had teenagers. So maybe they're able to like tap into it even better.
It's open.
We're gonna do these conversations. We're gonna meet Roche and then we're gonna call it for stream.
Hey, so about
I like them
that
showing the
youth
good side and
kid,
rough side of these
what do you think
characters.
she
Yeah, it
wants
makes them
with
more
us?
real and endearing.
Be honest.
Enduring. Your autograph, of course.
Like Tifa said, your autograph.
Ah, the burden of fame.
He's like
Always
practicing
knew
his
this day
autograph.
come. Good thing my signature's a work of art. Let me prove it to you.
Always knew this day'd come.
Shinra didn't waste any time getting our names and faces out here, did they?
They did not.
I could feel them slipping away one by one, and the tighter I held on, the more I lost.
I could feel them slipping away one by one. God, I wish I could just like, I can't see the damn dialogue for a
I
while.
felt the same. It was like they were sucking them straight out of my head.
She talks about it as like, I could feel them leaving my brain one by one. And then Red says, yes, I could feel them leaving. So is it literal whispers? Were there actual literal whispers within them or something? Like, or were they talking about the memories as like in these individual things that they could feel? Probably memories. I don't think it was like whispers in their body. I guess it must be like they must have felt like the memories slipping one by one. This is what I was talking about before with the white materia. Yeah, this is the white materia thing where it's like now it's clear, and but it's interesting because we've attached the white materia to Aerith's memories for sure. But then Red, how does he Because he doesn't have a white materia or an empty materia that has memories in it. So how did he also have... I know she touched him. Maybe she just imbued some of the memories into him. But yeah, Aerith touched him and gave him something. That also makes me think of like Sephiroth's conversation or mention in chapter 14 of like, I give you my gift, right? Is like Aerith in some ways gave her gift to Red in that moment in Remake, where he was then able to see the future. So I wonder if it's a similar thing in terms of Sephiroth's gift to Cloud is like, I personally saw the gift as some people thought it was just the black materia. I see the gift that Sephiroth gave Cloud as maybe this ability to see between worlds, or, you know, that's why he could see the rift when no one else can, when he's back in the main world. So maybe it is this ability that he wouldn't have otherwise that has been imbued upon him by Sephiroth in that moment. Similar to when Aerith imbues the ability to see the future into Red 13. Maybe the future is so changed it no longer exists and therefore the memories evaporate as well. Yeah, we talked about that when we were playing chapter 1, that Aerith talks about the memories potentially being erased. And so if they're from the future, then they have to be gone because they have literally been erased. It's not like they just ran away from her suddenly. It's that they're just literally don't exist anymore.
And the worst part is that I don't even know what's missing. Only that something is. Like it's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't remember.
Damn whispers.
Speaking of, you seen them lately? Cloud.
Should call them a child and touch them.
Who's in there with you? Oh. Red. Thought it was someone else.
Nope. All clear here, officer. Well, hope the rest of your patrol is just as uneventful. Come in.
Talk to her real quick.
I don't know about you, but it feels like we've been on the road forever. Like Midgar's ancient history. I wonder how Mom and Marlene are holding up.
Homesick?
No time for that, not with Sephiroth around. So, a little random, but do you remember the first time we met?
Show the flower at me.
He shoved a flower in my face.
It's called a gift.
Stand up a
Cloud.
little bit.
I saw it, you know, in a vase at 7th Heaven. And I seriously doubt you're the one who put it there.
Hey, I mean, you never know.
Some advice? Never re-gift a present from a girl. Especially if you're just gonna give it to another one.
Noted.
Water under the bridge. But next time...
Shoot, I forgot what I even picked there. Oh, I just picked, I think it was already 3-star. Not much to say there, but yeah, it's interesting. Things revs in here, right?
Yes. This town reeks of fish and brine. Should Shinra come calling, I doubt I'll smell them till it's too late.
Huh. Not good.
Thankfully, my ears are unaffected. I'll let you know if I hear anything unusual. My poor nose.
His poor nose, chat. He's such a good boy. Even though he hates being called a dog. Even though he would hate me saying he's a good boy.
My poor nose.
He is a good boy. And then, oh wait, before we go up there, I think there's maybe... No, I don't think she has anything. Never mind. Wish his voice kind of just stayed that way. I know, I do, like, I understand canonically, like, his younger voice and everything, but his older voice, like, his more mature voice is just so good. Like, it's so good. It's what you think of when you think of Red 13. And he nails it, and then it's gone, sadly.
Hey. Perfect timing. I was just about to come find you.
Yeah,
You
regret what I said in Calm.
Mm-hmm. I was so relieved when he said this.
Come in.
'Cause he was a dick in Calm.
I should have never doubted you.
There's the doubting thing, right? Like, remember what we said earlier, we talked about in 2000 Guild to become a hero, of like, don't be so quick to doubt people. And so he's like, I shouldn't have doubted you. So we talked about that as a potential thing that it was building to. So yeah.
It's fine. I never should have doubted you either.
Again, just the little connections between everything.
Do you remember a guy named Emilio from Nibelheim?
Only person
Gotta
in the
riz
village
it.
is you.
Huh? Oh. Okay then. His family
Typical man
owns the
taking
general
forever to
store.
apologize.
Right.
Anyway, he left the village right before you did. Thought I'd never see him again. Then one day last year, he shows up at 7th Heaven. I couldn't believe my eyes. He was all grown up. Didn't even recognize him at first.
Really?
Yeah, and what's more, the woman who walked in with him was stunning. Like, she could have been a model, and...
Come on, Tifa. She could have been a model.
You're...
Have you seen yourself, Tifa?
Not really. But I'm happy to listen, so go ahead.
It's okay. Forget it.
Was this another test?
Look, Radcliffe,
No,
I
it
mean,
wasn't.
sometimes I'm also perplexed in real life by how some women are into some guys.
Why deny it?
And it's like, it just kind of is
I
what it
guess
is.
it was, huh? I'm sorry.
It's fine. We'll find time to talk. Just the two of us. Figure things out.
I think generally,
Just be ready
though,
to spill your
Cloud is
guts,
seen as
huh?
attractive. I mean, it's hard for me to fully assess that.
With my
His
eye
face
and
card,
stuff?
that's why. Yeah, Sephiroth can give us a better point of view. I'm just like, it's impossible for me to tell who women find attractive sometimes. Just like, all right. Like, oh, that guy is famous and women love him. He's okay, he's attractive, okay. Sometimes you kind of get it, right? Like a Superman actor, like he's like, you know, kind of like what you would traditionally assume is like a man, you know what I mean? So I get like, you know, him, but there are some actors and stuff that I'm like, really? They're into them? Okay. And not just because they have like aura and stuff, they actually like think they look good. I'm like, oh, okay. I just have no way to assess that. I feel like I'm always a little bit off. Cloud is small, helpless energy to him. Did I say anything? No? Alright, so let's go to bed. Let's talk to Yuffie. Let's, and then meet Roche, and then we'll call it for the day. Oh, I didn't realize I just walked back out into here. None of these NPCs are saying anything. It's a little surprising. What about these two? Nothing? Alright. Which way is back inside here? This is seeing a Cloud who eventually can open up and be himself, and who has weaknesses can be attractive. Make sure to walk out onto the porch. Oh, I know. Trust me, Radcliffe, I know. That was one of the best like surprises playing the game. Even the first time I went out to the balcony, because I had already gone on the balcony the night before, so I actually wanted to go on the balcony to get another look at him from there. And he was like, oh my god, that's the perfect dialogue. Those crunches, those sit-ups gave him a HP.
Come on in, guys.
Hey.
Come on, frame rate, don't fail me during this scene. This scene's great. You need to keep up with Yuffie's energy.
Okay, now that the gang's all here, it's time you got to know me. My name is Yuffie, materia hunter and elite ninja operative for the interim Wutai government.
We got the music.
I left my beloved homeland behind to bring an end to Shinra's reign of terror and prove that Wutai's not to be trifled with.
She's nailed it. She didn't quite have it nailed in the DLC.
Yep. Which brings me to that little favor I mentioned yesterday. Long story short, I want you to join me. HQ, they just didn't understand. But you guys get it.
Don't ninjas creep around in the dark slitting people's throats. I mean, we've done some shit, but we ain't about to stoop that low.
I resent that.
I love that line, that delivery.
It's something we do.
And the mocap on that. Like all of this mocap, by the way, like all of this mocap happens before they record. Like even the Japanese actors. So the Japanese actors do the first reading, but all of this happens with mocap actors that are not even the Japanese voice actors. As far as I understand, the mocap is all done separate, and then the voice actors are separate. They have separate sessions, both Japanese and then English. So you're getting these like, it's a little bit like Expedition 33 actually, where the acting is happening through voice actors, but some of those actors ended up doing actual characters' voices as well, like for the French version. But it's fat. It's so good. Like every bit of body language from Yuffie here, and then that has to also be directed, and that's all before they have voices. That's really impressive. Biggles or a Triple Deluxe. And one of these alternate realities is Avalanche joining Yuffie rather than the other way around. Avalanche joining Yuffie rather than the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Come here. Traveling alone so far from home is expensive. So I've been moving from town to town, hustling, scraping together enough scratch to keep sticking it to the man. Until, that is, I came here. And lucky I did, because I met Rhonda. She offered me the gig of a lifetime, an assassination. And guess who the target is? Seriously, guess.
Just spit it out already.
Oh my
Who
god.
else but a certain company's new president, Rufus freaking Shinra! That crazy or what? And that douchebag will be here any minute now. Up there here anyway. Enjoying his fancy inauguration parade. These people had their country stolen from them, and then their sunlight. Junon demands revenge. So when the president steps out...
Oh, wow.
It's crazy that Barrett saves Rufus' life. That's a good point, Radcliffe.
Okay, you want to know
I never
how
really
Rhonda's
thought about
planning on
that.
paying me? With your bounty suckers.
What?
Wow, gotta hand it to her.
Just all this was written so well,
this was
like how they bring in the Rhonda thing, and then it's not just Rhonda doing it for doing it, but because she has this bigger mission of like trying to take down,
You should try to find Priscilla.
trying to take down
She'll get you
Rufus.
topside.
And just like the orchestration and the direction of the scene.
Make me come in there and fetch you because I would love to do it.
Who's that?
And they really leaned into the sort of like
Let's go.
the sexual energy between Roche and Cloud. Like they really leaned into that. That felt like a fan thing that popped up and they just like totally leaned into it. It's amazing. Like Yuffie as a party leader, yeah, I don't really need her as a party leader. I mean, she did great in the DLC as like a lead. I do think she does have a great protagonist energy. Like I would like to actually, in some ways, like I talked earlier about how like one thing I'm afraid of is like a way that they would make FF7, like doing a cynical reading of this whole trilogy is to like reset things so they can do like an FF7 2. And you know, they reset the table a little bit so that things don't just go to Advent Children, but instead set the table for like a whole new series of FF7 games. And to some extent, I wouldn't mind it for like character games, almost like a Yuffie game, a Vincent game. Like I know they kind of did that with Dirge of Cerberus and it was terrible. But like actually doing it well this time, right? I don't know if I would hate it. Just as characters, it's so damn good. Whispers didn't care at all. It's crazy. Oh, Roche. Sephiroth does it too during the trial of Cloud. Sephiroth does what too? Say it was Rufus? Roche is doing what they can't make Aerith do for the fangirls. Yeah. I mean, Sephiroth has his moments, like he rubs Cloud's back. All right, let's listen to this.
What light from yonder balcony breaks? Come on down and say hello.
Just straight Romeo and Juliet. It's fucking incredible. What an absolutely unbelievable choice. You're literally on a balcony. It's like the light from yonder window breaks. Like, god damn it. These mad lads. They're so good. Does Barrett say anything? No. Shit. All the dialogue from Roche before you walk out. Far too long since I've looked you in the eye. Can't really hear his voice from here, but everything is just leaning into that. My, aren't we a tease? I'm slow walking because I want all the dialogue. I think there might be one more line that he says. Come on.
Honestly, how long do you intend to keep me waiting?
Okay, Rish.
Absence certainly makes the heart grow fonder, my friend. Still playing hard to get, eh? Well, I've got news for you, young man. As if by fate, the Speed Demon has been entrusted with a singular task. Retrieving one Aerith Gainsborough.
Me?
You come alone?
It only takes two to tango. Besides, you and I like to go big, and a venue this small just won't do. But no need to worry. I found the perfect stage. The city above, where we can dance up a storm. Seek me out, and we'll put our last performance to shame. With a show none shall ever forget.
So good. I wonder if Cloud actually clocks it and the guy needs to stop obsessing over me, or he just thinks he's an annoyance and weird. He definitely treats it a bit as like an annoyance and weird.
We might want to think about getting out
so
of
yeah,
here.
I wonder.
These people don't need more trouble.
He reminds me of Hisoka from Hunter x Hunter. I haven't watched that,
wanted
but
to get topside, right?
I kind of wish.
Let's go
I
find her.
kind of wish with Roach when he blows the kiss. When Roach blows the kiss.
Thanks for dealing with that Shinra nut job.
Roche. Yeah, that he would catch
Don't
it.
you think for even a second
He can't
we
lean
did
into
that
it though.
for you, the slime ball who sold us out.
Take it. Not much, but it's yours.
The hell's this supposed to be?
I will say 5,000 gil out of
Your
that bounty
bounty.
is like nothing.
Part of it, anyway.
Part of it. It's like you might as well give us nothing. That bounty was crazy high. It was like 100,000 or 500,000 for Aerith alone. We had 5,000 gil.
We're on the same side. Always have been.
And what if Biker Boy had taken us in?
Give me a little
Then
more
I
than
would have
that
had to
then.
improvise, but I didn't, because it all worked out.
Poor
Worked
Cloud
out
Roche is
fine.
a Jackass.
Like I pray it will for Yuffie upstairs.
Yeah, she got nearly 1 million. It was 5,000 gil. All right, so that's where we'll end it. Unless, can I talk to? Oh, she starts a side quest. Okay, so next stream. Junon has no president. Oh, I never really caught that. NPC dialogue. The chants are great.
Writing him a strongly worded letter.
Okay, so next stream, y'all. Let's go into. Maybe we should go into watching screen because I want to keep this music in the background. Next stream, we will be doing some more. A couple of the side quests that are Under Junon. Definitely Bow Wow Wow. Especially because that does give us information on like Rhonda and her son. I think that quest is great. And then Barrett obviously gets some stuff about him. We'll get to meet the what's it called? The community that's outside of Junon. I'm blanking on the name right now. But you know that community that you take the dog to. That her son lives at. So we'll do that. I don't know what the other like big pre-game Crow's Nest, yeah. I don't know what the big pre-gameplay topics will be. We'll probably watch that Zach video, like I mentioned, that was on the agenda today. And we'll probably also watch that's like I said, the Zach video. I'll show you a couple of the reactions of people who have played Rebirth, who have played Crisis Core and how they reacted to Rebirth, and then someone who didn't play Crisis Core and how the OG livestream sequence impacted them. So that's something that I thought would be cool to talk about. But that's really it for stream today. Thank you for being here. It's been a lot of fun. We've done a hell of a lot. We did essentially half of chapter 4, as well as chapter 3, and then we cooked on lore for like 3 hours. It's a 7-hour, 20-minute stream. Not exactly what I had been planning, but the game just catches me, man. I wanted to like actually end stream. I was aiming for like 5-ish hours and maybe go out and enjoy the weather a little bit, but I just, the stupid game gets me. So with that, I will send you all to the ending screen to listen to the best song aside from that Yuffie one that I have. Little Hollow. Thank you all, everyone. I will see you again next week. Enjoy this music as you. Oh, actually, hold on. Sorry. If you're still here, hold on. I keep forgetting to do this. Hold on. Don't leave yet. If you're still there, I'm gonna try to raid maybe. Let me see if there's anybody to raid. Because I always just end stream, and I keep forgetting that I can raid. Let's see. Is there anybody online that I follow that I would raid into? Nobody. How do I do it actually? Still, I don't even know how to raid. I guess I have to go to my creator dashboard probably. Let me just pop up my face real quick so it's like. So it's not so weird. So hold on, I keep thinking, yeah. Let's find it /raid in the streamer name. Is that how it works? Okay, let me find a streamer then real quick. Is there a raid option? I can also raid from the stream manager. So I can do that. Let me just find. I don't have like Nightbot and all that stuff set up, so I don't know if that makes a difference. Should we send you to? I kind of wish like one of my Friends was on. Let me quickly browse Rebirth, see if anybody's streaming this. Oh, thank you for the follow, Turquoise Hammer. Finny is live. Yeah, I was thinking about going to Finny. You know what? Let's just go to Finny. Let's raid Finny. She's playing Dead by Daylight. I just didn't know if, like, y'all would want Dead by Daylight, but let's do it. I've watched like 7 hours of your stream, not realizing the follow button wasn't clicked. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna check out. We're all gonna join Finny as she plays a little Dead by Daylight. So definitely a different vibe from what we've been doing here. But see you all later. Oh, it actually says that I use /raid. Raid now. Is it end the stream?
Ninetales, yo, thank you for saying that. Thank you. Hi, Poozle.
Do what you want, and we gonna take it. You
Is that SubTXT? Yo, SubTXT.
Sub-Titty's riding with a Shinra army of 23.
Did they say Sub-Titty? I swear they did say Sub-Titty. Yo. I'm just that good, GG. I'm glad y'all were here to witness that. GG. Who was the killer? Oh wait, yeah, it was I'm just that good. I'm really intimidating. Once they see me, they know, like, I gotta go, gotta DC. How was your stream? How's it going? I swear it said, like, it kind of sounded like Sub-Titty. We're playing DVD, we're just chilling today. That's what we're doing. Open lobbies, if y'all play DVD, you can hop in, add me on Steam. We're just vibing today and chatting. But my main game I'm playing right now is The Witcher 3, my very first Witcher anything. Haven't seen the show, read the books, play any other game.